This is the historical novel In the Midst of Shadows, written by Nicola Italia. Prologue. In the Midst of Shadows. Casimir Kimberley strode resolutely past the throng of people gathered in the alley, who were trying to catch a glimpse of the body of the woman lying at the foot of the wooden stairs. His black woolen overcoat reached to his knees, and he could feel the material swirl about his legs as he walked. Casimir was not a man given to fanciful dress or cologne as some dandies and Frenchmen were known to be, but damn did he love his coat. He made eye contact with a policeman keeping the crowd under control. The man immediately motioned for Casimir to make his way through the circle of people. Casimir glanced over his shoulder and saw that Ralphie was lagging behind him, as always. As he came closer to the body lying in an odd position from the fall, a flash of lightning dominated the sky, and he looked up. It was early morning, and most people were still in bed. The gathering crowd must be the dead woman's neighbours or local tradespeople. He felt around in his coat pocket for his John Miller and Sons tin and took out one drop, popping it into his mouth. As the delicious flavours of black currant and licorice filled his mouth, Casimir began to study the crowd surrounding him. He first surveyed the middle-aged men, then the women. He knew what he was searching for, and his heart beat faster as the lightning flashed once more through the morning sky. He sat back on his haunches, surveying the body before him. He had been told a portion of the woman's story when the police had summoned him. While the charwoman had lived on the second floor, the stairs leading to the flat were out in the alleyway. Sometime during the night, the woman had fallen down the stairs and broken her neck. Some in the police said it was an accident. Others were not so convinced. Casimir had been called in to look over the scene and offer his opinion. Casimir wasn't a detective with Scotland Yard or a private investigator working for the Pinkerton Detective Agency, but was blessed, or cursed, depending on whom you asked, with an abnormal understanding of crime, its victims, and most importantly, the offenders. Casimir suddenly looked up. He sniffed the air distinctly with several sniffs to the right and then to the left and narrowed his eyes.
"Ralphie."
He growled once.
"Yes, Governor,"
came the quick reply from the man standing nearby.
"Move that fishmonger down the lane."
Casimir said simply.
"All I can smell is his 2-day-old mackerel."
The fishmonger had moved along, but Casimir's sense of smell was compromised. He swore inwardly. He always liked to get a sense of the crime scene smell. The blood, the vomit, the rain, the earth. Each had its own distinct smell, and each told its own story. Casimir looked down at the body and noticed the shabbiness of her nightdress, her small feet, her blotchy skin, and rough hands used to hard work. The woman was probably in her 40s, but her weathered face looked closer to 60. Her forehead was deeply lined, her eyes sunken into her gaunt face. As he took in her worn hands, he noticed something peculiar. On the ring finger of her left hand, there was lighter skin where a ring had once been. He knew the woman was married. Casimir stood up abruptly, causing the onlookers around him to gasp. He shook his head and looked about at the group. He had been so absorbed in concentrating on the dead woman, he had forgotten about the people surrounding him in the alleyway. He looked back into the group, his eyes searching for what he had seen before to assure himself that he was correct. His eyes narrowed when he saw the exchange, and then he almost grinned. This was too easy, he told himself. He strode forward, his long legs covering vast amounts of space before he stood before a stout, well-built man in the crowd. The man had the look of a stonemason, not very tall but built like a solid bull. He eyed the man quietly, looking over his beefy chest, his bulging forearms, his black hair sprinkled with grey, and the cap he held in his hands respectfully. Casimir narrowed his eyes and watched the man glance quickly to his right and then away again. Following his gaze, he saw who the man was looking at. A small red-haired woman with an ample bosom and thick ankles. She smiled shyly back at the man before he looked away.
"He did it,"
Casimir said loudly and firmly, pointing to the stonemason. Detective Chief Inspector Brown came to stand next to him.
"Blast it all, Casimir. You can't know anything yet. You can't."
He said the last part, almost whining.
But I do, Monsieur Brown. I know everything. And it's quite simple, actually. It's the oldest story in the book."
Casimir said, patting back his curly blonde hair. The detective looked exasperated as the two policemen moved to either side of the stout, muscled man. Casimir shrugged.
My dear Inspector Brown, you see everything around you and yet in fact see nothing at all. It's a travesty.
Indeed.
Inspector Brown responded.
Well, since I see nothing and you see everything, why don't you explain it to us mere mortals?
Casimir smiled indulgently.
It appears I must. So here we have Madame Charwoman.
He pointed dramatically to the woman now being discreetly covered with a blanket again. He spoke the words loudly to the entire group, not just the inspector.
She has spent her whole life toiling in other people's homes and businesses cleaning their messes, and we see it has taken its toll.
He said, and heard someone in the crowd sniff, trying to hold back their tears.
The years have been cold and unkind. A woman not much older than my own mother yet looks older than my grandmother.
He sighed dramatically as the inspector rolled his eyes.
I imagine she brought several children into the world, but they never lived long.
He surmised, and the assembled people said nothing.
How the devil did you work that out?
Inspector Brown sneered, and Casimir nodded as if addressing a simpleton.
If the woman had any living children, Inspector, would they not be here mourning her demise?
Casimir replied, and several women watching the scene unfold nodded and agreed with the assessment.
Yet no one has come near the body to touch her except for the police. Neither has the husband.
The inspector gestured to the stout, muscled man.
So what of it?
Casimir nodded to the inspector.
Thank you, Brown. You've led me precisely to the point. Here we have a woman who has departed the earth, and yet her husband stands a few feet away, completely removed from the situation at hand. Why? I ask you, why?
Casimir flung his hands up into the air, startling the crowd. The inspector shook his head.
Obviously we know why, Casimir. He doesn't care to be around a dead body.
Casimir scoffed.
Of course, that could be the reason.
The inspector nodded condescendingly. Casimir brushed a piece of non-existent lint from his own jacket.
Blast it.
The inspector swore under his breath. Casimir surveyed the people surrounding him and pointed to the redhead.
You, come here.
The woman looked about her, and several people moved aside to let her through the growing crowd. She came to stand before him, uttering not a word.
Now what's this about?
Inspector Brown shook his head, irritated.
What does this woman have to do with anything here?
You asked me to come here and survey the situation, Inspector. If you no longer wish me to do so, I can go.
Casimir said quietly, turning his head away.
Damn it all, Casimir, get on with it.
With pleasure.
He heard the thunder in the distance and knew the rain would soon be upon them.
As I said, the charwoman worked hard, did her duty, but ultimately age crept up upon her. Meanwhile, the husband is...
He looked over the middle-aged man once more.
Working as a stonemason, barely making a living. His dreams, like his hair, are greying. Greying!
He shouted to the crowd, turning in a small circle, his long jacket flaring out around him. The two policemen looked at each other warily as they stood near the husband of the charwoman.
Is he really an inspector? He seems more like an actor playing to the crowd.
One whispered to the other. His friend had a slight grin on his face.
I've seen him at work before. He's neither a detective nor an actor. He's a wizard.
Meanwhile, Inspector Brown shook his head ruefully as he watched Casimir's tall, elegant frame facing the enthralled crowd.
But one day...
Casimir turned back to the assembled people, his voice filled with intense passion.
One day he visits a public house and sees a woman serving drinks. He's fascinated by her. Her youth, her vitality, her bosom, most likely.
He muttered the last bit, but several people heard him and tittered.
Casimir,
The inspector said in a warning voice.
The stonemason finds his youth again. He believes himself to be in love, and she as well. The rub is he's married, so he arranges an accident for his wife.
Casimir shrugged.
What could be easier? A string pulled across the top of the stairs, and no one is the wiser.
All eyes turned to the stonemason, who appeared shocked. His eyes were wide and frightened.
Now the only thing to do is wait a respectable time until he can marry his barmaid.
Casimir finished simply.
So arrest him.
He directed the inspector. The group was shocked into silence while the redhead met Casimir's eyes. He could see the fear in them, and he reached down suddenly to grab her left hand in his. The two policemen clasped the husband by the upper arms, and though he struggled initially, he gave in.
How did you know?
He yelled to Casimir, standing a few feet away.
My God, how did you know?
Casimir turned sharply to the inspector and dropped a golden ring band into his hand.
The ring.
He shrugged.
The ring?
The husband frowned.
A woman like your wife with no money, no fine clothes. A gold wedding band would mean everything to her, especially from the man she loves. She would never remove it. Yet you did so the moment she was dead to give it to the woman you thought would be your new wife.
Casimir explained. A shocked intake of breath came from everyone in the crowd, and several words filled the air. Disgusting, horrid, monster. The husband's face fell.
I wanted a new start, something different.
He whispered. Casimir looked at the redhead and then back at the husband.
What you've earned yourself, my dear Mr. Stonemason, is a quick end at the hangman's hands.
Casimir strode away from the group as the sky opened up and the rain began to fall. His trusty sidekick, Ralphie, trailed behind him, trying to keep up.
Casimir Kimberly.
He thought to himself.
You did it. Once more you solved a murder crime in less time than it takes most men to finish their afternoon cuppa.
He was extraordinary, he thought, smiling to himself.
Absolutely extraordinary.
Inspector Brown motioned to the policeman to take the husband in custody, as well as the barmaid. They would need to be questioned. The two were led away from the scene as neighbours continued to stand in the rain, gossiping. The rain was falling in steady sheets as Inspector Brown took one last look at the tall, retreating figure, the legendary Casimir Kimberly. He was a man made of flesh and blood, but still a legend amongst Londoners. He had made it his mission in life to fight injustice and be a champion for the people, and the people adored him. In all his many years at Scotland Yard, Brown had never witnessed a man who was able to understand and comprehend a crime scene with such rapid detail. Casimir Kimberly was indeed a legend, and he was also so full of himself that sometimes Brown wanted to smash his face in. But at least a poor woman's untimely death had been solved, and the husband would hang. The rain lessened and the sun peeked through the clouds, steadily rising as the crowd dispersed and Brown made his way back to the body of the charwoman. He looked down at the ring in his hand. Casimir was right. The small gold wedding band was probably all the woman had of any worth in the world. Luckily for her, it had also been the means to point a guilty finger at her husband. He tucked the ring safely into his pocket. He would make sure it was buried with her. Chapter 1. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia placed her fountain pen down and rubbed her hands together, massaging her fingers. She had been writing for several hours since just after supper and had lost all track of time. The downstairs grandfather clock chimed the hour, and she was surprised to realize it was 1 a.m. She had been writing for 5 hours. Looking down at the pages of her handwritten story, Lavinia sighed. She had wanted to create a brash character who solved crimes in the city. So had been born Casimir Kimberly, a man who travelled all over Britain helping the police solve crimes with his loyal sidekick Ralphie. He was an educated man, though he possessed no title or fortune. He had worked steadily as an engineer before his beloved wife and daughter had been killed. Lavinia hadn't worked on fleshing out his past quite yet. However, she knew female readers would love a story that included a husband's love of his wife even after death. Raindrops splattered against the window where she often sat to write. She liked this room at the back of the second-story townhouse where she could sit at her writing desk and look upon the small rose garden below as she wrote her stories. But as she looked over the numerous pages of writing, she wondered what the point of it all was. Her father had always encouraged her writing, and she had spent many nights before the fire reading her stories aloud to him. But that seemed so long ago. The townhouse creaked a little as it settled in the night. She should get some sleep, she told herself. She had to make her visits tomorrow and would need a clear head for them. She turned down the gas lighting and settled into her bed. The next morning, Lavinia dressed in a dark lavender gown that complemented her light blonde hair and went downstairs to the dining room situated off the front foyer. The modest room was decorated to her father's taste in shades of red and gold, with an oblong table seating 8. There was a sideboard to the right where the food was placed so the 3 ladies could help themselves at meals. Her father had entertained when he was alive, and Lavinia and her aunts did so as well, albeit in a smaller fashion. Her Aunt Frederica was seated at the table drinking black coffee while immersed in her Punch magazine, with a half-eaten piece of buttered toast nearby.
Aunt Freddie.
Lavinia greeted her, kissing her cheek.
Vinny, my darling, how are you this morning? Did you stay up late writing again?
Freddie asked her niece.
Only a little.
Lavinia acknowledged as she helped herself to coffee, eggs and toast and sat across from her aunt. She always liked to sit across from her aunt. Freddie was a kind, sweet lady and Lavinia adored her. Lavinia's fresh copy of the Englishwoman's Review, a feminist journal, was on the table, but she didn't open it.
How goes it with our dear Casimir?
Freddie winked.
Well,
Lavinia's face lit up. She was about to tell the exciting story of the charwoman's murder being solved when they were joined by Freddie's sister and Lavinia's second aunt, Marjorie.
Frederica, Lavinia.
Marjorie nodded to both women, pouring herself a cup of coffee and adding several spoonfuls of sugar to it.
good morning, Aunt Marjorie.
Lavinia greeted her.
Not so loud, dear. I have a frightful headache. Slept so poorly. The rain, it was so loud.
Marjorie complained. Lavinia frowned. How could rain be too loud? The sound of it often lulled her to sleep. Marjorie took a long sip of her coffee and then placed the cup onto the saucer.
Lavinia, you aren't reading that again, are you, dear?
What? The review? I like to keep abreast. I find the suffrage movement quite fascinating.
She admitted.
Oh, my dear.
Marjorie flung a bony hand over her concave chest.
You shouldn't be thinking of some movement that's not going to go anywhere. You should be thinking of finding a husband.
She told her.
A husband?
Yes, my dear, you're almost 25.
Marjorie reminded her.
Why, our dear Queen had 3 children by the time she was your age. Think on that.
I will.
Lavinia replied, wondering how many times she and her aunt would cover the same ground. Lavinia glanced briefly over at Freddie and smiled to herself. Dearest Freddie. She was a short woman with a round softness, with brown hair threaded with grey and merry hazel eyes. She loved the colour orange, and though it was a tricky colour to wear, she tried to incorporate orange into her daily outfit several times a week. Marjorie was the exact opposite of her sister in both temperament and body shape. Tall and thin, she kept her black hair pulled severely back in a bun, which did nothing but reveal her very angular face. Her sharp cheekbones and brown eyes seemed to find fault with everything. She possessed a cynicism which wasn't surprising. Marjorie had never married, never been engaged, and had always been indebted to the kindness of her older brother, Lavinia's own father, Gerald, for her very livelihood.
I see nothing wrong with our dear Lavinia educating herself on the local news and happenings.
Frederica said quietly. Marjorie was about to make a remark when Frederica put up a hand.
Gerald would most certainly have approved.
Frederica looked over at both women.
Well, there's no denying that.
Marjorie nodded at her sister.
Gerald was a very indulgent father. Too indulgent, some might say.
She flicked a brief glance at her niece.
Too indulgent. Is there such a thing, sister?
Frederica asked.
I don't think so.
Marjorie was silent, but only for a few moments.
Let's say, for argument's sake, I find no fault with her reading material for cultivation of the mind to keep abreast. But surely, sister, you disagree with this so-called movement.
Why would I not agree with it?
Frederica asked, consuming the last of her toast.
Well, the vote, of course. Why on earth would we women want to be burdened with such a monumental charge? Now I ask you, Lavinia, Frederica.
Marjorie shrugged her lean shoulders. Frederica seemed to be collecting her thoughts, but her niece had no such concerns.
Who should be concerned with the vote then, Aunt?
Lavinia asked her.
Why our betters, of course, naturally, according to God's law.
Her aunt replied, nodding in superiority.
Our betters.
Lavinia frowned, fearing what she knew was coming.
Lavinia, come now, you needn't be obtuse. Our betters are naturally, according to God's own law, men. Our fathers, brothers, husbands.
Marjorie smoothly supplied as she stood and helped herself to more eggs and toast before she sat down again. Lavinia used the linen napkin to dab at the sides of her lips before placing it to the side.
That's very wise, Aunt Marjorie, and you may be correct in everything you say except for one fundamental issue.
Lavinia stood.
What would that be?
Marjorie wondered aloud.
What do 3 women do when they have no father, brother or husband to speak on their behalf to defend them and vote on what concerns them?
She asked coolly.
Well,
Marjorie began awkwardly.
I must be going, or I'll be late for my appointments.
She kissed Aunt Frederica on the cheek and patted Aunt Marjorie on the shoulder before going into the foyer to collect her gloves and small purse and quit the townhouse. Lavinia hailed a hansom cab, giving the driver the familiar directions to the modest 2-story law firm near the Royal Courts of Justice. She had a standing appointment every 2 weeks on Monday morning to visit Mr. Eleazar Schulman, a solicitor. When she stepped into the foyer of the neat office, she admired the blue and silver Persian rug that dominated the entrance hall and the red leather chairs for guests. She saw the familiar face of May Simmons, the front desk clerk, who greeted her upon entering.
Miss Howard.
May said, smiling as Lavinia came closer.
Miss Howard.
Lavinia teased her at the formality, as they had known each other for more than a year and had taken tea together several times.
Well, I can't very well call you Vinnie now, can I?
May said softly, her slight Cockney accent slipping into her words.
When you come here, it's Miss Howard.
Lavinia nodded.
Very proper, Miss Simmons.
She winked at her.
I'll let Mr. Schulman know you are here.
The auburn-haired woman said, as she disappeared down a long hallway. Lavinia absently admired the 2 landscape paintings that hung in the foyer. She recalled that her father had appreciated certain artists, and the 2 men had shared that passion. She felt a sharp sting of loss, as she always did when she thought of her darling father, who had only been gone a short time.
Lavinia, my dear.
Eleazar Schulman came toward her and greeted her warmly, kissing her on both cheeks.
Mr. Schulman,
she said deferentially, as he led her down the long hallway and into his private office.
Mr. Schulman,
he said as he took a seat behind his rather large oak desk littered with papers, files, and his treasured pipe.
Eleazar,
she supplied quickly. The older man took up his pipe and lit it absently. His kind blue eyes watched her cautiously through his wire-rimmed spectacles as he took one puff and then a second.
How are you, my dear?
He asked her softly.
I'm not often here when you come every other Monday. We haven't spoken properly.
Yes.
Lavinia nodded.
I know.
Eleazar sighed.
To lose a parent is never easy.
Lavinia looked down at her gloved hands.
Gerald was a fine man. An upstanding man.
Eleazar acknowledged as he looked up at the window that overlooked the street. Lavinia nodded.
He was well thought of.
If it hadn't been for the capital sum your father gave me, this law firm wouldn't exist. Did you know that?
Eleazar asked.
No, I didn't.
She said in surprise.
I was turned down by several banks. Being a Jew doesn't endear oneself, even if one of our own was the Prime Minister.
He told her quietly.
I didn't know you were turned down,
she said, looking at the small salt and pepper bearded man in a dark blue suit.
Several times. I thought more than once to give up the whole idea and forget to start my own firm. Then by chance I happened upon your father at our mutual club. We started talking.
I don't think I knew any of this.
Lavinia realized.
Imagine my surprise.
Eleazar smiled.
We had been to university together but had not been in touch, and then voila, we come together at our club. I, a struggling solicitor waiting to start a law firm, and your father, Gerald, a successful banker.
He shook his head, smiling.
Fate?
Lavinia wondered. Eleazar shrugged.
With God's help.
He translated. She nodded.
My Aunt Marjorie would agree with you. She takes the Bible very seriously and the Word of God. She hosts a weekly Bible group.
Ah, yes, the maiden aunts.
He grinned.
How are they?
Eleazar sat back in his chair. Lavinia nodded.
They are well.
Quite a responsibility for one so young.
He remarked, looking over her.
Well, they aren't infirm.
No. I recall your aunts are both spry and intelligent in their own way, but still. They were your father's sisters, and I know for a fact, having handled his last wishes, the townhouse and the money are yours.
That's true.
It doesn't cause a rift between you and your aunts.
He pressed.
He made no provisions for them, but instead gave you control of everything.
He trusted me to do the right thing, I suppose.
And of course you will. I don't mean to pry. Should you need anything, Chava and I are always here for you, my dear.
He said, mentioning his wife.
Thank you.
Well, let me have one of the clerks bring the books forward, and you can review them in the empty office opposite here. Would you like some tea? Coffee? I can have May bring you whatever you like.
He told her. She declined the offer and spent the next hour reviewing the accounting books for the law firm, just as her father had done for years before his death 6 months ago. Lavinia had been devastated by his death. Her world had revolved around her father, and as he was a successful banker with Lloyd's Bank, she had wanted for nothing. Her education had included governesses who taught her everything she needed, including French and some Latin. Her mother Rosina had died when she was a small child. Her only female relatives were her father's aunts, who visited every spring. When her father died, Lavinia felt everything had become a bit smaller and duller. Her only escape from the sad, small world had been her writing. It was a place to create a brave new world where someone grand and invincible lived, who righted the wrongs in a way she never could. She bid goodbye to Eleazar and May and stepped outside into the cool autumn air. Her next stop would be to Harley Street. Ruth Platt greeted her with her usual coolness, which Lavinia suspected hid the woman's true feelings of irritation and disagreement at the state she found herself in. Ruth Platt was the nurse and manager of the medical practice for Dr. Malcolm Alsop, Lavinia's second and last client following Eleazar Schulman. Ruth Pratt had worked for Dr. Alsop for over 10 years, and though she was efficient and diligent, she viewed the world in stark black and white. Lavinia suspected Nurse Pratt viewed Malcolm Alsop with almost reverence. She had seen the same deferential treatment to her father in the few times they had visited the doctor's office together. But she knew that Nurse Pratt looked upon her with a horrid fascination that one would use in viewing a 3-headed dog. It was not a new sensation, and Lavinia knew that many young women who ventured into the world with awe and trepidation experienced it.
Miss Howard, follow me.
Nurse Pratt stiffly said as she motioned into the office directly off the main entrance. The office was decorated in cool blue and brown, befitting the elegant man who ran the office.
Lavinia!
Dr. Alsop exclaimed warmly, coming to greet her. He embraced her and motioned to the chair across from his desk.
Thank you, Nurse Pratt.
He said, effectively dismissing her. Lavinia looked fondly at the handsome gentleman who was less than 15 years older than her. He was seated across from her in a crisp grey pinstripe suit. His brown hair was slicked back, and he sported a curled moustache and goatee. He offered her a cigarette, and when she refused with a slight shake of her head, he lit one himself.
Dearest Lavinia, I quite forgot it was that Monday. How do you find yourself?
He asked, blowing the smoke into the air.
I'm well. I've just come from seeing Eleazar.
Old Eleazar, how is he? I haven't seen him and Chava in ages.
Malcolm said good-naturedly.
He's in good spirits. He even told me a story that I didn't know myself until today.
Oh, what was that?
Malcolm asked.
That my father invested in his firm, that he gave him his start, so to speak.
Lavinia revealed.
Gerald.
Malcolm said fondly.
I'm surprised you didn't know Vinny.
He said.
He did the same for me.
Lavinia's grey eyes opened wide as she looked at him in astonishment.
He did? You as well?
Absolutely. I'd been out of medical school a year, maybe more. I was slaving away at a clinic in Limehouse and suddenly desired to start my own practice, but dash it all, I had no money to do so.
He smiled at the memory.
My father offered.
She guessed. Malcolm nodded as he took another drag on his cigarette.
Your father was an exceptional man, Lavinia. He was that rare breed of man who had a knack for making money and a kind heart, and he genuinely liked to help people. Though I'm younger than your father and Eleazar, my older brother went to university with them, so I knew Gerald from him. Gerald heard about my wanting to start a practice, and he approached me.
I didn't know.
She shook her head.
He gave me the loan, my first loan.
Malcolm fumbled in his desk drawer and drew out a sheet of paper from a stack. He handed it to Lavinia. She read the contract quickly enough. It was indeed a loan from her father to help Malcolm start his business. It was dated years before and stamped paid in bold red letters across the top. She handed it back to him.
I keep it here for sentimental value.
He replaced it in his desk.
A good man.
He murmured softly. She glanced up at the wall, which held several of Malcolm's degrees for medicine, and looked across the desk at him.
I should get started.
I don't think much has changed since the last time you were here, but I'll have Nurse Pratt bring the books to you.
Thank you.
Malcolm looked at the lovely silvery blonde before him and smiled.
I'm not sure Nurse Pratt cares for you that much.
Doesn't she?
Lavinia asked.
I'd say it's understandable.
He grinned but said nothing more. Nurse Pratt handed the large ledgers to Lavinia, who took them into a rarely used back office. There were only a few entries since her last visit, and she looked them over carefully. Lavinia knew Dr. Alsop would send most patients to the chemists and druggists to collect their medicines. However, he liked to have essential items in-house. The ledgers reflected purchases for morphine, quinine, atropine, digitalin, codeine, and iodine. There were also entries for surgical gauze for wound care and wooden tongue depressors. Everything was neatly itemized, and Lavinia recognized the writing as Nurse Pratt's. Standing, she took up the ledgers to return them to the nurse when Malcolm popped in.
I'm about to take my 11s. Care to join me?
She nodded.
Yes, I'd love to. Let me return these to Nurse Pratt.
Malcolm poured out the brown tea using one strainer for Lavinia's cup and his, then set it aside. He handed her the delicately crafted blue and white porcelain cup and saucer and took up his own.
There's milk and sugar there.
He pointed.
I'm afraid I only have biscuits. It's all I usually have in the morning.
She said, nodding and looking at the delicate cookies.
They're sugar cookies with a hint of almond. I quite like them.
He admitted, helping himself to one. Malcolm watched as she took a sugar cookie in hand and recalled the many times Gerald had visited his surgery over the years and brought Lavinia with him. Malcolm had watched Lavinia grow into a lovely young woman with a delicate oval face, expressive grey eyes, and a mass of silvery blonde hair inherited from her mother Rosina. She was also intelligent and quick-witted, traits she had inherited from Gerald. He knew that Gerald had held several grand dinner parties in recent years, and that several of his colleagues' sons had been taken with her. Gerald said that one or two of them had been intrigued by Lavinia, but nothing had come of it. He also knew Lavinia's secret, and had always been impressed by it. He eyed the woman before him and smiled.
How fares the writing?
He asked her simply. Lavinia met his gaze.
Nothing much to speak of.
Nothing much to speak of. Come now, you've always shared your stories. Tell me the newest one.
He said, smiling as he leaned back in his chair. She looked down at the cup and saucer on her lap.
Well, I have been working on something new.
Indeed.
Malcolm's face lit up.
Tell me.
Lavinia related to the doctor the story of Casimir Kimberley and his extraordinary capabilities solving crimes after only a few minutes of intense concentration. She also mentioned his rather theatrical demeanour in playing to the crowd, and Malcolm laughed aloud.
He sounds like a marvellous character, Lavinia.
He told her.
What do you plan to do with him?
He asked. Lavinia frowned.
Do with him? What do you mean?
I mean, do you plan to keep him stuffed in a small drawer, never to see the light of day, or do you plan to let him breathe?
Malcolm inquired.
I never thought about...
Listen, when you mentioned your last story to me and the one before that, I thought they were quite charming. But this new one, Casimir, I have an idea.
He said, his eyes meeting hers.
Yes?
Lavinia's interest was piqued.
I have an acquaintance. We attend the same club and see each other at social functions. He owns a publishing company here in London which publishes fiction and has been quite successful. He's very ambitious. In the last 10 years, his true success has come from the penny dreadfuls.
He revealed.
The Penny Dreadfuls.
Lavinia repeated and then shook her head.
That's not for me.
What do you know about them?
Lavinia shrugged, taking another sip of her tea and placing the cup and saucer at the edge of the doctor's desk.
Cheap, sensational serial stories that run weekly and cost a penny.
She summed up.
I think I've read one or two, but they aren't my style. But I know our cook enjoys them.
She said, recalling seeing them in her kitchen.
Exactly.
Malcolm said excitedly.
That's it exactly. Your cook likes them. The Penny Dreadfuls are what you say. They are cheap and sensational, but they are something else, something significant.
Which is?
Lavinia asked.
They are popular. They are popular with the working class. Very much so. You say your cook enjoys them? Mine as well, and I've seen the downstairs maid reading them.
He acknowledged.
I never thought about publishing the stories, Malcolm. They were just something to do.
She admitted.
But you enjoy them and you are talented. I've read the other stories you gave me. You have a gift.
Malcolm nodded.
I'm not sure I want anyone else to read them.
Lavinia said haltingly.
I have an idea.
He said.
Give me all that you have written on this Casimir fellow. I will simply hand them to the publishing friend and get his advice, nothing more. I won't tell him your name or anything. I'll just ask his thoughts on the matter.
Lavinia pondered his words.
I know that Gerald left you a legacy and the townhouse, but this would be something of your own making, Lavinia, which I thought might appeal to you.
He told the young woman seated across from him with her hands primly clasped in her lap. She looked up suddenly with surprise in her eyes.
I was thinking along the same lines. My writing was always something I enjoyed for leisure. I would read them to my father and my aunts, but never anything beyond. But Casimir, maybe someone else would like him too.
So you agree you'll lend me the story?
Lavinia nodded.
By the end of the week.
Chapter 2. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia spent the cab ride home mulling over the conversation she had with Malcolm Alsop. She felt half excited at the prospect of a publisher looking over her work and possibly wishing to publish it, and half agitated for the same reason. Why had she agreed to the plan? What was the point of it? She didn't need the money. Malcolm was correct. Her father's legacy was ample. The townhouse was situated nicely on Hanover Square in London, which allowed her and her aunts to live comfortably, but something Malcolm said had been equally accurate. Her stories were of her own making, and if the publisher did like them and wanted to publish them, well, that would be something exciting. Lavinia stepped through the door and heard voices in the front parlour. She knew it was her Aunt Marjorie's Bible study group that met once a week. She poked her head into the room and greeted the women.
Good afternoon, ladies,
she said, noting the hour on the mantel clock.
Lavinia.
Her aunt nodded to her.
Would you care to join us?
No, thank you. I must take care of a few things before supper.
As you wish.
Her aunt replied, taking the Bible in her hands and turning back to the 5 women assembled. Lavinia turned away from them as she mounted the stairs. She had once called the Bible group the Spinster Circle, as all of her aunt's friends were older unmarried women, but Aunt Frederica had heard the name and told Lavinia not to use it as it was spiteful. Lavinia had only been teasing and not meant it to be malicious. Afterwards, she never used the name again. When she made her way to the 2nd floor, Lavinia was about to knock on Freddie's door when she remembered her aunt paid calls on Monday and Wednesday afternoons. She returned to her own room and closed the door behind her. Moving about the room, she pulled several sheets of paper on which she had written from her desk the night before and reread them. Would anyone find them as exciting as she had? Would the publisher think them worthy enough to publish? She found a ribbon and tied the pages together. Whether Casimir stayed in her desk drawer or became known to the world would be up to the publisher, Malcolm knew. Hearing the ladies from Bible study bidding their goodbyes in the foyer, she looked at the small clock on her desk. Frederica would be home soon, and she could tell the aunts of her interaction today with Malcolm and Eleazar. Both men had been close friends with Gerald and had spent many evenings over the years at the townhouse. Frederica particularly liked to hear about the world outside and the gossip that would invariably find its way to them. Marjorie would sniff and quote from the Bible that gossip was a sin. Lavinia placed her gloves aside and returned the hat she had been wearing to its box. She wanted to hear her aunt's thoughts on the idea that Malcolm had suggested. Once she was sure, she would have the story delivered to his office. Lavinia sat across from her aunt's as the tomato soup was served. She dipped her spoon into the soup, enjoying the warmth of it on the crisp autumn evening. Poultry with potatoes and carrots followed with a Victoria sponge cake served as dessert with coffee.
How was your day of calling, sister?
Marjorie asked as she took a forkful of the sponge cake.
Very well. I only had time for 2 visits today. Once you sit down for tea and biscuits, the time flies.
Frederica confessed.
Yes, most tiresome.
Marjorie sniffed.
How was your Bible group?
Frederica asked.
Very good. We read Leviticus. It was enlightening.
Marjorie told them both.
I'm sure it was.
Frederica nodded.
So that the land will not spew you out should you defile it, as it has spewed out the nation which has been before you.
Marjorie quoted passionately.
I see.
Frederica said politely.
And you?
She gazed at Lavinia.
How was your day, my dear? Were the gentlemen well?
Her Aunt Frederica always called Eleazar and Malcolm the gentlemen.
They're both fine, but something did happen which I wanted to discuss.
Lavinia declined the slice of sponge cake offered her. Frederica nodded.
We're listening.
Lavinia looked over at Aunt Freddie. She was wearing a deep blue gown with a high collar with her favourite cameo brooch in an orange-pink coral shade at her throat.
I stopped in to look over Eleazar's books.
She began.
Dear Eleazar,
Frederica remarked with fondness.
You must invite him and Chava for tea next time you are there.
She told her niece.
I will.
Lavinia said and looked across at Marjorie, whose lips were pursed. Frederica placed her linen napkin aside.
Let's take our coffee into the front parlour, shall we? We can relax in comfort and hear what Lavinia has to say.
In front of the low, burning fire, the sisters sat on one plush couch while Lavinia faced them on a matching sofa. The parlour was decorated in mint and ivory, which created a soft effect even on the cool autumn night. Frederica had a small glass of sherry in her hand. Marjorie and Lavinia had their coffee brought in from the dining room. Frederica dismissed the maid for the evening as they made themselves comfortable.
You were saying about Eleazar.
Frederica prompted her niece. Lavinia nodded.
He's well. He did tell me something of interest that I did not know.
Frederica sipped her sherry.
Yes.
Eleazar told me that if it hadn't been for my father lending him the money to start his law firm, it wouldn't have been.
Lavinia told them. Marjorie scoffed.
Leave it to a Jew to speak of money, so vulgar.
Lavinia ignored her comment and continued.
I mentioned the loan to Malcolm, and he told me father did the same for him as well.
Lavinia met Aunt Marjorie's withering gaze.
Is that why he kept their books, even when he was so established and could have had some clerk manage them?
Your father was very close with the gentleman.
Frederica said.
I don't think he ever would have stopped reviewing their books unless they had closed shop, or he...
She stopped speaking as they all knew what she was about to say. Lavinia looked into the small fire.
Yes,
she said softly.
Needless to say, the loans your father made weren't secret.
Frederica said.
Once they were paid off, your father continued to have an interest in their work, and they felt indebted to him. I know Malcolm and Eleazar were quite fond of Gerald.
I remember going with father to see them when I was young.
Lavinia said, gazing into the fire.
I always wondered why he wanted me to take up the bookkeeping tasks, but I see now it was a very personal attachment.
Frederica nodded.
Was that what you wanted to tell us?
Part of it.
Lavinia said.
It all happened quite by chance. Malcolm asked me to stay for tea and we spoke about my writings. I relayed my newest story to him, really such nonsense.
She trailed off, then saw Frederica smiling encouragingly.
Go on.
Well?
Lavinia took a deep breath.
Malcolm said he has a friend who is a publisher and he wants to take my story to him.
Lavinia finished, feeling triumphant.
To review.
Lavinia looked away from her aunt, trying to stem the urge to sigh very loudly.
To publish.
To publish?
Marjorie looked at Lavinia and then to her sister seated beside her.
To publish!
Lavinia could hear the almost sharp rise in her aunt's voice.
He is to look them over, nothing more. He may not even like them.
She told her aunt, though she suddenly hoped that wasn't the case. Marjorie's black hair was pulled back in her perpetual bun, and her face was stark with 2 spots of colour on her cheekbones showing her distress. Or was it anger? Lavinia thought.
You see, sister, this is what happens when she mixes with the outside world, keeping books for that gigolo and Jew. And now those ridiculous stories to be published?
Marjorie placed a hand on her forehead and turned back to Lavinia.
It's disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful.
Lavinia was quiet for some time. It wasn't that she didn't know what to say. It was that she had too much to say. If she didn't take this time to steady her explosive anger, she was going to stand up and smash the coffee cup into the fireplace and tell her Aunt Marjorie to go to hell.
Aunt Marjorie,
Lavinia said coolly.
I keep books for a respected doctor on Harley Street and a solicitor. They were also 2 men whom my father chose to help. Kindly remember that. As to my ridiculous stories, I will leave that to a professional publisher to critique, not you.
I'm thinking of you, Lavinia.
Marjorie sniffed indignantly.
Your reputation as an unmarried girl.
I am 24 years old, Aunt Marjorie. I had suitors who amounted to nothing. What would you have me do? Propose to them?
She asked the older woman. Marjorie turned her eyes away from Lavinia as Frederica intervened.
I think this is marvellous, Vinnie. I'm so pleased Malcolm has an acquaintance who will be able to give his professional thoughts to your writing.
Frederica said kindly.
Thank you, Aunt Freddie.
Lavinia said, still excited but somewhat deflated by Marjorie's words.
And I think, sister, that we should encourage our dear Lavinia to strive towards her dreams, not deflate them.
Frederica said gently. Marjorie gave a curt nod but said nothing.
Thank you.
Lavinia said,
I think I'll retire. It's been a long day. Good night.
Frederica listened until she heard the creaks on the stairs and knew Lavinia was out of earshot. She turned to her sister seated beside her.
Why do you insist on being so vicious to her, Marjorie?
Frederica asked her sister, turning to face her.
Why on earth?
I'm not vicious.
Marjorie defended herself.
She's wild. She has no sense of boundaries or...
Frederica was staring at her.
You're ridiculous. Lavinia is anything but wild. She's dutiful. Vinnie is caring. She's done everything for us.
She whispered with passion.
Everything for you, you mean?
Marjorie said warily.
You make no effort with her, Marjorie. You never have. That girl has been loving and caring since she was a child. Her father doted on her, but you...
Marjorie looked at her angrily.
I what?
You do everything to push her away.
Frederica pointed out.
You do everything to fight with her. Why? We are beholden to her father, our brother. We are indebted to her.
Is that why you are so kind to her? You fear she will turn us out? That we will be beggars or end up at the workhouse?
Marjorie said spitefully. Frederica shook her head.
That is exactly my point, Marjorie. No matter what, Lavinia will always look after us. It's her nature. You need to think on that, sister.
Frederica climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, and instead of turning to her own room, she made her way to Lavinia's and knocked softly on the door. At Lavinia's bidding, she entered the room and saw Lavinia seated at her desk. Taking the window seat, she looked over at her niece.
You mustn't mind, Marjorie. She's become so embittered as she ages.
Frederica said quietly.
We've never been close. I thought Father's passing might make her warm to me, but she resents me. I don't know why.
Lavinia shrugged. Frederica motioned the empty space next to her, and Lavinia joined her.
When I first saw your mother, it was at a country ball. She had men dancing to attention, and everyone was riveted by her beauty and sweet disposition. My brother was late to the ball. He was to escort Marjorie and me. I saw him enter the room, and the moment he glimpsed your mother, he was lost.
She said, recalling the ball with fondness. Lavinia rested her head against the window and thought of her parents alive, young, and in love.
As you know, I was engaged once when I was very young, but he died of typhoid. My sister has never been fortunate.
She paused.
I don't ask that you pity her. That's a passive form of cruelty. But understand and accept that Marjorie is as she is. I don't think she means to be so vicious, but she's unhappy at how her life has turned out.
Frederica paused.
She does feel resentment toward you, perhaps, because you have everything ahead of you.
Frederica admitted. Lavinia nodded.
I will try.
And now,
Frederica took her niece's slim hands in hers.
your story, a publisher. I'm so excited to hear about this. Malcolm was always so generous. I'm not surprised at his offer.
I was stunned.
Lavinia said. Malcolm took a sip of his brandy and heard the clock downstairs chime the hour. He had made the appointment that morning to meet his friend the publisher at their mutual club. He had arrived promptly for the meeting, only to find he was alone. He had ordered a brandy and then another, and now the man was an hour late. Damn it all. He looked around to find a member of staff to settle his account, but could find no one. At this hour, many more members were entering the Savile Club, although the library where he had chosen to sit was still relatively quiet. He was about to order himself one more drink when he heard laughter and turned to see a man dressed in a tailor-made suit of a crisp, dark waistcoat and trousers striding toward him.
Allsop, I'm terribly sorry. I was running late and then ran into a chap I know downstairs.
The man said to him, his hand outstretched in greeting.
Not at all, Courtenay.
Malcolm said, gesturing the chair beside him.
What will you have? Brandy? Whiskey?
Whiskey.
Jasper Courtenay sat and stretched out his legs before him.
The rain, the weather, the traffic. There are 4.5 million people in this city. Imagine that.
Malcolm ordered their drinks.
Well, since you were delayed and I have waited so patiently for you, I believe you must agree to my request.
A request? You were a bit vague in your note.
Jasper said as he took out his cigarettes and offered one to Malcolm, who declined it.
You wanted to see me on an issue related to my business.
I wasn't intentionally vague. In fact, it's quite simple. I would like your opinion on a story.
Malcolm shrugged. Jasper lit his cigarette and drew the ashtray at the small table next to him forward.
A story, is it? I didn't know you had it in you.
He grinned at his friend. Malcolm shook his head.
It's not my story.
Not yours, I'm intrigued.
Jasper said, inhaling and then blowing out the smoke.
Not yours. Then it could only be one thing. A woman.
He said triumphantly. Malcolm almost wanted to laugh.
I do recall one summer here at the club when you took to the stage as Romeo, was it?
He asked, biting back a smile.
It was Mercutio, actually.
Of course it was.
Their drinks were delivered and Jasper raised his glass to Malcolm.
A plague of both your houses.
A sad ending for Mercutio, but proof perhaps that you should be publishing romantic fodder instead of your penny dreadfuls.
Malcolm sipped his drink.
I think all writers have a touch of romance in them, even those who write penny dreadfuls.
Jasper winked at his friend.
So tell me of the woman.
Malcolm shook his head.
You've got it all wrong, Jazz. If you must know, he's a delivery boy. He's enthralled by the damn things and asked me to review his work. He has decided to try his luck at writing, and I told the lad I would help him out.
I truly never thought that it was a woman.
Jasper admitted. Malcolm frowned.
Why do you say that?
Jasper took another drag of his cigarette.
Women don't write penny dreadfuls, at least not successful ones. I've been approached by a few who wrote tolerably well, but they throw in romantic nonsense, and who wants to read that? People want excitement. They want blood. People want larger-than-life characters and places far removed from their own.
Jasper said passionately. Malcolm was surprised by his attitude. He knew Jasper had a reputation with women, as he was good-looking and a dapper dresser. Jasper clearly didn't think highly of the opposite sex, which was why he was intent on keeping Lavinia's name a secret.
I don't know what the story is about exactly,
he said, pulling the sheets of paper from his satchel.
I said I would show it to the right people.
Excellent.
Jasper said, delighted as he took the paper from Malcolm.
You know, all jokes aside, those damn penny dreadfuls are a goldmine.
He whispered.
Are they now?
Malcolm asked.
Absolutely.
Jasper leaned in to speak intently to his friend.
The name obviously says it all. A penny a pop for these trifles. I pay the writers a bit and I reap the rewards.
He took another large gulp of his drink. Malcolm was a bit impressed about the business plan, but not with Jasper's cavalier attitude toward the writers and their pay.
Do the writers make enough to live on?
Malcolm asked.
It depends, but that's the beauty of it.
He grinned.
These penny dreadful stories are only several pages each week and run in print for several weeks. The writer must continue the story, the readers get hooked, and I'm all that wealthier at the end.
Malcolm looked at the man seated across from him, who exuded an air of confidence and arrogance that was a tad off-putting.
I'm glad of your success, Jasper. I didn't promise the boy anything, just that I would have you look the story over.
Malcolm said, rising.
I'll read it over and let you know.
He rose as well.
If it's rubbish, we can tell him some story about keeping at it.
He grinned.
For every truly spectacular story I've published, there must be hundreds or more I've tossed in the bin.
Thank you, Jasper.
The two men shook hands and parted ways. Chapter 3. In the Midst of Shadows. Jasper threw his coat over the red upholstered chair in the room that served as his office and library. He poured himself a whiskey and looked into the amber hue. It had been a long day and an even longer night. He had spent an hour at his club and then had visited Claude, his French mistress. While he enjoyed her company, and she was a lovely little thing, they had ended the evening quarrelling. He realised after coming home that they spent most nights quarrelling. It was usually over the same thing, and it was not an issue that would ever be resolved. He would not marry her, nor any woman. He quite liked his bachelor lifestyle. And unlike titled gentlemen he knew forced to marry for family and duty, Jasper had no such millstone around his neck. He finished the first whiskey and poured himself another, taking it with him to the couch. It was late, well past midnight, probably later. He should head upstairs and go to bed. Placing the glass back on the bar, he picked up his jacket and flung it over his shoulder, just as something whooshed onto the floor. Looking down at the sheets of paper, he remembered the conversation with Malcolm.
A delivery boy who fancies himself a writer.
He thought, chuckling to himself. He picked up the sheets of paper and took them upstairs with him.
Thinks he's another Thomas Peckett Prest.
He thought ruefully, recalling the famous penny dreadful writer as he flung his coat onto the chair. Taking the story with him, he sat down on his bed and began to read. The minutes ticked by as the mantel clock struck the hour, and Jasper didn't realise any time had passed at all. He had been absolutely riveted to the story.
Bloody hell.
He grinned widely. Malcolm was about to lose a delivery boy.
There's a very well-dressed man outside who said he's not a patient but a friend, and needs to see you at once.
Ruth said wide-eyed. Malcolm frowned.
Did he give his name?
Jasper Courtenay,
said the man himself as he appeared behind Ruth and entered Malcolm's office.
It's fine, Nurse Pratt. I know Mr. Courtenay.
He gestured to the man wearing a dark blue suit. Ruth left the room eyeing Jasper with interest. He winked back at her before she shut the door.
So Malcolm, who is this delivery boy?
He asked, taking the seat facing the doctor.
Delivery boy.
Malcolm frowned at the reference.
What delivery boy?
He said in complete ignorance.
Come, don't be coy. The secret writer, the penny dreadful, the story you asked me to look over.
Jasper said impatiently.
Oh, him.
Malcolm said, straightening up, then shrugging.
Why do you ask?
Why do I ask?
Jasper paused and then said,
I ask because that little story you gave me may just be the best penny dreadful I've ever read.
His eyes lit up. Malcolm looked at him to see if he was jesting, but he knew he was not. The man had come in the middle of the day to his office because he wanted the story. More importantly, he wanted Lavinia's story.
Really?
Malcolm asked.
Absolutely, I was riveted. I don't mind telling you that I think this story, this character, Casimir, will fascinate not just me, but all of London.
He laughed aloud.
So who is he?
Malcolm nodded.
I'll tell you what, I'll set up the meeting for Friday at your office.
Mid-morning.
Jasper agreed.
10 o'clock.
Jasper stood and brushed off his jacket.
This story is going to make me a fortune.
As Malcolm watched Jasper stroll out of his office, he made a mental note to make sure Lavinia got her fair share and was recognised for the story she was about to sell.
Are you joking?
Lavinia laughed.
I could be, or I might be telling the truth,
he said, grinning.
Lavinia, Malcolm has come all this way in the late afternoon to give you this good news.
Frederica pointed out.
I don't think it's to tell a joke.
Of course not,
Lavinia said.
I'm just a little shocked. I don't think I ever thought beyond you giving him the story to read.
He wants to meet you on Friday.
Malcolm explained.
At his office.
Friday?
She looked concerned.
So soon.
I've known Jasper for some time. He's in earnest. The man only loves two things and he doesn't waste his time on either if it doesn't benefit him.
What are the two things?
Lavinia asked.
Money and...
Malcolm frowned and Frederica interrupted.
That doesn't concern us, Vinny.
Her aunt said.
I'll accompany you on Friday.
Malcolm told Lavinia.
If this story is as exciting as Jasper thinks it is, I want to make sure you get your fair share.
Malcolm assured her.
You've been very generous, Malcolm. Thank you for your help.
Lavinia said sincerely.
It's my pleasure. I'll write the address of Jasper's office for you and I'll meet you there on Friday at 10 o'clock.
I'll be there.
Lavinia nodded.
I must dash. I have another engagement. Frederica, Lavinia.
He bid them goodbye, and they both waited for the door to open and close before speaking.
How utterly thrilling.
Frederica exclaimed happily, placing Malcolm's cup and saucer on the tray and returning to the sofa.
I can scarce believe it. I don't think I will believe it until Friday comes.
Lavinia was stunned.
So thoughtful of Malcolm.
Frederica said kindly.
First, he agrees to show your story to his friend, and then arranges to help you get your fair share.
He's been most kind.
She admitted.
He's very handsome.
Frederica said suddenly. Lavinia frowned.
Is he? I don't think I noticed.
You don't notice a handsome man.
It isn't that, Aunt Freddie. He's Malcolm. I view him as family.
Lavinia gave a second thought to Malcolm's handsome face and dark eyes, and then pushed them aside.
He's a good man. He's always been there for Father and now me. I imagine we'll speak more of this after Friday comes.
Frederica rose quickly from the sofa and went to sit beside her niece.
My darling, I'm so proud of you.
She embraced her quickly and smiled warmly.
Your father would be so proud of you too.
Nothing has happened yet.
Lavinia said modestly.
It will,
she said.
We must tell your Aunt Marjorie when she returns home from her jumble sale at the church. She'll be pleased. I know she will be.
Lavinia lay in bed, listening to the soft rain as it pelted her bedroom window. She had tried not to be overly emotional in front of her aunt and Malcolm, but secretly she was exhilarated. She had been so anxious to hear from the publisher, and now she knew. He wanted to purchase her story. She was extremely grateful to Malcolm. He had done exactly as he said he would. He had shown her story to the publisher, and now the publisher wanted it. She felt a flush of glee trickle through her body, and she stretched her arms over her head and flexed her feet. What a wonderful feeling. Someone with the power and ability to publish her book, and she would be meeting the man on Friday. She immediately thought of her dresses that hung in her armoire and knew she must comb through them to see which was the best choice. Friday couldn't come soon enough. Her destiny was right around the corner. She could feel it.
The lilac one,
Frederica said approvingly. The morning light was streaming into the upstairs bedroom as Frederica and Lavinia searched through her armoire to find the perfect dress for her meeting with the publisher.
Does it really matter what I wear?
Lavinia questioned her aunt.
I don't need to look any certain way for a publisher. What he needs from me is a good story that makes money, surely.
Frederica nodded.
Of course, my dear, but there's nothing wrong with putting your best foot forward.
She pulled out a dark blue gown followed by a striped gown.
Unless you want to show up wearing a tweed travelling suit and some black boots.
Aunt Freddie.
Lavinia smiled.
Ridiculous.
Come, try on the lilac gown again.
Frederica urged her.
It's splendid with your ash blonde hair and grey eyes.
You act as if I'm going out walking with some gentleman.
Lavinia said, moving behind the screen to disrobe and put on the lilac gown.
In a sense you are.
Frederica remarked.
There's no doubt you're a lovely young woman, so you get your foot in the door, show him you are capable, and there's an end to it.
Lavinia emerged from behind the screen wearing the gown her aunt preferred.
It's a lovely colour on you, Vinny,
Frederica said.
Not too purple, not too pink. You must remember men are simple creatures. An attractive female will entice a male to be kinder, gentler, and want to help you. This dress does that.
A dress does all that. Maybe the dress will write the next chapter for me.
Lavinia flippantly said as she twirled in front of the mirror. Friday came quickly, and Lavinia dressed in the lilac gown and pulled on her gloves, hoping there was not much traffic en route to the publisher's office. Frederica and Marjorie had left earlier that morning for a church event, and they had both wished her well. The hansom cab arrived promptly. When Lavinia stepped up to the office, she saw a fashionable red brick building. As she entered the building, Lavinia spotted a door to her left that was stenciled with the name J. Courtenay on it. When she opened the door, she heard the familiar click-clack of typewriter machines, like the kind used by Eleazar's clerks. A woman with stark yellow hair and rouged cheeks looked at her expectantly as Lavinia looked back at her, waiting for her to speak. When the woman didn't say anything, Lavinia took several steps to stand before her.
I'm waiting for someone,
Lavinia told the woman. The seemingly bored woman coolly said as she looked her over.
And who might that be?
Mr. Alsop,
Lavinia said, adopting the formality of his name.
We're here to see...
That's right.
The woman consulted her appointment book.
Mr. Alsop has an appointment to see Mr. Courtenay at 10.
Yes.
You're early,
the woman said in an almost accusatory tone.
I didn't want to be late,
Lavinia said.
Have a seat there.
She pointed to a row of wooden chairs.
I'll take you to see him when your other party arrives.
Lavinia took a seat and tried not to stare openly at the woman. She might have been pretty, but Lavinia couldn't tell. Her hair was very yellow, almost garishly so, and she knew it must not be her natural colour. The woman had a bright splash of pink rouge on her round cheeks, and her lips were painted a vibrant red that was stark against her pale face. Her aunts never used cosmetics on their faces. She had even heard Aunt Marjorie call their milliner's shop assistant a Jezebel when she had dared once to rouge her cheeks. A sharp word to the proprietress, and the assistant had never worn rouge again. Lavinia didn't find the rouge shocking or upsetting. Still, it did appear unnatural against the woman's pale face, and she would have looked better without it. Seated behind the rouged woman were several more women typing on their machines. The clacking sounds were almost soothing. Lavinia looked up at the clock to her right as the hour chimed 10. She wondered where Malcolm was. She glanced back at the rouged woman and almost let out a gasp. The woman was smoking. She had lit a cigarette and was taking a drag on it as she stared at Lavinia. It was scandalous. She had never known a woman to smoke cigarettes in public. She met the woman's eyes and saw she was smiling. Lavinia looked about the small office to see if anyone else was as shocked as she, but no one was paying them any mind. The other women's eyes were glued to their typewriting machines. After 10 minutes had passed, Lavinia stood up and approached the front desk.
It appears Mr. Alsop is late. I don't want to keep Mr. Courtenay waiting. Perhaps I could see him myself, and when Mr. Alsop arrives, he can join us.
Lavinia offered. The rouged woman shrugged her shoulders.
Suit yourself, hun. I'll show you to his office.
What are they typing?
Lavinia asked. The woman looked over at Lavinia.
Manuscripts, stories, whatever the boss wants them to. Are you looking for a job as a typist? Mr. Courtenay didn't say we were hiring.
Oh, no, I'm not a typist.
Lavinia said quickly.
I don't know how.
The blonde said.
It's not that hard, dearie. I could do it in my sleep.
They walked down a small hallway, and the yellow-haired woman turned to a large door on the left and knocked twice on it.
Mr. Courtenay, your 10 o'clock is here.
She gave Lavinia a sweeping glance and then left her alone in the hallway.
Come in.
Lavinia opened the door and entered a room that was filled with deep greens and browns. The wood panelling on the wall was a deep oak, and the desk that dominated the room appeared to be mahogany. The man seated behind the desk had dark hair, and when she neared him she saw his blue eyes focused on her. He wore a fashionable checkered suit and trousers with a bright gold waistcoat. He seemed to be staring at Lavinia just as she was staring at him. He must not have expected her to come alone, she realised. He must be wondering where Malcolm was. She was irritably wondering the same.
I'm not sure what Miss Nichols told you, but we're not hiring.
Jasper told Lavinia curtly.
Miss Nichols?
She frowned.
The blonde who sits at the front, Miss Nichols.
He clarified.
Oh, I see. Miss Nichols, we weren't introduced, so I didn't know her name.
Lavinia said.
You weren't introduced.
Jasper smiled.
That's cute. Who should have introduced you, the butler?
Jasper reached for a cigarette and offered her one.
No, thank you.
Jasper shrugged.
How can I help you, Miss?
He asked quickly. Lavinia was silent.
Miss?
He repeated.
Oh, are you speaking to me? I'm waiting for the butler to introduce us.
She said coolly. Jasper nodded and smiled.
Have a seat.
He gestured to the chair before him.
Thank you.
So as I said, I'm not hiring any typists at this time.
Jasper explained.
Although if I was, I'd give you the job in a heartbeat. We can always do with some attractive wallpaper.
He smiled. Lavinia seethed inwardly and ignored his comment.
I'm not a typist.
Lavinia said, her hands folded neatly in her lap.
Not a typist.
He said, leaning back in his chair.
But you'll want to give me a job.
She said mysteriously.
I will.
He frowned. She nodded.
Yes.
And what exactly do I want you to do?
He asked, looking over her trim figure.
I'm a writer.
He heard the words, and then he made a sharp bark of a laugh.
A writer? Yes, it seems everyone and their father is a writer in this grand city of ours.
Don't you even want to read what I write?
She asked.
Miss, I've been a publisher for 7 years now.
Jasper said.
I've published memoirs and occult stories. I've published romance and science. And the one thing I've learned in all that time is that I find the writers. They don't find me, sweetheart.
He concluded.
Is that so?
Lavinia said, looking into his handsome face.
Absolutely so.
May I borrow a pen and paper?
She took the pen and paper and wrote on it. She returned them both to him and thanked the publisher for his time.
Do me one small favour,
she said, folding the paper in half.
When your next appointment arrives, please read this. And not until then. Good morning, Mr. Courtenay.
He grinned and watched her leave, tossing the paper aside and pulling the manuscript he had been reviewing back toward him. When Malcolm arrived a full 30 minutes late, having missed Lavinia, he met Jasper and apologised for his tardiness.
I had the strangest morning and an even stranger guest.
Jasper told him, shaking his head.
Who, by the way, I thought was you.
Who was the guest?
A gorgeous blonde.
Jasper recalled.
Who had a way with words and a witty tongue.
He winked.
I quite liked her.
A blonde?
Malcolm asked.
Just so.
What did she say?
He asked.
Not much, in fact. I told her I wasn't hiring, though she stated she was a writer, and that I wanted to hire her. Bizarre.
Jasper shook his head. Malcolm smiled inwardly.
Was that it?
Jasper nodded, then stopped himself.
Actually, no, she wrote something on a piece of paper.
He looked about for it.
She told me to read it when my next appointment arrived, which is you.
He found the paper on his desk and read the words written on it.
When Malcolm arrives, he'll tell you who I am. Send word when you decide that you want to hire me.
Jasper looked confused as Malcolm's smile increased. Chapter 4. In the Midst of Shadows. Jasper shook his head.
I don't believe it.
Why is it so hard to believe?
Malcolm asked as they waited for Lavinia to rejoin them. Jasper had dispatched one of his newsboys to ask Lavinia to return to the publishing office with his apologies.
Because the story was filled with life and it was so engaging, so enjoyable.
Jasper stumbled over his words.
Excellent. All the more reason to publish her story.
Malcolm concluded.
I don't know. I suppose I could imagine a woman who looks as she does writing some soppy poetry or some romantic nonsense about a wayward duke.
Jasper shook his head.
But Penny Dreadfuls?
My God, man.
Malcolm laughed.
You are a misogynist.
Jasper turned to his friend.
That is absolutely incorrect. I don't hate women. I love women.
He said, a smile on his face.
Oh, yes, you love women.
Malcolm nodded.
As long as they know their place and keep it.
Malcolm said.
Which is usually in your bed.
Rubbish. Look at my office. It's filled with women working for me.
Jasper waved a hand at the wall that separated the secretaries and himself.
The women are typing their fingers to the bone.
Malcolm said coolly.
You seem utterly amazed and shocked that the best Penny Dreadful you've ever read is actually written by a woman.
He placed careful emphasis on the last word. Jasper was about to say something, and Malcolm stopped him.
Those were your words.
Malcolm tried to bite back a smile, but was unsuccessful.
You seem to be enjoying yourself.
Jasper looked irritated.
Especially since you lied to me, delivery boy.
He muttered under his breath.
Huh, and why do you think I lied to you? And let me tell you something else, Jazz.
Malcolm said suddenly.
Lavinia is not to be toyed with. I won't stand for it.
Jasper frowned.
Toyed with?
She's not some music hall actress or one of your typists.
Malcolm said, realizing as he spoke the words that they had come across as sounding jealous.
What is she to you?
Jasper pressed.
Her father was a dear friend. He invested in my surgery. I owe him a great deal, which extends to his family and his daughter, Lavinia.
Malcolm said hotly.
I don't...
Jasper began.
Hello.
Lavinia said, and both men turned to stare at her standing in the doorway.
Lavinia.
Malcolm looked sheepishly at her and then Jasper.
How long have you been standing there?
I just arrived.
She closed the door behind her and took the seat next to Malcolm.
Allow me to make the introductions,
Malcolm said, and Lavinia raised an eyebrow at Jasper.
Jasper Courtenay, this is Lavinia Howard. Lavinia, this is Jasper Courtenay.
A pleasure.
Jasper nodded to her and his lips turned up in a half grin.
I don't mind telling you, none of the penny dreadful writers I have here are even half as pretty as you.
Malcolm looked coldly at Jasper while Lavinia smiled lightly.
I'm sure as a writer their physical appearance is a priority for your firm.
Lavinia looked at him.
Never mind the story, the pacing, the character development.
I think we got off on the wrong foot.
Jasper said smoothly.
I blame Malcolm entirely.
He glared over at the other man.
How am I to blame?
Malcolm frowned.
You told me the penny dreadful writer was a delivery boy.
Jasper called him out.
For a very good reason. I didn't want you to be biased. I didn't want you to know the story was written by a woman.
Malcolm shrugged.
That's all.
And they say I have something against women.
He said slyly. Jasper pulled out a cigarette and lit it.
Let's get down to business. The story's good.
He told Lavinia.
You realise this is just the beginning. I'll need to have several more weekly instalments. They can be 8, 12, 16 pages, depending on how much you need to tell the story.
He took a drag of the cigarette and blew the air out.
I can do that,
she said in agreement.
I pay a flat fee for every story that is turned into me.
He explained.
If we print the stories and for some reason they aren't selling or there is no interest, we can meet again and discuss moving forward.
She nodded.
I understand.
Her name will be prominently featured.
Malcolm said in a statement, not a question. Jasper turned to him and then looked at Lavinia.
Miss Howard, let's discuss this. Despite what our friend here thinks, I have no problem with a woman writer, especially one who might make me a substantial sum of money. However, I think the public might. As the penny dreadful readers are largely male, I think we should consider an alternative name.
I have already done so. I never thought to publish under my own name,
she said simply. Jasper raised an eyebrow in surprise.
Indeed?
G.R. Howard. That will be my pseudonym,
she declared.
G.R.
He questioned, tapping his cigarette ash into the tray on his desk.
Your mother and father.
Malcolm met her eyes and she nodded. Jasper watched the exchange and his eyes narrowed.
If everything is to your liking, I will draw up the contract, and the first instalment will be published in a week and a half.
That's very exciting,
she said, smiling.
Once the story comes to me, it's given to the editor to review the copy, and then we work on a cover for the story. All of this is at my discretion.
He disclosed. He stood and she did as well. Then they shook hands. Jasper came around the desk to walk her to the door.
I'm hosting a small supper party in 2 weeks at my townhouse here in London, Miss Howard.
Jasper mentioned.
I would like for you to join us. You could meet several other writers and they could get to know you. It will be right after your first story is published. We are a small intimate publishing house here.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Lavinia,
Malcolm said, standing beside her.
Frederica would enjoy it as well.
Frederica.
Jasper frowned.
My aunt,
Lavinia said.
Her chaperone.
Malcolm said, meeting Jasper's eyes.
Of course. I'll have Miss Nichols send you the invitation. An absolute pleasure,
he said, taking her hand in his before she departed. When she had left the office, Jasper turned to face Malcolm, passing him as he returned to his desk.
She's quite something,
Jasper said softly.
I don't think I've met a woman like that who is a writer, speaks her mind and is lovely to look at.
Malcolm turned to his friend and resumed his seat facing him.
She's nothing to do with you, Jasper.
Jasper picked up his cigarette.
Is she your fiancée, your wife? I recall her name is Howard. So I think you should let the quite capable Miss Howard decide for herself what she wants and does not want.
Absolutely. Just understand that Miss Howard is not without friends, and I will make sure to guard her interests.
Malcolm said coolly.
Come now, Malcolm.
Jasper picked up another cigarette and lit it.
You came to me for advice on a writer's story. I've already told you it's fantastic. I admire the lady, as I'm sure you do as well. There's an end to it.
Malcolm nodded.
You're right. I do admire Lavinia. Thank you for your help in this. I'll take my leave.
Lavinia didn't immediately return home after meeting with her new publisher and Malcolm. She told the driver to take her to Hyde Park, where she felt the need to stretch her legs and take in the cool autumn air. She had not expected much that morning when she had been introduced to Jasper Courtenay. He was a handsome man, but there was an arrogance and conceit in him that she found off-putting. She had been outside the office when she had overheard Malcolm tell Jasper to steer clear of her. She had no romantic inclinations toward Jasper, but that Malcolm should be protective was a comforting feeling. Jasper would publish her stories, and she would remain civil with the man when she saw him. That would be that. She thought of the supper party he had invited her to, and realized she had not been to dinner parties since her father passed. She thought longingly of her father, and how he would have been proud of her. She had succeeded in getting her story published, and now the self-doubt and self-recrimination began. What if no one liked her story? What if the copies sat unpurchased and were made soggy in the rain? What if people purchased them and thought them so poor they used them to wrap their fish and chips? She almost laughed aloud. How melodramatic she sounded. She thought of Casimir Kimberley and realized as she walked the green lawns of Hyde Park that she had a second story in mind for him. She was excited as she walked back toward the lane to hire a hansom cab to return home. She must note the idea before it vanished.
So,
Frederica said the moment Lavinia entered the parlour.
How was it? I thought something went wrong when you came home so soon and then went out again.
It was a misunderstanding,
Lavinia said, pulling her gloves off.
Malcolm was late, so they moved the appointment,
she said, trying to explain the awkward situation.
I thought as much,
she said as they both walked into the front parlour.
Malcolm is such a busy man.
She nodded to her sister, who was pouring out the tea.
Tell us about the morning,
said Aunt Marjorie, handing her the cup and saucer.
What happened when you went to the publisher?
Lavinia shrugged her slender shoulders.
He was very professional and said he liked my story. He is going to publish it in a week and a half.
Oh, Lavinia,
Frederica said with affection in her voice.
A published story. We'll have to buy 10 copies that morning.
Most excellent news, Lavinia,
Marjorie said generously.
He also invited me to a supper party in 2 weeks,
she told her aunts.
to meet the other authors and get acquainted. He invited a chaperone, so let me know who wants to...
You attend, sister,
Marjorie said.
You know I don't care for such things, and I'm sure you would enjoy it.
Lavinia climbed the stairs after supper and made her way to her father's room. It had been 6 months since he had died of an unexpected heart attack, and his loss remained with them all. The money and the townhouse that provided for them all had been reminders of how diligent her father, Gerald, had been. Lavinia moved about his room and touched his combs and his cologne, the bottle of Caswell Massey No. 6. She recalled he had worn this cologne often, and when she sniffed the scent, a hint of rosemary and cloves brought back memories. She returned the bottle to its place, overcome by emotion. She looked about the room, which was still dusted and polished every week, though she had drawn the line at fresh linens. There was no need to overwork their maid and laundress, who came in twice a week. A simple white duvet was all that covered her father's bed. Lavinia sat down on the bed and sighed deeply. She had been pleased to share her good fortune of being published with her aunts. She wished more than anything her father was here to enfold her in his arms and tell her that he was proud of her. He would have kissed her forehead as he had done 1,000 times before and said,
Well done, Vinnie.
She had been most unfortunate to lose her mother at a young age, but her father had been as doting and loving as any father could. To lose him suddenly had been a blow that she still suffered from. She heard her aunts on the landing outside bidding each other a good night, so she left behind her memories and retired to her own room. Lavinia moved through the British Museum, her eye catching one item and then moving on to another. She and her Aunt Frederica had come to see John Turtle Wood's discovery of the 4th century Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, a wonder of the ancient world. Wood had been sponsored by the museum, and it had been such an exciting find. Frederica and Lavinia both enjoyed history and took the day to spend time in the museum and seek out the temple.
Look, Lavinia.
Her aunt pointed out a perfect miniature replica of the massive temple.
There it is.
The temple had been intricately recreated in minute detail the size of a dollhouse, and it was quite riveting.
Isn't it exquisite?
Lavinia said, smiling at Freddie.
Look at the detail, Aunt.
Her aunt moved closer to study the temple and all its details. Looking at her aunt, who was wearing a brown and black striped gown with a small hat that contained an orange feather, Lavinia felt a wave of affection. She darted forward and gave her a quick embrace before she turned away.
What was that for?
Frederica asked, smiling.
Nothing. Thank you for coming with me.
Lavinia said as they moved to look at the next exhibition.
Are you nervous?
Her aunt asked as they entered another room, passing by two elderly women.
Should I be?
Lavinia said.
The story is to be published in 2 days, and then we have the party.
Frederica reminded her.
The party doesn't concern me at all.
Lavinia shrugged.
I'd really rather not go.
We needn't if you prefer. And the story?
Frederica raised an eyebrow. Lavinia nodded.
I'm anxious, I won't lie.
You needn't be anxious, my dear. The story will be a grand success.
Frederica assured her.
And if it isn't?
She turned to her suddenly, her voice rising.
What if no one buys it, Aunt? What if people think it's stupid? What if...
Frederica interrupted.
What if they love the story? What if it sells out? What if people start calling the publishing office demanding the next instalment?
Frederica's eyes met those of her niece. Lavinia nodded and took a deep breath, feeling foolish.
What if?
Frederica said dramatically, taking her niece by the arm.
We finish this exhibition and then go have tea and scones. What if we do that?
Lavinia smiled lightly, realizing she was being foolish.
Yes, what if we do?
It was pointless trying to predict what would happen. If the story was a failure, she could write another one. If the story was a triumph, that might even be worse. How could she better an absolute triumph? Whatever happened, she would either be poised to write a new story to make up for the failed version, or an even better one than the first installment. There was a chill in the air as she pulled on a dark blue woolen skirt with a matching jacket that buttoned to the throat. She pinned her mother's gold and garnet brooch on her jacket and left the townhouse. It was early in the morning and a fog lay over London. The streets were wet, evidence of rainfall during the night. She stepped into the street and, not bothering to hail a hansom cab, walked the few blocks to the news vendor nearest the townhouse. The sound of her heels on the street echoed as she appeared to be the only one about. The news vendor had a little shop on the corner of a residential street that turned into upscale shops once she walked further to the left. She noticed that the milkman had not made his rounds, as there were no milk bottles on the doorsteps of the townhouses she passed. It must be earlier than she thought as she approached the news vendor. She noticed a man in work clothes stop by the news vendor, make a purchase, and then walk in the opposite direction. She felt for the coins in her dress pocket and stepped up to the vendor.
Morning, miss.
He nodded to her in greeting and returned to his newspaper.
Morning,
she said in return. She looked over the newspapers he was selling and saw the familiar titles: The Times, The Guardian, The Daily Telegraph. They were all neatly stacked on top of each other. A customer could quickly grab a copy and be on their way. Besides the newspapers, the vendor sold the Evening Standard from the night before and the Spectator and the Economist magazines.
Something I can help you with, love?
He asked, looking up at her. Lavinia was about to refuse his help and then nodded.
Yes, I was wondering if you had any new penny dreadfuls. Our cook loves them and we want to keep her happy.
The vendor smiled.
That's a fine idea. The penny dreadfuls are just there.
He pointed to the corner below the newspapers. Lavinia nodded.
I see.
She glanced quickly at the covers but did not see the one she was looking for.
Now that you mention it,
the man said, looking up at her.
I think I got something new this morning from Courtenay Publishing.
Turning around, he heaved a large bundle of magazines wrapped in twine and placed them before her.
There you are, love. Hot off the presses.
The man said, smiling.
Can't beat that. Your cook will be the first on her block to read this lot.
Lavinia tried to conceal her excitement as she stared at the cover of a man appearing larger than life standing before a familiar backdrop of London. Over him read the words, The Grand Adventures of Casimir Kimberley, and beneath his feet it read, By G.R. Howard. A thrill of delight filled her as she stared at the cover, and she tried hard not to start grinning like an idiot.
I'll take 5 copies.
She shrugged.
She might want to give them to her friends.
The man took her coins and she pressed the copies to her breast as she turned to hurry back to her townhouse. Her heart thudded heavily inside her chest, and only then did she begin to smile, and she didn't stop all the way home. When she entered the townhouse, her aunts were in their nightclothes sitting in the downstairs parlour.
Goodness, Lavinia,
her Aunt Frederica said, coming to stand before her.
The hour is not yet 6. We heard you leave. We thought something had happened to you.
She stood staring at her. Aunt Marjorie looked bleary-eyed and half asleep before the fireplace.
Let's have some tea or coffee. We aren't going back to bed now.
I'm sorry I woke you, darlings, but look,
she said in an excited voice, and gave a copy to each of her aunts.
Look!
Her smile was wide and her eyes bright as she held up a copy of The Penny Dreadful.
Lavinia,
Frederica said, embracing her.
Oh, this is exciting, most exciting.
It is exciting,
Marjorie said, blinking in the light.
But coffee first, then congratulations, please.
She rose and walked down the hallway to the kitchen to find their cook. Lavinia sat on the sofa, pulling Freddie with her.
I couldn't sleep. I was tossing and turning all night. I figured I might as well get up early and go visit the news vendor and see if he had any copies.
You walked all that way?
Frederica asked.
In the dark.
Marjorie returned, yawning.
Cook is up and making us tea. I'm not sure about breakfast. It's so early.
Thank you, Aunt Marjorie,
Lavinia said.
It wasn't that far and the gas lights were on.
Well,
Frederica said, smiling.
I don't blame you.
She took up the magazine Lavinia had handed her.
It's quite an accomplishment.
We'll see,
Lavinia said.
And I'm sorry I worried you both. I should have told Cook I was leaving, which reminds me,
she said, standing up.
This copy is for her.
Lavinia disappeared down the hallway and into the kitchen. When she returned, she was carrying the tray of cups, a pot and a plate of shortbread biscuits.
Dear Cook,
Frederica said as the tray was placed before them.
I'll play mother.
She poured out the tea as Lavinia sat back down on the sofa staring at the magazine cover.
Now all I can do is wait,
she said softly. She had slept badly, tossing and turning during the night, all sorts of scenarios playing in her head, each one worse than the one before. Chapter 5. In the Midst of Shadows. Jasper raised his champagne glass high and toasted the woman who stood before him, dressed in a deep amethyst-coloured silk gown.
To my star, the woman of the hour, may she and Casimir Kimberley long reign supreme.
Jasper told the assembled group before him. He threw back the alcohol and swallowed it in one gulp. The men dressed in their black and white evening clothes, and the women in their finery cheered loudly. Lavinia heard several people call out her name and offer their congratulations. It was hard to hear much of the music played in the small ballroom and the chatter and conversation surrounding her.
So how does it feel to be the youngest woman and also the most successful Penny Dreadful author to date?
Jasper said as he came toward her with another champagne glass in his hand. Lavinia smiled in the low gaslights of his opulent Belgravia Square townhouse. She looked around at the assembled people whom Jasper had invited. What had started out as a simple supper party had turned into a celebration. The Grand Adventures of Casimir Kimberley was an immediate success. The first morning it had sold relatively well, and Jasper had been pleased. The Penny Dreadful was selling so fast by the second day that Jasper had to employ 2 young errand boys to send fresh copies to news vendors requesting it. By the third day, the Penny Dreadful had sold out several times over, and people were rushing to the publishing offices to obtain their copies. When her Aunt Marjorie brought home a copy of Punch and showed it to her niece, she knew things were becoming sensational. There was a small mention of her story, and the writer wanted to know the true identity of Mr. Howard.
It's exhilarating,
Lavinia said to Jasper.
And frightening,
she added.
Frightening? How could that be?
He weaved her through the crowd and into the back ballroom. The small band he had procured played a light and airy piece, and she turned toward it.
Is that Rossini?
She wondered.
It sounds familiar.
Jasper turned to the small orchestra.
I'm not entirely sure. You like music?
Very much. My aunts and I attend concerts and musical events often.
She explained. Jasper looked down at her and he gave her an odd grin.
You know, in this light, you are quite lovely, Lavinia.
Lavinia bit back a smile.
As opposed to the regular light, I look like...
Exactly.
He exclaimed. Lavinia rolled her eyes and walked with him until she saw a gold settee, which Jasper sat heavily down upon.
I'm not going to lie to you,
he said, looking up at her as she took the empty glass from him.
I thought your story was outstanding.
Thank you,
she said, not sure what his point was.
But if that damn doctor had told me the truth, I might never have seen you,
he admitted.
Well then, aren't we both lucky he lied?
She said as she moved away from him, leaving him slumped over on the settee.
There you are, my dear,
Frederica said, coming to stand before her with a swish of her deep russet-coloured gown.
Here I am,
Lavinia said, leading her to the far side of the room, leaving Jasper to his thoughts.
You're quite a triumph, my dear. Everyone here is toasting you and Casimir.
Frederica told her. A footman came by and Lavinia pulled 2 champagne coupes from the tray.
Then let's give a toast to the man who made it all possible,
Lavinia said.
To Casimir.
To Casimir,
Frederica repeated.
To Casimir indeed,
a voice behind them said. The 2 ladies turned to see a man dressed in black and white evening clothes with his black hair slicked black and a neat moustache twirled up at the sides.
Have we met?
Lavinia asked, confused. She had met so many people that evening she had lost count and did not want to appear rude.
only in passing,
the man said.
But allow me to introduce myself. My name is Duncan Cornell.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cornell. I'm Lavinia Howard, and this is my Aunt Frederica Howard.
Lavinia introduced.
Does my name mean anything to you?
He asked suddenly. Lavinia paused for a moment and then shook her head.
I don't think so. Should I know it?
Duncan twirled the tip of his moustache and grinned.
Before Casimir Kimberley and his grand adventures, there was Connor the Cobbler, a man who made shoes for a living while righting the wrongs of London.
He exclaimed loudly.
I write under the pen name Cornell Dunn.
Of course.
Lavinia nodded.
You write penny dreadfuls as well.
Write them? My dear, I was as celebrated as you are tonight. My first story sold out in 3 different cities.
He boasted loudly.
That's wonderful,
she said, looking over at her aunt and then back at Duncan.
I've met many of the writers that Jasper has published over the years,
he told her.
Being a little older than most, I have seen quite a few come and go.
It does seem like a difficult business,
Lavinia said as she watched her aunt move away so the 2 writers could speak alone.
I did wonder why he had agreed to bring on another penny dreadful writer when he has me, but now I understand.
He sniffed decidedly.
I'll be plain enough, Miss Howard. I've been with Jasper for many years, and he's done well by me. My stories have sold and been in demand. I can write whatever the readers want, make no mistake.
He pointed out.
But I suddenly come to think that it isn't so much what the readers want, as it is what Jazz wants.
Which is?
Lavinia asked, trying not to appear flustered.
Jazz is many things to many people. Perhaps he might be several things to you, a publisher, a lover.
He said the words calmly.
A lover?
Lavinia said equally calmly. Duncan shrugged.
Perhaps.
You are right in everything you say, Mr. Cornell. Readers want what they want, and you can supply what they want, just like any other writer. It would be easy for you to assume that I'm Jasper's fancy woman, and that's why he published my story, except for one small thing.
Lavinia said, taking a step toward the man.
Which is?
I didn't cause my story to sell out 2 days in a row in London, nor did I cause a riot at the publishing office to try and get a copy of my story.
She looked him up and down and then gave him a smile.
Did I?
He said nothing.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Cornell,
she said, walking purposely away from him. They had covered the body with a rough woolen blue blanket. It was supposed to keep prying eyes from the dead body and give some last bit of respect to the dead woman, but it barely mattered. No one was around. The constable waited patiently on this chilly autumn night for the detective to arrive. When the hansom cab stopped, he watched 2 gentlemen emerge and walk the short distance to where he stood.
Hello, sir.
the constable said to the older man, the one in charge. Detective Chief Inspector Harrison Bryce nodded to the young constable keeping watch over the body, and then turned to his sergeant.
Sergeant, take the constable's statement and see if he saw anyone when he arrived. I'll be over there,
he said, gesturing to the prone body. Detective Sergeant Kenneth Jakeman took out his pencil and small pad as his senior officer went to get a closer look at the body. It was late in the evening, and there was no one about. The gaslights hissed on the street, and the lone hansom cab that had brought them to the scene had departed, leaving the three men alone. Inspector Bryce pulled back the sheet. The woman appeared to be in her early 40s, with brown hair streaked with grey pulled back into a bun. He could see no jewellery on her, and her clothes were nondescript, a skirt, blouse and shawl.
Boss,
Kenneth said as he came toward him.
The constable didn't see anything. He was making his rounds as he does every night. He saw the body and wasn't sure it even was a body in the dark. He came to investigate and saw her. He had us called.
Where did the blanket come from?
Harrison looked at the woman. Kenneth frowned.
I don't know, I didn't ask.
Kenneth left his superior's side for a minute and then returned.
He said the blanket was with some other items along the alleyway here, so he took it and covered her up.
When did he discover the body?
An hour ago.
Does he know her?
Harrison drew a hand through his dark brown hair.
All right, let's have the morgue take her.
He walked back to the constable as Kenneth made a small notation in his book.
That's odd.
The constable suddenly said as Harrison came to stand by him.
What's odd?
The body, the woman.
Why is it odd? She fell down the stairs.
Harrison shrugged.
They are quite steep.
No, not that. It was...
The constable stopped suddenly in mid-sentence.
Out with it,
said the detective.
It's just...
He looked around but saw Kenneth was still near the body writing in his small notepad. Harrison waited.
I read something very similar. Something almost identical to this. I know it might sound fantastical, but...
He stopped awkwardly and then rushed forward.
It was in a penny dreadful.
What was in the penny dreadful?
Harrison asked.
This entire scene. The woman's dead body at the bottom of the stairs. The detective called in, the sidekick, or sergeant in this case.
The constable shook his head just as Harrison met his eyes.
What are you saying?
Harrison asked.
Someone killed this poor woman. This woman with nothing to her name and no one who even seems to care that she's gone.
The constable stopped himself.
Never mind, sir.
Harrison sighed heavily as the morgue's horse and carriage pulled up. He looked back at the young constable. Harrison walked quickly through the small ornate iron gate to the back of the red brick villa-style house until he came to the door facing the small courtyard. Turning his key, he opened the door to his lodging and closed it firmly behind him. He took off his topcoat, wet from the rain, and laid it on the back of the chair before the lingering fire. He had chosen this villa in Greater London because he only had to contend with two other tenants who shared the building, and it was quiet with his own private door. This allowed him to come and go as he pleased. The other tenants used the main entrance, and that didn't suit his work. The low fire burning meant his landlady had been in to keep the place warm. He appreciated the effort, though Mrs. Ogden, while kind, could be a busybody. He wished he had been able to stop for a cup of tea before heading home, but now he was too tired to make the quick trek to the kitchen for one. As if reading his mind, a knock fell on the door and he went to answer it. Mrs. Ogden stood there holding a small tray in her hands. He ushered her in out of the rain. Mrs. Ogden was in her early 50s with red hair that was more grey, thin lips and penetrating eyes. Harrison suspected that she was a lonely woman. Her husband had died 5 years before, and he guessed she was looking for a replacement. Harrison liked that the woman was conscientious with her tenants, but was not keen to be husband number 2.
I knew you had been called out, Mr. Bryce. I thought this might be welcome,
she said, placing the tray down. Harrison looked over the teacup, pot and biscuits, and resisted the urge to embrace the middle-aged woman.
You are very thoughtful as always, Mrs. Ogden. I'm most grateful,
he said in earnest.
Nonsense.
Mrs. Ogden pinkened at his words.
I was thinking just now of walking to the kitchen for a cup of tea, but I'm tired, and the weather is so wet and cold.
He smiled.
You've saved me the trouble.
Well, you are my favourite tenant, Mr. Bryce.
She smiled back shyly and then shook her head.
I mean Detective Chief Inspector.
There's no need for such formalities, Mrs. Ogden,
he assured her. Mrs. Ogden nodded to her tenant and left the same way she had entered. Harrison returned to the tray and poured out the brown tea, adding some sugar to the brew. He put his teacup aside as he reached into his wet jacket pocket and pulled out the penny dreadful he had purchased on his way home. He felt foolish even buying the damn thing. He hadn't read them since he was a boy. But once the constable had mentioned the penny dreadful story about a dead woman at the foot of the stairs, he had to purchase the story to read it for himself. He turned the pages with one hand as his other hand held the teacup. The penny dreadfuls were larger than life, and he had been fascinated by the stories as a young boy. But as he read the story by G.R. Howard, a chill crawled up his spine. When he had first looked at the dead woman that night lying so still and lifeless in the alleyway, he had concluded she must have tripped and fallen down the stairs accidentally. He knew a handful of men, women, and even children who had tripped down the stairs and broken their necks as a result. Often it was a straightforward case, and when there was no money involved, that was the end of it. But Harrison had been with the Metropolitan Police for 15 years, working his way up from constable to detective, and he knew that money was not the only motive for murder. There were many other motives, such as lust, to the worst reason of all, killing for its thrill. He finished reading the story and smiled to himself. Casimir Kimberly seemed to have all the luck. He had been surrounded by a crowd where the murderer and his lover had been standing nearby for all to see. Harrison had only had his constable and sergeant for company on that cold, rainy night. At the sound of thunder, Harrison looked at the mantel clock. It was late. He threw the penny dreadful onto the empty chair that faced him and shrugged. It wouldn't hurt to visit Courtenay Publishing and meet Mr. G.R. Howard face to face. He mustn't leave even this far-fetched stone unturned. Mrs. Ogden nodded to her tenant and left the same way she had entered. Harrison returned to the tray and poured out the brown tea, adding some sugar to the brew. He put his teacup aside as he reached into his wet jacket pocket and pulled out the penny dreadful he had purchased on his way home. He felt foolish even buying the damn thing. He hadn't read them since he was a boy. But once the constable had mentioned the penny dreadful story about a dead woman at the foot of the stairs, he had to purchase the story to read it for himself. He turned the pages with one hand as his other hand held the teacup. The penny dreadfuls were larger than life, and he had been fascinated by the stories as a young boy. But as he read the story by G.R. Howard, a chill crawled up his spine. When he had first looked at the dead woman that night lying so still and lifeless in the alleyway, he had concluded she must have tripped and fallen down the stairs accidentally. He knew a handful of men, women, and even children who had tripped down the stairs and broken their necks as a result. Often it was a straightforward case, and when there was no money involved, that was the end of it. But Harrison had been with the Metropolitan Police for 15 years, working his way up from constable to detective, and he knew that money was not the only motive for murder. There were many other motives, such as lust, to the worst reason of all, killing for its thrill. He finished reading the story and smiled to himself. Casimir Kimberly seemed to have all the luck. He had been surrounded by a crowd where the murderer and his lover had been standing nearby for all to see. Harrison had only had his constable and sergeant for company on that cold, rainy night. At the sound of thunder, Harrison looked at the mantel clock. It was late. He threw the penny dreadful onto the empty chair that faced him and shrugged. It wouldn't hurt to visit Courtenay Publishing and meet Mr. G.R. Howard face to face. He mustn't leave even this far-fetched stone unturned. The wind roared in his ears as another train moved quickly past as he stepped onto the platform. His heavy coat moved behind him as the wind rushed through, and the fabric flapped about his knees. It almost moved with him, like a second skin creating a daring, cape-like effect. He didn't mind the wind nor the crowd that seemed mesmerized by his every move, but he did mind the woman lying dead in a small heap before him.
Ralphie.
Casimir called out quietly, and the man moved quickly to his master's side.
The woman. She's been dead 1 hour.
He said matter-of-factly. Ralphie looked up at the constable standing near them, who nodded begrudgingly. Detective Brown stood nearby, knocking his pipe against the bottom of his shoe, trying to ignore Casimir and his theatrical antics. Casimir's eyes rapidly took in the woman's state of dress, the fancy earrings, the expensive necklace, the new shoes. Her hair had been neatly styled and curled. She looked as if she were dressed up and on her way to see someone. A man dressed in evening clothes pushed his way through the crowd and came to stand before Casimir.
I say, what are you doing? That woman is my fiancée, or was about to be.
He said, his voice choked with emotion.
Yes, you were about to go out for the night.
Casimir said, glancing over the man's elegant clothes.
Dinner and theatre.
That's right. How did you know?
The man looked confused. Casimir scoffed.
Your evening clothes, her dress, it's obvious.
He couldn't keep the sneer off his face.
Well, damn you! Who cares about our clothes or our night? She's dead.
The man said, his voice growing louder. Two constables moved closer as Detective Brown sighed heavily.
He's only just arrived, Casimir. He didn't kill her.
Casimir nodded to Brown.
My esteemed colleague is correct. Forgive my obtuseness. You didn't actually kill her, but...
Brown shook his head, staring at Casimir.
But?
You're the reason she's dead.
Casimir clarified.
Is that better?
He turned to Brown, who rolled his eyes.
I'm the fiancé. My beloved is dead.
The man shouted loudly on the train platform.
How dare you say I'm the reason she's dead?
Casimir shrugged.
You loved her, she loved you, but her sister loved you more. And that's one too many women in a marriage.
Her sister?
The man asked, his voice hesitant and softer.
You see, your beloved has black hair, but if you look closely at her shoulders, there are strands of red. Her sister is a redhead, yes?
Casimir asked, although he already knew the answer. The man swallowed and nodded.
I suspect her younger sister has loved you for some time. When you announced your engagement, she waited, hoping it would end, hoping something would happen. She finally realized nothing would happen, and she couldn't have that. She wouldn't allow her sister to have you, so she followed her. And when the moment struck, she pushed her in front of a train.
Casimir sounded as if he were reading a novel.
Jesus, Casimir.
Brown bellowed.
Where the devil did you get that from?
It's true.
The man said suddenly, his eyes round and wide as he looked at Casimir.
My God, it's all true.
There was a gasp in the crowd that had assembled on the platform. Casimir looked over at Brown with a pompous smirk on his face. Brown sent a blank stare back.
I suspected for some time that her sister was in love with me.
The man continued.
I thought it would pass. She was so young, so innocent. Every moment we found together, her sister would intervene. I could tell at the engagement party she was angry. She came to me alone and threw herself at me. She wanted me to run away with her. I refused, of course.
He said almost breathlessly. Casimir nodded and looked smugly at Detective Brown.
She told me a week ago that I would never marry her sister. She would make sure of it. I never thought she would do something like this.
With tears in his eyes, the man gazed down at the woman he wanted as his wife.
Find out the address of the sister and arrest her.
Brown told the constables. They nodded and set out as the coroner came to collect the body.
Love is a dangerous emotion,
the man said, standing next to Casimir.
It's not kind or soft or endearing. It tears everything apart.
Casimir nodded.
Take comfort in this. You loved once, and she loved you.
The man nodded.
Now I would advise you to get a cat. Much less trouble.
For God's sake.
Brown said in disgust as he watched Casimir stride away. Casimir's beloved wool coat flapped about his legs as Ralphie followed like a devoted lapdog. Chapter 6. In the Midst of Shadows. 1 week later, Jasper rubbed his hands together, looking over the past week's sales. Casimir Kimberley was a phenomenon, and the people of London couldn't get enough. He had already asked Lavinia to write another chapter, hoping to have it by the week's end. At this point, Casimir was a goldmine. He was being written about by the gossip sheets, and had even heard that a fan club had been created. Jasper had numerous requests for interviews with G.R. Howard to speak about the great character he had created. Jasper had refused all such requests, telling all those seeking a word with the man that he was wheelchair-bound and unable to leave his seaside cottage. Immediately, reporters had flocked to popular seaside towns in England to discover the author. One reporter had found a frail old man in Eastbourne and had hounded him to reveal himself to the readers until the man admitted that he could neither read nor write. Another man had been discovered in Cornwall, but he was also an imposter when the reporter learned that he was French and spoke limited English. Jasper chuckled to himself, an absolute gold mine. He was just placing the figures away when a knock sounded on the door. Not waiting for a response, Duncan Cornell walked in.
Duncan.
Jasper eyed the man in the doorway, who looked dishevelled in wrinkled grey trousers, mustard-coloured waistcoat and black jacket.
Jasper.
The man said coldly, making his way to the large desk.
I need to speak to you.
Jasper looked at his writer. His usually slicked-back black hair looked mussed, and his neat moustache, always twirled up at the sides by his preferred brand of wax, drooped.
Have a seat.
Jasper motioned to the empty chair before him.
It's early yet, but I was about to pour myself a whiskey. Do you care for one?
Duncan nodded, but he stared at it when he was handed the drink while Jasper gulped half of his down.
How can I help you?
Jasper asked.
It's like this, Jas.
He began putting the drink aside on Jasper's desk.
I'm a talented writer. You know I am. My characters are well-liked, well-loved. Whatever you want to see in print, I can do, just name it.
Jasper shook his head.
What's this about, Duncan?
Duncan sighed heavily, and then stood up and paced the ample office space.
That bloody woman, that's what this is about.
He exclaimed suddenly.
Lavinia.
Lavinia, Miss Howard, G.R. Howard, she's nothing new, Jas. Penny dreadful writers come and go, you know that. I know that. We've both seen it happen.
He pointed his finger at him.
I was the best there was. Celebrated not so long ago, and now I'm thrown out into the street like yesterday's rubbish.
His voice was filled with passion.
Who's thrown you out?
Jasper shook his head.
Not I. I'll publish your work tomorrow if it's good. And the public? They're as fickle as any woman I've ever met, more so.
Duncan heaved himself into the chair and picked up the whiskey glass.
I want that recognition again,
he said suddenly.
All well and good. Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
Jasper said, coming to stand before him. Duncan stood as well and then slammed the glass down again.
I'm not feeling sorry for myself. I want what's mine. I want the recognition. I've been working for you for how many years now? 10? 12?
And been paid for all of those years.
Jasper said coldly.
I don't give a damn. I don't want some light skirt coming along and stealing the spotlight. The spotlight that should be mine.
Miss Howard is no light skirt.
Jasper told him.
She lives with her maiden aunts, almost like some novel herself.
Jasper smiled.
I won't stand for it, Jasper.
Duncan said, his eyes narrowing.
Do you hear me? I won't stand for it.
Duncan rushed out the door, almost barrelling into Miss Nichols, who stood silently beside Detective Chief Inspector Bryce. She motioned for him to enter Jasper's office, and she followed.
I was just about to knock, Mr. Courtenay. Detective Chief Inspector Bryce here has asked to see you.
She looked askance at the whiskey glasses, noting the early hour, but said nothing as she left the two men alone.
Detective Chief Inspector Bryce.
Harrison said, extending his hand as he introduced himself. Jasper took it.
How can I help you?
He motioned to the chair facing his desk.
That gentleman who just left.
Harrison motioned to the open door.
A writer we publish.
Jasper said, taking his seat.
G.R. Howard.
Harrison asked. Jasper gave a short humph.
No, Duncan Cornell, though he does write penny dreadfuls. Quite popular several years ago, but he's lost his edge. Most unfortunate.
The conversation just now seemed to be getting quite heated.
Harrison noted.
I couldn't help but overhear.
Jasper nodded.
Writers are temperamental, Inspector. They fly high as the sky when everything is golden and down in the dumps when things aren't so rosy. I've learned over the years to be a confidant to some, an admirer to others, and try never to take things personally.
The reason I've come today is your penny dreadful writer G.R. Howard.
Harrison said quietly.
I understand the stories are quite popular.
Quite popular.
Jasper agreed.
I can say in all my years as a publisher, I've never seen the like. It's extraordinary. I'm not sure if it's the main character or the writing style, but it's all there. It's what we hope and pray for. The royal flush.
Harrison nodded.
That brings me to my reason for coming here. I need to speak to Mr. Howard.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Jasper said evenly, not bothering to correct the assumption that G.R. Howard was a man.
I wasn't asking.
Harrison said plainly.
I need to speak to him.
About?
Jasper asked. Harrison surveyed the man before him.
Police business.
The Metropolitan Police need to speak to a penny dreadful writer.
Jasper clarified.
Just so.
Well,
Jasper said, moving from behind his desk to attend to his bar.
it just so happens I'm entertaining this weekend at my country estate. It's in Hatfield, not far from here. I've invited Howard. Why don't you make a weekend out of it? I'll invite you and your lovely wife.
Harrison stood up and nodded.
I'm not married.
Then I invite you.
Jasper returned.
You can enjoy the shooting, the meals, and speak to my writer.
Very well, Mr. Courtenay. I'll take your suggestion and come to Hatfield. But this is police business, and my visit and my conversation with Mr. Howard will be kept between us. Is that understood?
Harrison told him.
Of course, I would prefer it that way as well.
Harrison left the publishing office irritated and out of sorts. He had wanted the penny dreadful writer's address handed over to him to be about his business. But the damn publisher Courtenay seemed intent to keep his star writer under his thumb. He didn't mind travelling to Hatfield, as it wasn't that far from London. He would spend the weekend with many nonsensical artistic folks with their heads in the clouds and no real-world common sense. He sighed. The dead woman at the foot of the stairs had been accidental. There was no reason to designate it as foul play. No husband or lover was waiting on the sidelines to remarry. Far from wealthy, the woman had one foot set in the workhouse. He shook his head at being duped by his young sergeant and constable. He had second-guessed himself, and he never liked to do that. But then had come the second death. On her way home from work, a young woman had seemingly tripped and fallen on the train platform and killed the oncoming train. Unfortunate and sad, but it had happened. And then the penny dreadful story. Again. A woman had been killed at a train station by an oncoming train, and death had occurred exactly as it had occurred in the story. Even if it was against his better judgment, Harrison decided to visit G.R. Howard and get a sense of the man. Instead of meeting the man today, he was forced to attend a weekend party at a country estate. Well, he reasoned with himself, he would be able to speak to the man away from the bustle, find out what this was all about, and then be on his way. He very much doubted that some middle-aged man with a paunch and a pipe was writing stories by day and murdering women by night. But he would speak to him all the same and return to London on the afternoon train.
The lemon-coloured dress, Vinnie.
Her Aunt Frederica pointed out, as they combed through her dresses to find decent outfits to wear for the weekend at Jasper's country estate.
I do like that one,
she admitted.
And this dark maroon one.
Frederica nodded and placed the dress into her travelling trunk.
Why do you suppose he asked us to the country estate for the weekend?
Lavinia wondered aloud.
Well, to begin with, he didn't ask me.
Frederica pointed out to her niece.
It's the same thing. I certainly couldn't go to a country estate for a weekend without a chaperone.
Lavinia rolled her eyes.
If you want my honest opinion, I'd say the reason he invited you was to spend time in your company.
Her aunt folded a nightgown and placed it into the trunk.
I think he's smitten.
Spend time in my company?
She sat down on the bed.
Yes.
As what?
Lavinia looked horrified.
I think he's smitten.
No,
she said, looking shocked.
Yes,
Frederica said in a teasing voice.
I've barely spent any time with him,
Lavinia said as she moved over to her desk.
And to be frank, I don't like him much. He's arrogant, and there's talk amongst the secretaries. He has a horrible reputation.
Does he?
Frederica frowned.
Doesn't mean the right woman couldn't tame him.
He's not a horse,
Lavinia said.
I don't want to tame him. Maybe I shouldn't go.
Come.
Her aunt said, putting her arms around her niece's shoulders.
He offered you a weekend in the country. We can take long walks, enjoy the fresh air and good food, and you'll come home ready to write another chapter of Mr. Kimberley.
She said soothingly.
Whatever Mr. Courtenay's intentions are, I think we should treat this as an excellent chance to relax and enjoy the weekend,
Lavinia rested her head against her aunt's shoulder.
Very well.
Jasper's country estate, christened Courtenay Hall, was a modest country home he had purchased when his publishing company had become successful. Its sole purpose was to show off his wealth. He held supper parties, balls and weekend galas to show everyone how well off and successful he was. The hall was 3 stories high, an impressive structure made of red brick with classical sash windows. Lavinia immediately liked the look of the hall when the carriage pulled up to the main door, painted a deep blue, but noticed that Jasper was not there to greet them. His butler informed the ladies that Jasper had been detained in London on business. They should settle into their rooms, enjoy a good dinner, and he would see them in the morning. Lavinia didn't mind that their host was not there to greet them. It would give her more time to explore the house and the grounds before the sun went down. Frederica was feeling tired and asked for a tray to be brought to her room. Lavinia walked about the hall downstairs and noticed that Jasper's taste was more extravagant than her own. The house was trimmed in ornate colours of blood red and gold, while the billiards room was covered entirely in maroon. Though the colour scheme was not to her liking, she recognised that Jasper spent his money and time turning his country home into a wealthy new estate. It was still early afternoon, but the days were shorter now as autumn was upon them, and she decided to explore the grounds before dinner. She had been told by the butler that there was a vast rose garden and what appeared to be a shrubbery garden beyond the green lawns that one could see from the house. From the front facade of Courtenay Hall, the grounds did not appear very large. Once she stepped out onto the balcony and descended the steps to the lawn, she could see the rose garden before her. Lavinia doubted that Jasper had created the garden. He didn't seem the type of man interested in botany, and the roses were well established. She walked past the pink and lavender-coloured blooms, realising she hadn't dressed well for a stroll in the autumn afternoon. She was wearing a travelling day dress with a skirt and jacket. The wind had turned a bit cooler the longer she walked. Lavinia passed the rose bushes and saw the shrubbery garden that the butler had mentioned. The shrubs were of different shapes and sizes, some of them squat and round, others tall enough for a man to stand behind them. It occurred to Lavinia suddenly thought that it would be a fantastic scene for Casimir, chasing a dastardly criminal through the garden, and mentally made a note of it. She moved through the shrubs but then shook her head. That made no sense. What would Casimir be doing in a country estate? All of his criminal dealings were in London. He had no reason to be in the country. She was admiring the shrubs when she saw that the clouds were gathering, and Lavinia heard the thunder, though she didn't see lightning in the sky. When the first drops of rain fell, she wasn't overly concerned, but when they began to fall more rapidly, she knew she must go back. As she looked back, Lavinia could not see the grand house. Turning back to the shrubs, she looked for a large tree that might be able to shelter her from the rain, and saw one further down. Moving swiftly to the tree, she slipped once on the gravel path and went down heavily on one knee. When she righted herself, she winced. She was fine and could walk, but she knew she would have a colourful bruise tomorrow. Standing under the tree, she assessed her surroundings and saw a small gravel path that led to a greenhouse.
Excellent,
she said softly. Lavinia walked quickly down the path and looked around the greenhouse to find the door. The grey clouds covered much of the sky and the setting sun, and soon it would be dark. When she found the door, she let out a little sigh of relief when the doorknob turned. She moved so quickly into the little hothouse that she ran into another figure. The man had his hands on her shoulders to steady her, and she looked up. The first thought that struck her was that he was handsome. His dark hair was wet and tousled, and his features were pleasing. He was tall and broad-shouldered, and she realised warmly that his hands were still on her shoulders. Seeing her look at his hands, he released her.
I'm so sorry,
she breathlessly said, taking a step back from the figure.
I ran into you.
We must both be here for the same reason. It's raining quite hard now. I was searching for some candles or something to make a light.
He explained. Just as he spoke, lightning flashed into the sky. Thunder followed quickly, making a solid rumble, and Lavinia jumped.
Yes, it appears to be getting worse,
she said. The greenhouse was a small one-room building filled with various plants. At the far edge of the room, there were several cupboards that the man was rummaging through.
There must be a lantern or candles for just such an occasion,
he murmured to her.
Occasion?
Lavinia asked. He looked over at her.
A storm, an emergency.
Of course.
She nodded. There weren't that many cupboards, so Lavinia waited for him to finish his search, rather than get in his way.
Here we go,
he said, pulling out 2 candles and a box of matches.
Just what we need.
The rain was falling harder upon the greenhouse roof, and the sky around them was almost black. Lavinia scolded herself for being so foolish. She had left the grand house for a walk, and now she was inside a greenhouse with a complete stranger. She wasn't frightened by him, as he appeared a capable and self-assured man. Near the cupboards there was a small settee with pillows and a table at the back of the greenhouse. The settee could easily fit 3 people, so if they both sat upon it, there was plenty of room between them. The man lit the candle and placed it on the table next to them.
There we are,
he said, taking a seat and looking out at the rain as it poured down upon them.
What could be better?
Harrison had planned to visit the publisher's country estate, make a quick inquiry of the writer, and return on that afternoon's train. He had no interest in spending time with the artistic folk that no doubt Courtenay surrounded himself with, and it was all an irritation. He briefly considered bringing his sergeant with him, but he had decided against it. Why torture them both with this debacle when he could just as quickly question the writer himself and be back in town by dinner? Besides, he thought this whole idea was a wild goose chase. But he had long ago learned to leave no stone unturned and to question anything unusual, which was undoubtedly the case here. Twice now an accident had occurred which exactly mirrored one in the celebrated Penny Dreadful stories. It was a very odd coincidence. He had travelled down to the country estate only to find his host had not yet arrived. It had been a lovely afternoon with the promise of a brilliant sunset, so he had decided to walk the grounds. He had no gift for botany or plants, but he had admired them tremendously. He surveyed the rose garden and then the shrubbery, and was even further down a little woodland area when the rain had started. He had the worst luck sometimes, but then Harrison had stumbled upon a tiny little greenhouse and congratulated himself on his discovery. At least if a storm was bearing down upon him, he could wait out the worst of it here. He could have made a run for the house, but why bother? His host wasn't even there, and the storm wouldn't last forever. He was just about to look for some way to light the greenhouse when someone had disturbed his solitary world and actually stumbled into him with a slight force. He had steadied the feminine figure, and even in the darkness, he could make out the features of an oval face and silvery blonde hair. Without thinking about it, he realized the woman was quite lovely. She apologized for stumbling into him, and he admitted only to himself that it was no bad thing for a lovely woman to be in his arms, if only for a moment. When a flash of lightning touched the sky, her intelligent grey eyes widened, and she seemed unsettled by the weather. She must be a house guest of Courtenay's, he mused as she took the seat beside him.
My name is Harrison.
He introduced himself by his first name only, knowing Courtenay wanted his business kept quiet.
I'm Lavinia,
she said quietly.
Are you staying at the house, Courtenay Hall?
Harrison asked her.
For the weekend, I was invited.
She shivered a little as she spoke.
Are you cold?
He frowned.
I don't mind the cold, as some do. Take my jacket.
I couldn't,
Lavinia said, shaking her head.
Don't be absurd. I have something of little value to me that you would value.
Harrison said, and standing up he shrugged out of his jacket and draped it about her shoulders. Lavinia felt the warmth from the jacket and was uncomfortable. It seemed very intimate that she should feel his body warmth against hers.
Is that better?
He asked, retaking his seat.
That was kind of you.
She nodded.
Thank you.
As I said, the cold doesn't affect me,
he said simply. Lavinia met his hazel eyes and looked into his handsome face before looking back at the glass windows and the rain that pelted it mercilessly.
Do you know Jasper Courtenay?
He asked.
I do. And you?
I don't know him well at all,
he admitted.
Yet he invited you for the weekend.
Lavinia asked.
He did, although I won't stay long. I need to return to town tomorrow, besides.
He said absently.
I doubt I would fit in well here.
Lavinia frowned.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, the writers, the artistic types, a little fruity and not exactly grounded.
Harrison said, smiling lightly.
Do you think so? Do you think all writers are fruity with their heads in the clouds?
She met his eyes.
I suppose not all.
You wouldn't say that about Mr. Dickens, surely?
She pointed out.
Not at all.
Harrison admitted.
David Copperfield is one of my favourite books.
So, you pick and choose which writers you like and dislike?
Lavinia pressed.
Not exactly,
he said to the blonde woman before him.
It's just some of the stories I see published nowadays seem like drivel. No thought beyond making money.
For instance,
Another flash of lightning struck the sky and sounded dangerously close by.
The penny dreadfuls.
He suggested.
They seem a bit implausible. Ridiculous, if you must know.
I think people need far-fetched.
Lavinia said softly.
They need the ridiculous too, just as they need Mr. Dickens.
It's only my opinion, mind you.
Harrison responded. The rain continued to hammer down as Harrison watched the blonde woman fight to stay awake. 2 hours must have passed, and yet the rain didn't seem to be letting up. She was wearing a travelling gown of a jacket and skirt, so she must have come from town as well, he gathered. Lavinia's hands lay in her lap, and they looked small and pale. He watched her look out the window again and then back at him.
Do you want to head up to the house? It's raining pretty hard, but it's not that far.
He offered.
We could try for it.
We've been here this long.
She told him.
We might as well wait it out.
I'm fine. It just seems that you are tired.
Harrison noted.
I am a bit.
She acknowledged.
It was a long day.
Rest your eyes.
He suggested.
If the rain lessens, I'll wake you, and we can head back.
She nodded, feeling fatigued. If she could rest her eyes for a few minutes, she would feel that much better. Chapter 7. In the Midst of Shadows. Harrison watched as Lavinia used the settee's armrest to secure her elbow and fell asleep with her cheek resting against her hand. In the low candlelight, he watched her face for some time. It was an oval face with a pale complexion, and her eyelashes swept down in sleep. Her lips were pursed in sleep but were lush and pink. She didn't seem like a high-born lady, but she spoke well and seemed caring and kind. She had not agreed at first to take his coat, but she had thanked him when he had convinced her. He wondered who Lavinia was. She didn't seem the artistic type to be sculpting in some loft trying to make a decent wage. He could not imagine her writing some column about how to clean your husband's boots or to make the best lemon tart. He wondered vaguely if she was known to Courtenay more intimately. Was he pursuing her romantically? Courtenay did have a reputation with the ladies, but those he pursued seemed to be more music hall dancers and actresses from the gossip he had heard. He doubted this sleeping beauty had ever met an actress aside from her seat in the audience. He felt himself drifting off as well. The candle was still lit, but it was getting to the end. He thought of moving to switch them out, but that seemed like far too much trouble, especially if they were both sleeping. As he was drifting off, he wondered about the blonde woman sleeping across from him. When Lavinia opened her eyes, the room was dark, and she couldn't remember where she was. The carriage, the hall. She had shifted during her rest, and she felt her head resting against something. When she pushed herself up, she realized she had been sleeping against Harrison's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed. She sat up quickly, causing Harrison to wake up as well.
What happened?
He said drowsily.
Nothing.
She said too swiftly, unable to meet his eyes. Harrison's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and he could sense she was looking away from him. Lavinia was uncomfortable.
Lavinia,
he said suddenly, before realizing he shouldn't call her by her first name. It denoted a familiarity that they didn't share, though he didn't know her last name.
It's nothing, a crick in my neck,
she said, not meeting his eyes. Harrison recalled a warmth next to him and deduced that she had rested against him in her sleep. It certainly wasn't the end of the world, but she was embarrassed by it from her actions.
Come, the rain has stopped. Let's walk to the house quickly before it starts again,
he told her. She nodded, and together they walked in silence up to the house. They passed by the shrubbery garden. In the dark night, it looked more sinister than Lavinia remembered it in the afternoon light. The oddly shaped green shrubs now looked more like they were hiding something or someone. Unthinking, Lavinia clutched at Harrison's arm and he stopped, looking down.
What is it? What's wrong?
He asked. Lavinia looked up into his face and took a deep breath.
I don't know. I had a momentary lapse, thinking the shrubs were...
He nodded.
Things look different in the dark. We don't have much farther to go.
Just as he said this, the rose garden came into view and the house beyond it.
You've been very kind,
she said to him, taking off the jacket she wore.
Thank you for the jacket.
He pulled the jacket on, feeling the warmth of her surround him.
It was my pleasure.
As they entered through the French doors, Frederica rushed to them.
My dear, where have you been? I was so worried no one could find you.
She took Lavinia by the shoulders, looking into her face and then frowning as she saw Harrison come in behind her.
We got stuck in the rain. We came upon a greenhouse.
Lavinia gestured to Harrison.
Madam.
Harrison gave a slight bend of the head. Lavinia realised they were strangers and an introduction was needed.
Aunt Frederica, this is Harrison.
My name is Harrison Bryce. I'm a guest of Courtenay's.
He told them both.
I did come upon your niece in the rain.
I'm Frederica Howard, Lavinia's aunt,
she said.
Come now, let's get you both a warm cup of tea and some supper.
Harrison watched the two women walk in front of him, and he was struck by the name. Howard, G.R. Howard. Frederica's husband must be the infamous Penny Dreadful writer. No wonder she was so quick to defend them, he thought wryly.
You will both forgive me,
he said when they had entered the downstairs dining room.
I do have some correspondence that needs my attention. I will bid you both a good evening.
Frederica nodded and moved away to give instructions to a footman, while Lavinia watched Harrison mount the stairs and disappear. Frederica and Lavinia went into the parlour when he was gone, followed by a tea tray from the kitchen.
What a handsome man.
Frederica said admiringly.
And fine manners.
He has a low opinion of Penny Dreadful writers, or should I say writers in general.
Lavinia confided as she watched her aunt pour out the tea. She had a glimpse of waking up on his shoulder and felt a flush on her cheeks.
No matter. I imagine except for this house party, you'll never see him again.
Frederica said simply.
Let's have some tea.
Harrison closed the door to his room and stood staring off into the space. The entire afternoon and evening had been an odd affair. A strange woman had tumbled into his arms, and then he had spent the next several hours in her company in a greenhouse with the rain beating down on them. He had a strange urge to want to know more about her, to see her again, but he had work to do. Though their time together had been a necessity to stay dry and out of the elements, he had enjoyed it. He had wanted to be gone on the afternoon train after speaking with the writer, but now he had an urge to stay longer. It was an absurd thought. He knew nothing about the blonde woman, though he was drawn to her. He placed his jacket neatly on the back of the desk chair and sat down. He penned a small note to his sergeant to let him know that he would be here the entire weekend in the event anything else occurred that required his attention. He would have one of the footmen post it. He placed the pen aside and sniffed the air. He sniffed at his shoulders, and a light scent of jasmine filled his nostrils. He looked at his jacket behind him and picked it up. The jasmine scent lingered on it. He recognized the scent had come from Lavinia, and he felt an odd sensation overcome him. He couldn't place a name to it, but that his jacket should smell of her scent warmed him. He should sleep. Tomorrow he would interview the writer and put an end to this Penny Dreadful business.
Lavinia, darling,
Jasper said as he came into the breakfast room the following morning, where Lavinia and Frederica were enjoying their meal.
I was unable to greet you yesterday. Forgive me.
Of course,
Lavinia said.
My aunt and I were more than capable of entertaining ourselves. You remember my aunt?
She said, gesturing to Frederica.
Miss Howard,
he said, acknowledging the older woman and then taking a seat beside Lavinia.
Can you spare me a few minutes after breakfast? I wish to discuss something with you.
He asked Lavinia.
Certainly.
Lavinia nodded. Jasper closed the sliding doors to the small sitting room and turned to face Lavinia. That morning she looked charming, dressed in a sky-blue gown with delicate lace trimming at the square bodice and elbows.
Again, I apologise for not greeting you on your arrival.
He began again.
Dash it all, this publishing business is a joy until it isn't.
He added vaguely.
We were perfectly capable of entertaining ourselves, Jasper.
Lavinia told her publisher.
Indeed, what entertained you?
He asked her.
I'm afraid my aunt was not feeling her best when we arrived, so she went to her room, but I took in the gardens.
She informed him.
Did you? Did you like them?
He asked, turning from her and going to the small bar where he poured himself a whiskey. Lavinia watched him pour the drink and looked at the clock, which showed the breakfast hour.
The rose garden was lovely, and even in autumn they are still in bloom. The shrubbery was a bit whimsical.
She recalled. He said, taking a sip of his whiskey.
I wasn't at all sure about the gardens when I purchased the house. I thought I might tear a portion of them down for a tennis court.
That would be a terrible idea.
Lavinia said simply.
A bad idea.
Jasper turned back to her.
My dear Lavinia, my guests come to the country to enjoy themselves, not stare at roses.
Then you entirely miss the point of the roses,
she said.
And you have a large amount of land here. You can easily have your roses and your tennis court,
she pointed out.
Regardless, roses and the future tennis court are not what I need to speak to you about. Suffice it to say, I have invited a gentleman to join our weekend, and his purpose for coming is to see you, or rather, speak to you is more correct.
Jasper took the gold-upholstered chair and she took the matching chair facing him.
Someone wants to speak to me? Who, about what?
Lavinia asked, confused.
My dear, I'm sorry, I phrased it so badly, but then the Detective Chief Inspector was extremely vague when asking to speak with you.
Jasper admitted.
Speak to you, but in actuality speak to G.R. Howard.
A Detective Chief Inspector wishes to speak to G.R. Howard?
Lavinia repeated.
Yes.
And he didn't tell you what it was regarding?
She asked.
Other than it has something to do with my writing?
Exactly, but I'm sure whatever it is, it can be easily explained. I also don't wish this to get out. Your popularity is soaring at the moment, and I don't want it known that you are speaking to the Metropolitan Police,
he said.
Nor I,
she agreed.
I just saw him upstairs. Let me have him brought to you, and we can get this out of the way and focus on the weekend.
Jasper said, standing and throwing back the rest of his whiskey.
I have a picnic planned and a game of croquet on the back lawn. It will be a wonderful afternoon,
he said happily. She turned to stare out the large sash window that overlooked the expansive back lawn when he had left. When she heard the doors slide open again, she turned her attention to the gentleman who had entered.
Miss Howard.
Harrison nodded in her direction and greeted her with a particular formality that was proper. They were strangers, really, despite their adventure the previous evening. Lavinia stared into his face and suddenly remembered the night before when the rain had been beating down upon the little greenhouse. They had seemed entirely alone in the world. She recalled waking up against his body, which had seemed wholly inappropriate at the time, then staring into his handsome face. As his hazel eyes studied her, Lavinia was once again embarrassed and flushed.
I'm waiting for someone, so if you wish to use the sitting room, you may have to wait,
she explained to him.
Who are you waiting for?
He frowned, as he had been told the writer would be in the sitting room to speak to him.
The inspector.
The inspector?
Detective Chief Inspector,
she clarified.
From the Metropolitan Police.
I'm Detective Chief Inspector Bryce.
You are the inspector?
She said, confused.
I am.
You never said.
If you mean I never said last night, I think we both only used our first names in light of the situation.
He recalled. Lavinia flushed pink.
You don't need to make it sound like it was some lover's rendezvous.
He stared at her.
I meant nothing of the sort, Miss Howard.
He clarified.
And as we are explaining our purpose for being here, I'm actually waiting for someone as well. So, you may need to vacate until we are done.
Lavinia made a quick humph sound and sat back down on the chair she had used when Jasper was in the room.
Miss Howard, I have an important interview that I must take, so please.
He waved to the door. Lavinia adjusted her skirts and looked across at him.
What do you want to ask G.R. Howard?
Harrison stopped for a moment, momentarily stunned, and then he relaxed.
I have no time for games. I assume G.R. Howard must be your uncle, Frederica's husband,
he said.
You assume wrong. My aunt has never been married,
she said calmly.
Though she was engaged briefly quite a long time ago.
Harrison looked at the carefully put-together blonde woman. Her dress was neat, her hair pinned back to reveal her lovely face, her grey eyes watching him, and suddenly it dawned on him.
You are G.R. Howard?
He asked. Her eyes met his.
I am. G for my father, Gerald, and R for my mother, Rosina. Both have passed.
Harrison paused.
I didn't realise there were any women Penny Dreadful writers,
he said, looking down at her as he remained standing.
Apparently there's one,
she said stiffly.
Miss Howard, am I to correctly understand that you are, in fact, G.R. Howard? You are the author of the recent stories about Casimir Kimberley?
He continued, taking out a small notepad from his breast pocket.
Correct.
Several emotions crashed into him, but he kept his cool and looked down at his small notebook.
How many stories have you published with Courtenay Publishing?
he asked, glancing out the window and then returning his gaze to the beauty before him.
2 stories to date, but I've planned many more as a series.
Lavinia explained.
Are you going to tell me what this is about?
She asked, her grey eyes meeting his.
In due time, Miss Howard.
Harrison nodded.
Will you tell me about your writing process? How it begins, where you get your ideas from? Do you share them with anyone?
Lavinia raised an eyebrow and gave the question some thought.
I have been thinking about a character like Casimir for some time. I wanted to create a larger-than-life man who was involved in solving crimes.
Much like my own position.
Harrison noted drolly.
Perhaps. But Casimir is a bit off-putting and strange. He's antagonistic and pompous. You don't seem to me to be like him in that regard.
How do I seem to you?
Harrison couldn't help himself.
Professional? Orderly?
I sound like a butler.
No, indeed. You are most likely admired and respected by your peers,
she said.
Casimir annoys everyone around him. It's why I think he appeals to people. He speaks his mind. Most people don't do that.
Don't they?
No, they do not,
she assured him.
So your ideas just come to you?
It isn't a séance,
she said, resisting the urge to grin.
But yes, the ideas form and I write them down.
Whom do you share the ideas with, if anyone?
My aunts. I live with them.
Your aunt?
Yes, Aunt Freddie, whom you met last night, and Aunt Marjorie.
Anyone else?
No, even Jasper doesn't really know about the stories until I submit them.
She brushed down the skirt of her dress.
Jasper?
Mr. Courtenay?
She corrected herself.
I know who you meant. I just didn't realise you were on a first-name basis.
Harrison said, suddenly irritated at the thought of it.
You called me by my first name last...
She stopped herself and then almost mumbled.
Last night.
He paused and then replied.
Yes, I apologise for that, Miss Howard.
Lavinia said nothing to his unnecessary apology. Instead, she asked,
Will you tell me what this is all about now? I've answered all your questions, Inspector.
You have, and you've been very patient.
He nodded.
After the first story of Casimir Kimberley was released, there was an accident that I was called to. A woman was found dead.
How unfortunate,
she said, wondering what this had to do with her.
It was.
He agreed.
But once at the scene, my constable informed me that it reminded him of something he had just read.
Lavinia felt her throat constrict.
How did the woman die?
Harrison looked into her face.
She died at the foot of some stairs in an alleyway.
Lavinia frowned.
Was she murdered?
Unlike your story, our woman was not married, and no one had any reason to do her harm. There's no money. There is nothing, really. She was quite poor. I can't imagine anyone wanting to harm her.
Harrison explained.
Yet you're here questioning me.
Lavinia said slowly.
Because there was another woman who died after that.
He said. Lavinia's eyes widened and she watched his handsome face.
In a train station on the platform.
She whispered. Harrison nodded.
Yes.
This is ludicrous.
She shook her head and stood up, walking to the window.
I don't predict the future. I write a story, a silly story to interest people and make a little money.
He came to stand before her.
Miss Howard, no one is accusing you of doing anything. I'm simply here to question you, to find out how you write and who knows about your writing.
She turned to face him.
Well, now you know. My aunts, that's it. No, wait,
she said as a thought occurred to her.
I keep books for a solicitor and a doctor. They are both family friends. Malcolm, the doctor, was the one who first told me about Jasper. He was the one who took my work to Jasper to get his advice.
Lavinia remembered. Harrison looked confused.
You keep books for a doctor and a solicitor?
Lavinia sighed.
My father was a successful banker. In the course of his career, he helped several gentlemen get started in their respective fields. One was a lawyer, the other a doctor. He kept books for them, which I think was more of a time to enjoy port and cigars, but...
She paused for a moment.
When he died, I continued the tradition of keeping their books, minus the port and cigars, of course.
She said, a slight smile on her face.
You've known these men?
He began.
All my life. You'll want their names.
She predicted. He nodded.
Eleazar Schulman is the solicitor, and Malcolm Alsop is the doctor. They are both fine, upstanding gentlemen.
Malcolm Alsop was the one who gave your stories to Jasper Courtenay.
He clarified.
Yes.
Why would he do that?
Malcolm knew I had been writing stories for some time. He wanted to help me, I suppose. His exact motives I can't speak on. You'll have to ask him yourself.
She shrugged.
I intend to.
What is it that you think is going on here?
Lavinia said, becoming irritated at the entire conversation.
I understand that you wanted to speak to G.R. Howard because stories that were published came true. But obviously I'm not writing stories during the day and committing murders at night, am I?
It was merely a direction I had to follow. I thought to find some old man with gout drinking brandy by the gallon and writing his stories. I never expected to find you.
He admitted softly.
What does that mean?
Just that you were a surprise.
He clarified.
And I'm not a man who is surprised easily anymore.
In your line of work, you must see a very dark side of society.
Lavinia guessed. He was about to answer when the doors opened and Jasper stepped inside.
You two are still here. So,
Jasper said, coming to stand before them.
The Inspector of Metropolitan Police and my celebrated Penny Dreadful writer. What else could bring you two together but a country house party?
Lavinia looked at Harrison and then away from him.
Miss Howard has been very obliging in answering my questions.
He said.
I think we're done for now.
And I trust this conversation will remain between the three of us.
Jasper said, looking pointedly at the inspector.
There's no reason why anyone else should hear of it.
Harrison agreed.
Excellent.
Jasper smiled, hearing the words.
We have a picnic planned for this afternoon. And croquet, I believe.
No, I'm sorry. I must head back to London.
Harrison said, suddenly changing his plans.
If you must head back, you must head back.
Jasper said, untroubled by the inspector's early departure.
I'll have the driver take you to the station.
He added, leaving the room as quickly as he had arrived.
Were you only invited for the one day?
Lavinia turned to Harrison.
I recall you said you had been invited the weekend.
I was invited for the weekend, Miss Howard, but as I'm finished...
He began to explain.
I see.
Lavinia interrupted.
You've spoken to me and gotten what you need, so now you must return to town to be away from all the fruity, ungrounded people here.
She said, recalling their conversation.
I didn't realise at the time that you were...
Would that have made a difference, knowing that I wrote Penny Dreadful stories?
She asked, her eyes meeting his.
Perhaps not. Perhaps I would have minded my tongue more.
Harrison replied honestly.
You think as you do, Inspector?
She said, shrugging her shoulders.
It's no crime.
She tried to sweep past him, but he clasped her arm with his hand.
I don't think you guilty of anything. I want you to know that.
She looked down at her arm being held and then into his eye.
Why does it matter what I think? You are doing your job, I understand that.
Just so you know.
Harrison released her arm. Chapter 8. In the Midst of Shadows. Upstairs, Harrison placed his clothes inside his small satchel to catch the afternoon train. His indecisiveness irritated him. He had wanted to leave early, then stay. Now he was leaving again, and his last-minute decision unsettled him. Lavinia was the reason he was leaving. He had spent a peculiar night in a small greenhouse with the woman, as if they were the only two people in the world. He had been fascinated with the light and shadows playing across her face from the candlelight. The whole incident had an otherworldly feel. He had felt a pull then and just now downstairs, which put him entirely off guard. It was impulsive to catch her arm to stop her from exiting the room. He didn't want her to leave his presence. That urge had never happened before. When she had awakened last night after sleeping beside him, she had been embarrassed. But the truth was that in the candlelight, in the little greenhouse with the rain coming down as if to play a melody for them both, a spell had been spun. When she had awoken, the spell had been broken. Speaking to her in the light of day, she was educated, knew her own mind, and was a celebrated writer. It was extraordinary. He had never had a woman of his acquaintance who was a published writer, kept books for a doctor and lawyer, and mixed with men freely as friends. There was no coyness in her manner when she spoke of Jasper and Malcolm by their first name. She was genuine. She valued them, and Harrison did not doubt that they valued her, though he wasn't sure to what extent. He sighed. In his line of work, he interacted with many different types of people, and none interested him as much as Lavinia Howard did. Perhaps the spell was not entirely broken, he thought wryly. He picked up his satchel. He must catch the train back to London. Lavinia replayed the conversation with the inspector in her head as she looked out over the green lawn. Her aunt sat beside her, sketching the garden before them. Lavinia had taken a large straw hat to shield her from the sun, and her aunt was partially covered by a large parasol.
So,
her aunt said, using charcoal to broadly sketch the lawn.
So,
Lavinia repeated.
You were going to tell me all about your conversation with the handsome inspector, yet you've said nothing.
Her aunt reminded her. Her Aunt Frederica had heard that the inspector spoke to her niece from Lavinia's own lips, and had only discovered Harrison was the inspector after Lavinia did.
There's not much to tell,
Lavinia said, hedging.
Why do people always say that when there is so much to tell?
Frederica asked, picking up a different pencil.
Really, Aunt Freddie? If you must know, he wanted to know about my stories, that's all.
She shrugged, placing a hand over her eyes to shield them from the sun.
I gathered as much, but why does an inspector wish to speak to a writer about their stories?
Lavinia sighed. Knowing her aunt wouldn't give up, she explained about the deaths of the 2 women who mirrored the women who had died in her stories. Frederica's brow furrowed.
That's very strange, Lavinia. Very odd. 2 deaths mirroring the ones in your stories. You don't find that very peculiar?
Her voice was raised and edged with concern as she turned to look at her niece. Lavinia was about to answer when a voice spoke out.
We meet again, Miss Howard.
Duncan Cornell said as he came into view. Lavinia looked at the penny dreadful writer, dressed in cream-coloured trousers, a grey jacket, and a lime-coloured waistcoat. His fingers strayed to his moustache, which was twirled up at the corners as he eyed the Howard women. A woman with jet-black hair whom Lavinia had never met was standing next to him.
I'd like to introduce you both to another of the writing circle, Miss Constance Griffin,
he said, gesturing to the black-haired woman.
Miss Lavinia Howard, Miss Frederica Howard,
he said smoothly.
Miss Griffin.
Lavinia nodded as the woman turned to her.
What do you write?
Constance gathered the skirt of her peach-coloured gown and took a seat next to Lavinia.
I would say it's all a bit of nonsense, but the people seem to enjoy it,
she said, being extremely vague. Lavinia wanted to know very badly what the nonsense was, but she didn't press it. She instead watched the attractive woman, who seemed to be looking about waiting for someone. Constance caught her gaze.
I was wondering if Jasper will be joining us.
I'm not sure. This is my first invitation to the country. I've no idea what we are in for,
Lavinia said, looking over at her aunt, who continued to sketch.
Is your aunt a sort of chaperone?
Constance said, glancing over at the older woman and then back at Lavinia.
She's more of a companion, really,
Lavinia supplied.
How quaint,
Constance murmured. Jasper strolled up to the foursome with a drink in his hand.
The kitchen is preparing our picnic baskets as we speak. I know several guests were due, but that blasted train is either late or early and we aren't waiting for them any longer.
Lavinia helped her aunt to rise from the low chair she'd been sitting on.
How far do your grounds extend?
Lavinia asked.
Beyond the shrubbery and rose garden.
Quite far.
Jasper said proudly.
There's even a small river nearby. Extraordinary, isn't it? Every time I walk about the estate, there's something new to discover.
It seems quite idyllic.
Lavinia gazed out over the green lawn.
I can understand why you purchased the property.
Constance moved nearer to Jasper and pulled an arm through his.
I've never seen the river, Jazz. You must take us all on tour. That cute little pony trap would be just the thing.
Jasper looked down at her.
The pony trap only seats 2, Connie.
Exactly,
she said, meeting his eyes and licking her lips.
You two go on ahead,
Lavinia said.
I'm sure we'll be fine. We can meet by the river you mentioned when the picnic arrives.
Down by the river, then.
Jasper agreed.
Come, Connie. I'll have the pony trap hitched for us.
Lavinia brushed at her skirt as she stood up, and Frederica placed her sketching utensils inside the bag she had brought.
It seems our new friend is quite taken with Jasper,
she noted. Lavinia shrugged.
I'm sure he has many women that throw themselves at him. I noticed that in his office, his secretary, and now this one. Isn't there something about power and women?
I am not sure about that, but he's made an enemy of Mr. Cornell.
Frederica nodded with her chin in the direction of Duncan. He was standing a little away from them, looking after Constance and Jasper with fury written on his face.
I don't know why he was invited,
Lavinia said in a whisper.
I heard some gossip that Duncan and Jasper had words.
Who told you that?
Frederica asked.
I overheard from the secretaries when I was last in his office.
Lavinia explained. Frederica nodded as they began to walk down the lawn.
Don't get in the middle of that, Lavinia. 2 men fighting over 1 woman is never good.
I never would.
She was insulted.
Jasper doesn't interest me in the least, and Duncan is an odd duck.
I feel sorry for him.
Frederica softly said as they entered the rose garden.
Do you?
She looked over at her aunt, wearing a light muslin gown of pale green with an orange ribbon threaded through her hair. Lavinia touched the brim of her hat as they moved under a long-hanging tree.
Perhaps, but his situation is making him bitter.
Naturally it would.
They moved past the green shrubbery and came upon the little white greenhouse.
Isn't it quaint?
Frederica exclaimed as she looked over the greenhouse.
Like something out of a fairy tale.
Lavinia nodded.
It is.
She remembered the rain beating down on the window panes and the warmth of Harrison's body against hers. She remembered last night he had a slight growth of facial hair, and rather than scruffy, he had seemed even more attractive. She had been embarrassed waking up next to him in such an intimate position, but none of it mattered now. He was on his way to the train station, then London, and their paths would never cross again.
Look, Vinnie.
Her aunt said softly.
How lovely.
Before them, the green lawn dipped into a very shallow little river that came up to one's calf at the deepest. There were trees in abundance, and the light filtered through. Lavinia could hear the bird calls as the water bubbled along past them.
This is a perfect spot for a picnic.
Lavinia told her aunt, who had taken a spot near a large oak and began to sketch. Lavinia stepped out of her shoes and wiggled her toes in the cool water. The spot was magical, and it seemed as if she had stepped into a fairy tale. She thought it was also a perfect place for an accident. It gave Lavinia an excellent idea for her next chapter. She made a quick mental note of the scene she envisioned to write it out fully when she returned to the house. Removing her shoes, Lavinia stepped gingerly across the 20 feet or so of cool water until she came to the other side. She saw that her aunt had dropped her pencil and fallen asleep with her back resting against the tree trunk when she looked back. Darling Freddie, she thought with affection. She was the dearest thing in the world. She knew her Aunt Marjorie loved her as well, but she and Freddie had always been very similar in temperament. She even recalled her father called her Little Freddie once. Lavinia walked up the little hill and saw a thicker forest than the one they had walked before the river. Not wanting to get lost, she turned back just as a twig snapped. She swallowed as she looked around, trying to see if someone was there with her. It was silly. Duncan was on the estate, and so were Jasper and Constance. She wasn't alone in the world, but she suddenly shivered. She should get back to her aunt. When she turned, she saw a figure move from behind a tree, and she willed herself not to scream. Who was that? She was about to run from the stranger when he called her name.
Miss Howard.
Lavinia focused on the voice and her name and almost slumped forward.
Inspector Bryce.
He came forward carrying his jacket over his arm.
I missed my train.
It happens. The trains here are notorious for being late or early.
She recalled, looking into his handsome face.
It's not the end of the world. I'll catch the next one,
he said softly.
I almost thought I was in some penny dreadful, alone here in the forest.
She smiled.
I thought you were some bandit intent to do evil.
Remember, I'm the inspector. I right the wrongs.
She walked beside him as they made their way back to the river.
Your aunt didn't accompany you?
He asked.
She did. She fell asleep under a tree. The walk was too much for her.
And your host?
He asked, trying to sound nonchalant.
He went to give Miss Griffin a tour of the property.
She explained.
Miss Griffin?
Prepare yourself,
she said in a serious tone.
She's another writer.
Oh no,
he said in mock fear.
Oh yes.
She nodded.
But she doesn't write penny dreadfuls. I'm not sure what she writes. She was very vague about it.
Well, I know a good detective. I could ask him to look into the case for you.
He told her. She smiled back and was looking into his hazel eyes when her name was called.
Lavinia, where on earth have you been? The picnic is almost ready.
Jasper called to her.
I was exploring,
she told them, taking in the scene of her aunt standing beside the tree and Constance standing so close to Jasper.
Oh.
Constance spoke up suddenly.
And who's this?
Before Harrison could answer, Jasper spoke up for him.
His name is Harrison Bryce. He's a budding writer. I might take him on if his work is any good.
Harrison understood that Jasper didn't want anyone to know he was a detective, so he didn't contradict him. Lavinia cast a quick glance over at Harrison and then made her way toward her aunt.
We have cold chicken, mutton, cheese, fruit and wine, so please help yourselves.
Jasper said, taking the wine bottle and opening it.
Let me get you a plate, Miss Howard.
Harrison said deferentially to Frederica. She had awakened and was standing with Lavinia.
Thank you, Inspector.
She said the last word softly.
That's most kind of you.
Harrison walked quickly to the spread of food placed before them and filled a plate as Lavinia came to stand before him.
You didn't need to do that.
She admonished him.
She's my aunt after all.
Harrison smiled.
I've very little family left. A distant cousin in the north, and that's about it. Your aunt brings out the nurturer in me. I'm not sure why.
Lavinia was touched.
How can I fault that?
She watched the tall man hand the plate to her aunt and then return to her and the food tables.
I'm not hungry just yet. I was going to explore the grounds.
Lavinia said.
Would you like company?
She nodded, and they fell in step together, leaving the others behind.
I wondered, Miss Howard.
He began when they were alone.
Why do you write penny dreadfuls? It appears you are well situated.
I am. We are. My aunts were my father's sisters, and he provided for all of us. I write because I enjoy it so much.
She admitted.
When I first approached Jasper to possibly publish my story, I tricked myself into thinking it didn't matter. But it does. Imagine creating a world all your own, and then people come to love it just as much as you, and they pay you for it. How marvellous could that be?
She asked, her eyes shining in the low lights of the trees.
I think you must be tremendously lucky.
He spoke lightly.
How many people get to do something they love and be reimbursed for it?
And you? Do you enjoy your work?
He pondered for several moments as he thought about her question.
I enjoy aspects of my work. I enjoy bringing a murderer to justice, helping the victims' families reap their own fairness. However, there is darkness in my world. It pulls you in.
He said, his eyes meeting hers.
I can imagine. I know I created a quasi-detective in Casimir, but it's just dramatic nonsense. I don't really know what goes on in that world, and I imagine if you read it, you would think it was the drivel you said it to be.
She said.
I won't ever live that down, will I?
He said, his voice teasing.
Never.
She said, equally teasing. They came upon another clearing with a green lawn before them, surrounded by young yew and silver birch trees.
I did read your stories, and they were quite good.
He admitted.
It actually reminded me of my childhood. I used to be quite devoted to the penny dreadfuls.
She gave a dramatic intake of breath.
No!
Yes!
He said dramatically, and they both smiled at each other.
They were an escape from reality. My childhood was not idyllic.
I try to offer that to my readers. An escape.
She said.
Let's stop here.
He said at the clearing amid the green grass.
I never seriously thought that you were some sort of crazed maniac. It was just a trail I had to follow.
Harrison said, looking at Lavinia.
I know that. I still think it's odd that someone has killed 2 women the same as in my stories.
She shook her head.
That disturbs me.
They could be fans that want to be in the world of Casimir and want to be hunted down by him, or they could be disturbed individuals. Or there could be a perfectly logical reason for their deaths and that they were simply coincidental.
She nodded.
Either way, promise me if you see anything out of the ordinary, you'll let me know.
He said, watching her face. She nodded, looking up into the grey sky.
I will. It looks like rain. We should head back.
Everyone ran back to the house except for Jasper and Constance, who had arrived in the pony trap. Frederica was sneezing and shivering within minutes of entering the house and was taken to bed to rest. Supper would be brought to her, the housekeeper assured Lavinia.
You should get out of those wet clothes.
Harrison said as they walked up the staircase to the 2nd floor.
You should as well.
Lavinia said.
Or we'll all be sick in bed with the cold.
I'll see you at dinner,
he said, entering his room a few doors down from hers. Harrison closed the door and immediately shrugged out of his jacket. The rain had started out light and then increased as the assembled people in the woodland had been forced to run. He had felt sorry for Frederica, who could not move as fast, and he and Lavinia kept a slower pace to see she arrived safely. Lavinia arrived drenched, and the dress which had been so becoming had moulded to her body. As a man, it was hard not to admire the shape of her breasts, the intake of her waist and the curves of her bottom. He had been drawn to her and enjoyed their conversation, but also knew not to overstep. He was an inspector, and she was an educated woman, not for the likes of him. No doubt she lived in a posh townhouse near Mayfair while he rented a room. He could be attracted to her as most men would, but that was an end to it. He pushed thoughts of Lavinia Howard from his mind. He must focus on the task at hand. He had another day to spend in the country, and then he would return to London to question the solicitor and doctor. Lavinia had just stepped out of her clothes and pulled on a dressing gown when a soft knock fell on the door. She was surprised to see Constance Griffin enter her room, still dressed from their picnic. She had ridden in the pony trap with Jasper and was not wet.
Can I help you?
Lavinia asked, surprised to see the woman.
I wanted a chance to speak with you away from everyone else's ears.
She said casually.
Yes, what about?
Lavinia wondered.
It seems you are the belle of the ball this weekend. I don't mind the tall gentleman paying attention to you, but Jasper...
She shook her head.
Jasper's mine.
Lavinia thought the woman might be joking, but her face was earnest.
You must have misunderstood the situation, Miss Griffin. Jasper Courtenay is my publisher, nothing more.
Constance moved about the room freely, looking over the toiletry items that Lavinia had placed out.
You don't need to be coy, it's just you and me. I'm absolutely certain you're not a stupid woman.
She said.
Thank you.
Lavinia said in a question, unsure of how to respond.
Let's be honest, Miss Howard. No woman wants a nobody writer when they can have the man who owns a publishing house.
Constance eyed her. Lavinia tightened the sash about her dressing gown.
I don't want a budding writer or a publishing tycoon,
she said, realising the budding writer she spoke of was Harrison.
I see. You just want them all to dance attendance to you like you are a debutante at your first season.
She said, nodding.
I hardly think one walk in the woodland is a courtship,
she said, bristling.
As to Jasper, I've hardly spent any time with him at all, so I'm not sure what the purpose is of your visit.
Marking my territory,
Constance said boldly.
Then by all means.
Lavinia said.
I'll give you some advice that you didn't ask for. Jasper is a smart man when it comes to business and women. He won't appreciate the chase.
Of course. No man ever wants to be chased. They want to do the chasing.
Constance eyed Lavinia icily.
But men often need to be pushed in the right direction.
She turned to leave before she cast a final glance at Lavinia.
And I intend to push,
she said before she left the room. When dinner was over, Jasper played bartender, mixing drinks for his guests. Constance laughed by his side about gossip and news from London. Harrison intently eyed the chess game set up in the corner of the room. Frederica remained upstairs recovering from her chill, and Duncan was nowhere to be seen. Lavinia carried a glass of port to the table where Harrison was looking longingly at the chess set.
It's a handsome set,
he said, touching the pieces in a near caress.
Do you wish to play?
Harrison hesitated before answering.
Do you play?
I do,
she admitted.
My father enjoyed the game very much. We all play in the house except for Aunt Marjorie. She doesn't care for chess.
He took a seat before the black pieces and she before the white ones. She sipped her drink, eyeing him while he surveyed the board with an intense gaze. He made his first move and she followed. Within 20 minutes they were locked in a battle. When she lost a bishop, she cursed under her breath at her stupid move, and when she stole his rook, she smiled. After several more minutes, he lost the game. They collected their pieces and readied the board to start afresh.
You play very well, truly,
Lavinia told him, placing her pieces on their squares.
I'm self-taught,
he admitted, and she was startled to hear it.
Self-taught?
She said, impressed.
How did you manage that?
I had a book by Joseph Bertin,
he told her.
The Noble Game of Chess.
He shrugged.
It had all sorts of analysis and games.
That's commendable,
she said.
I'm impressed.
She placed her pieces back in their squares, ready to begin. He looked over at her in the low gaslights of the room.
Don't be too impressed by just a game,
he said huskily.
I'm much more capable than mere chess.
Are you?
Well, you already know,
he said, placing his own pieces back.
I saved you from the rain when I found a candle so we could survive the night.
Lavinia met his eyes and then laughed.
Saved us with a candle.
Would you prefer we be in the dark, just you and I?
He looked at her quietly. She was about to answer when the extravagance of electricity, which Jasper had specially installed when he renovated the house, flickered momentarily. And then the house plunged into darkness. Chapter 9. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia looked across at Harrison as her eyes adjusted to the dark. She could see Jasper and Constance standing nearby as their host swore softly.
Damn it! How much money did I spend on having this house wired for electricity, only to be at the mercy of a goddamn storm?
Jasper barked for his butler and disappeared from the room.
I should see if my aunt is all right.
Lavinia said, standing.
Let me go with you.
He said, rising as well.
The house is dark. I may be useful.
Together they shuffled carefully across the room and made their way to the grand staircase. She glanced up at Harrison as he walked beside her. The large windows let in some light, though it was scant. She could hear the thunder and rain as she looked at the large staircase before them.
I almost believe you to be a magician,
Lavinia said suddenly.
That you planned this.
I?
Harrison asked in wonder.
Yes. One moment you were talking about being in the dark together, and now...
She said.
Here we are.
I hate to dispel you of the notion.
He shook his head.
But I'm not at all that powerful to be able to turn off the electricity.
As they mounted the staircase, Lavinia's skirt became tangled. She would have fallen if Harrison had not caught her against his chest. His hands were at her waist, and she looked at him hesitatingly before he released her.
See? Useful?
He said, trying to appear calm.
Thank you,
she said, acknowledging his help as they stepped onto the landing.
I hope I don't open the wrong room,
she said as they looked down the long, dark hallway, with doors facing them on each side.
I'm the last one on the right,
he told her.
I'm second to the last on the left, and my aunt is next to me,
Lavinia said as they walked together. He moved behind her as they passed by a small table with a vase on it, which caused their space to lessen.
Here we are,
she said, turning the knob on the door.
I'll be right back.
Entering the room, she called her aunt's name once, and when she came close to the bed, she saw her sleeping peacefully. She didn't even know the electricity was out, and Lavinia was relieved. Closing the door behind her, she looked down the length of the hallway and saw no one. Where had Harrison gone? She was about to move along to her own room when she saw a figure walking toward her. She felt a moment of relief at Harrison's presence, but as the figure came closer in the dark, she felt a sense of unease. The shoulders seemed less broad. The walk was different, and when he came upon her, she realized it was Duncan Cornell.
Mr. Cornell?
Miss Howard?
He said.
Are you lost?
No, I was checking on my aunt. The electricity is out,
she said, realizing her comment was unnecessary as the house was pitch black. Duncan said nothing at the comment.
I was downstairs. The butler is bringing candles and gas lanterns out.
Good.
You should be careful, Miss Howard. The dark can be deceptive, and one wrong step.
Duncan eyed her coldly.
You'll end up like your charwoman.
Lavinia swallowed.
Goodness, what a thought.
She tried to make light of his words, but against her will she shuddered.
But I'm sure you're careful, and you do seem to have powerful friends who protect you.
After those mysterious words, he turned away and disappeared into one of the rooms. Lavinia was staring after him, frowning at his words, when a touch fell upon her shoulder, and she jumped.
It's me,
Harrison said as she turned to face him.
I don't know why I'm so jumpy.
She shook her head.
I just encountered Duncan Cornell. He was so odd.
Did he say something to you?
No.
She lied, not wanting to involve him.
How is your aunt?
Perfectly fine. Aunt Frederica is sleeping.
Do you want to go back downstairs?
He asked.
Or we could go to my room.
He offered. She frowned.
No.
He whispered, suddenly realizing his words sounded like a proposition.
My room also has a sitting room, but it's up to you.
They both knew it was unseemly for her to be in a gentleman's room, never mind that it was dark and they were alone. But it didn't seem to matter at the moment. She nodded, and he led the way. His room was expansive, with a large bed and desk to one side, and then through a sliding door were a sofa and chairs and windows that she supposed overlooked the green.
Well, I see who was given the best room of the house,
Lavinia said as she settled on the sofa. He took the opposite side of the sofa.
It has a very nice view of the gardens. I was surprised when I saw how lovely the room was.
Why surprised?
She asked.
I just assumed a man like Courtenay would save such a sumptuous room for someone else,
he said awkwardly.
Someone else? You mean a woman?
I suppose so.
Well, my room is a hovel compared to yours, so he definitely did not lavish a grand room on me.
She told him.
He should. You're the toast of the town, aren't you?
I didn't pay any stock in that. They say you are only as good as your last book.
Lavinia explained.
Speaking of that, what did Cornell say to you? You seemed shaken when I came upon you.
He leaned in as he spoke to her. She shook her head.
He's just angry. From what I understand, he used to be quite the toast himself. Years ago. Since then, he's fallen short, and I think he's bitter. He resents me. I can tell.
Courtenay told me as much himself.
Harrison admitted.
I came upon them in quite a heated argument. I was surprised to see Mr. Cornell here given the fight.
Lavinia shrugged.
Duncan is no friend of yours, apparently.
Definitely not.
I think he's jealous of you.
Harrison said.
I'm afraid that's true too.
So, you'll be careful around him.
He said with a hint of concern in his voice.
He writes the penny dreadfuls, Inspector. He doesn't create them.
She said, smiling.
That's very true. But allow me this, Miss Howard. I've spent the better part of my life observing the underbelly of society.
He said quietly, eyeing her across the short distance.
People do horrible things for the slightest of reasons.
Do they?
Her voice was quiet too. He nodded.
I once arrested a man who killed his neighbour. And do you know why? Not lust for the other man's wife. Not because the neighbour stole money. He killed his neighbour simply because the man would whistle in the morning. He hated the whistling. And rather than talk to the man or work the problem out, he bludgeoned him to death one night.
That's horrible.
She shuddered.
And it's one story among many. I don't mean to frighten you. I'm sure Mr. Cornell is fine, but be careful.
I'll tell you here since we're alone,
she said, looking about the room.
I had an idea for a story, the next instalment, but I don't want to write it.
Why?
I had the idea while I was here. A woman is chased and killed in the woodland, and Casimir catches the criminal at a house party. But now...
She paused.
I don't think I should.
Listen to me. The lady falling down the stairs was tragic, but it happens. Staircase falls are very common, I can tell you that.
She nodded.
The train platform death is a little stranger, but it happens too, and sometimes even by the person's own hand.
He admitted sadly.
So even though I sought you out because the deaths were mirrored in your stories, I think they are strange coincidences and nothing more.
She looked down at their hands entwined.
I do have to finish the instalments, if for no other reason than for the readers.
He looked down at their hands and removed his hand before looking back into her face. A curl had escaped, and he moved it back behind her ear. She felt her heart pound inside her chest at his nearness, and she met his eyes in the dark. She didn't know what to say until a noise caused them both to look into the next room. A maid had entered the room carrying a lantern. She placed the light on the table and left the room. Harrison retrieved the lantern and brought it into the sitting room.
I can honestly say I've met no one quite like you. You are a very intriguing woman,
he told her as he took up his seat once more.
Casimir would never say anything like that,
she said with mock disapproval.
And what would the great Casimir say?
Lavinia thought about it for a moment and then said,
Casimir would say something pompous such as, my dear Miss Howard, you are more than lucky to have my support, and you are heartily welcome.
Harrison burst out laughing.
A bit of a wanker,
he said, still chuckling.
Just a bit.
They both heard a sound in the bedroom and someone bumping into something, then calling out.
Blast it, Lavinia, are you here?
Jasper swore.
The maid said you were.
Lavinia stood and left the sitting room.
I'm here, Jasper.
Jasper eyed Lavinia and then looked behind her. When Harrison materialised, he seemed to be expecting it.
I was told you were up here with Bryce,
he said, walking toward them both.
This blasted electricity. It cost a bloody fortune, and now look, we're in the dark, literally.
We were just passing the time,
she said defensively.
Did you need us?
Jasper gave Harrison a glance and then Lavinia.
You should come downstairs. I've ordered coffee and brandy, and there's a fire.
Very well,
she said, not wishing to be rude to their host.
I'll be along shortly,
Harrison said, nodding to Jasper. Jasper escorted Lavinia out the door, but not before he gave Harrison one last lingering look. Once alone, Harrison sighed. The publisher didn't like him, and it was not hard to see why. He was obviously fond of Lavinia and did not want her attention divided. But he had watched Lavinia while at the house, and she did not seem interested in Jasper in the least. Lavinia was not under any suspicion regarding the 2 deaths that were tied to her penny dreadful stories. The innocence of the rest of the occupants was not as apparent. Jasper had the most to gain by staging the deaths. The Casimir story sales were skyrocketing, and he was all the richer. But Jasper also had all the more to lose. Staging 2 deaths was one thing, but would he risk his empire to do so? He doubted it. Jasper liked the finer things in life. He liked his country estate, his Savile Row clothes, and beautiful women. Harrison also doubted very much that Jasper would get his hands dirty in such a manner. Then there was Duncan Cornell, a strange fellow, dressed like a dandy and sulking around the place with a massive chip on his shoulder, probably for the injustice he felt at being thrown over for a newer and younger penny dreadful author, when really his success or failure lay in his own hands. He appeared to dislike Lavinia for her current success, and he was equally angry with his publisher, Jasper, which Harrison had witnessed himself. Harrison had found it odd, after overhearing the row between the writer and publisher, to find him in the country enjoying the good graces of their host. But Duncan didn't appear to be enjoying anything. He was irritable and moody while with the group, or scarce, and nowhere to be found. Harrison shook his head. Then there was the mysterious writer, Constance Griffin, who appeared to be quite taken with their host. He knew very little about her, and she seemed to dislike Lavinia intensely. He could tell Jasper enjoyed the woman's attention, but he did not seem overly interested in her. Harrison looked at himself in the mirror and ran a hand through his brown hair. He must get himself under control. While sitting in the dark looking at Lavinia, he had been so close to pulling her into his arms to kiss her. Had the maid not interrupted, he might have done so, and that was dangerous. Until he was positive this was all coincidental, he must keep everyone at a distance, including the intriguing blonde penny dreadful writer. Casimir strode past the shocked faces of the footmen, the housemaids, the kitchen maids, the stern butler as he made his way to the small clearing. The gravel of the drive crunched under his feet as his signature wool coat curled and flapped about his legs. He had been staying at a country estate for the weekend, visiting a dear family friend. On his final evening after a game of charades in the parlour, a scream had ripped through the night air, causing the entire house to spring into action. Rushing out to see what the noise was all about, they discovered a frightened maid. She'd been taking a brisk walk before she retired for the evening and had stumbled upon a woman in the grass. She was dead. She was one of the young guests, and the red marks around her slender throat were clear evidence she had been strangled. Casimir looked at the rose garden surrounding them, and then down at the dead woman. Such a pity, he thought. She was a beautiful young lady with her life ahead of her, and now she lay in the green grass, her empty eyes staring into space. The dead woman wore a travelling gown of dark blue, and upon her dark hair, a stylish crown hat lay pinned. Casimir crouched down as he looked carefully about the grass surrounding the body. He made sure there were no clues that might have been left behind, and was about to rise when he saw her small right hand clenched tightly into a fist. She was holding something. He looked back at the group of assembled servants staring back at him, and the guests of the country estate who stood nearby. All of them were watching him intently. Detective Chief Inspector Brown looked quietly at him with a mixture of disapproval, irritation, and a hint of admiration. Casimir had spent his whole life seeing that look, he thought smugly. The house was owned by a local squire who was respected and admired, as were his several daughters. The youngest daughter was known for her beauty and kindness, and she was the one who lay dead in the grass.
"Mr. Kimberley!"
The lady of the house called out to him, and in front of everyone, she threw herself into his arms.
"Please, I beg of you. If you can tell me what has happened, do so. Please don't let this go unpunished. She was my youngest daughter. So kind she was and so beloved."
Casimir helped steady the lady. He had known the middle-aged woman most of his life. She was a dear friend of his own deceased mother.
"Madame, do not think for one instant that this matter will go unchecked,"
he said loudly, so the house guests and the servants could also hear.
"Do not fear. Do not weep. Most importantly, do not worry. Casimir Kimberley is here to right the wrongs of the evils of this world. Hear me now.
His booming voice filled the night air. Inspector Brown rolled his eyes at the theatrics, while several nearby whispers filled the air.
"Thank God he's here,"
said one.
"What would we do without him?"
said another.
"He's a modern-day saviour,"
said a third. Casimir smiled indulgently at the crowd.
"I'm not a saviour,"
he told the people assembled.
After all, Jesus was a carpenter, and I could never live on a carpenter's wages.
He said the last part under his breath, but the inspector heard him. Inspector Brown glared at him.
"Show some respect, Casimir. A woman is dead."
"Indeed she is."
He strolled back to the unfortunate dead girl and opened the palm, extracting what was inside it. He looked down at the object and then placed it into his own pocket.
"Calm yourselves,"
he said, his palms flung out at the people.
"This is a sombre night. A night when a beautiful girl lies dead in the grass, strangled to death."
"Oh,"
said one woman who fainted onto the gravel. Casimir snapped his fingers at the butler.
"You might want to attend to her."
Casimir turned to Inspector Brown, who looked dishevelled and unkempt, having been called to the country estate at midnight.
"My, oh my, Inspector, you look like you haven't slept a wink,"
Casimir said. Brown glared at Casimir.
"I haven't. I got 2 hours of sleep before I was called out here. As he's the local squire, they wanted my immediate response. This could have waited until morning."
"No, indeed, Inspector, for time is of the essence,"
Casimir said assuredly.
"Is it really? I'm sure the dead girl has places to go,"
the inspector said sarcastically.
"She did, actually."
After those odd words, Casimir turned to the house guests and the servants.
"Everyone, cast your eyes upon this poor girl. Do you see what is plain for an imbecile to see? Tell me."
Murmurs arose among the group that they did indeed see what he was referring to, though no one elaborated.
"Of course you do, good people."
Casimir nodded.
"You've no need to tell me what is quite plain, but I shall spell it out for you."
He moved over to the dead woman and picked up the lantern near her, swinging it over her.
"What do we all see so plainly except for the servants? And I say that only because I know you do not have the capacity for such intricate and intelligent thought,"
he said, bowing slightly to them.
"No disrespect meant, you good people."
"Bloody hell!"
Inspector Brown swore under his breath.
"Her clothes!"
Casimir shouted to the group.
"She is dressed in a travelling gown,"
he pointed out.
"Do you not see the significance?"
Inspector Brown yawned, and Casimir turned sharply on him.
"Am I keeping you, Inspector?"
"Of course you are. It's past midnight and we all want to be in our beds,"
he said coldly.
"I'm sure we all do, including the youngest lady of the house,"
Casimir pointed out, even as the lady's mother stifled a cry.
"Just get on with it, Casimir,"
Brown said sharply.
"There's no need to milk it quite so much at such a late hour."
"She is dressed for travelling, yet it's night time. Should not the young woman be dressed in her evening finery or for bed?"
He asked the group and received murmurs and nods in return.
"But this woman was dressed like this for a reason,"
he exclaimed loudly.
"For a reason, I tell you."
"For travelling somewhere?"
a timid house guest asked.
"Exactly. Our young lady was travelling. But why was she travelling late at night? What purpose could there possibly be?"
He looked upward into the dark sky.
"She didn't want to wake the house,"
repeated the timid woman. Casimir smiled.
"She didn't want to wake the house, you are correct, but more precisely she wanted to sneak out in the middle of the night unseen, unheard. But why?"
No one said anything as Casimir moved toward the servants.
Why would a well-bred woman of the house wish to leave in the middle of the night, without telling a soul?
As Casimir moved down the line of servants, he met each of their gazes. He passed by the young kitchen maids, the sturdy housemaids, the tired laundress, and the formidable butler, until he came to the 2 footmen. One footman was blonde and lean, and met his gaze sincerely. But Casimir was interested in the second footman. The second footman was tall and slender, with black hair and calm blue eyes. He returned Casimir's gaze with a hint of arrogance and hatred, and Casimir smiled back.
"What happens to a young girl who falls in love with a servant, huh?"
he asked the people gathered, and a shocked murmur wafted through the group.
"A lovely, innocent girl who falls prey to a man whose only desire in the world is ambition."
He lifted a hand to the footman, who shook his head.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he said, glaring at Casimir.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Is it?
Casimir shrugged before turning to the guests.
The young woman fancies herself in love and gives herself to the man, and she becomes with child.
He said the last two words in a whisper, but everyone heard him. Several gasps were heard from the women in the group.
Of course the man didn't plan on that, and the night they are to run away, she tells him, he no longer wants her. A child to look after and take care of? That wasn't part of the bargain. They argue. There's a struggle. And he turns on her like a rabid dog.
He yelled the last words for effect. Inspector Brown looked to the two constables beside him and jerked his chin out. He knew Casimir was about to reveal the killer. The two men edged themselves closer to Casimir and the footman.
What rubbish!
The footman exclaimed.
But as the young woman was slowly being choked to death, she reached out and grabbed a single button from her lover's coat.
Casimir said, slowly holding the button high for everyone to see.
My God!
Came one reply. But even as everyone burst into exclamations of surprise, Casimir was focused intently on the sly footman before him. The footman gave himself away as he jerked down to look at his jacket and the place where a button was missing.
You bastard!
He hissed and swung quickly, his fist connecting firmly with Casimir's jaw. The constables immediately took the footman into custody as Casimir winced at the pain, shaking his head.
You could have caught him sooner,
Casimir said, irritated at Brown's slow response.
And ruin your lovely monologue? I wouldn't dream of it, Casimir.
Brown said with wide eyes before turning away, a huge smile adorning his face. Chapter 10. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia stretched her arms above her head and looked down at the papers. She had been correct. The country estate had invigorated her, and another instalment of the adventures of Casimir Kimberley had been completed. She liked the interaction between Brown and Casimir, even though the inspector was a little gruff. In some ways, he reminded her of Harrison Bryce. She thought of Harrison that evening when they had been in his room sitting in the dark. She thought vaguely of his long fingers as he smoothed back the curl and his hazel eyes watching her in the dark. Had he been about to kiss her before the maid had interrupted? What would she have done? Been shocked? Been pleased? He was an attractive man who also kept his distance. At least she understood that given he was a detective investigating a possible crime. It was odd that she should like him when they had just met, but she did. She looked over the pages she had written and stacked them together. Tomorrow she would hand them over to Jasper. He would be pleased with another installment and would publish it straight away. Readers were clamouring for more Casimir, and she must deliver.
This is excellent, Lavinia,
Jasper said the following day when she handed him the story.
I've been wondering when I would see the next chapter.
The stories don't write themselves, Jasper,
she said, adding cream to her coffee.
I have you to thank for this latest instalment. I was inspired by the country air to write this latest one.
I can already imagine the sales,
he said, grinning, as Harrison and Constance joined them in the dining room. Lavinia watched Harrison retrieve his breakfast while Constance poured herself a coffee.
What do we have planned today, darling?
Constance asked Jasper. Jasper looked at Constance in an amused way, and then at Lavinia.
I have several workers from the electricity company arriving. I'm not sure if it's the wiring, but I want it fixed immediately. This bloody electricity cost a fortune. Storm or not, I don't want it happening again, but I'll be looking in on them.
Constance scoffed.
Surely your butler can handle that.
He can.
Jasper nodded.
But I want to oversee the work myself. So you, my darling.
He emphasised the word.
I must fend for yourself.
I'm afraid I must return to town,
Harrison told them, though his eyes were on Lavinia.
I thought you were to stay till Monday,
she asked him softly.
I do need to head back,
he said in a low voice.
Crimes to solve and all.
Lavinia nodded.
Of course. I guess that leaves you and me.
She turned her eyes to Constance.
How exciting,
Constance responded sarcastically.
Duncan is here,
Jasper reminded them.
Somewhere.
What is with that man? We've hardly seen him.
Constance looked about the dining room.
He's a lone wolf,
Jasper said, munching on a piece of toast.
I'm not surprised.
Harrison ate his breakfast of eggs and bacon and then stood up.
My bags are in the hallway. Will you walk out with me?
Harrison asked Lavinia.
Certainly.
In the foyer, he pulled on his overcoat.
I'm going to visit the solicitor and doctor tomorrow. I hope once I speak to them, we can put this to rest.
She nodded.
I've enjoyed my time here.
He began awkwardly.
Not the house party, but with you.
He stopped awkwardly.
I've enjoyed my time with you as well,
she said, looking into his eyes.
Good morning, Miss Howard.
He left in the hansom cab, and Lavinia returned to the dining room, where Constance was eating alone.
You took my advice then?
She said, smiling as she sipped her coffee. Lavinia had her hands on the back of a chair as she stood staring at the woman.
Your advice?
She asked.
Choosing the writer over the tycoon?
Constance reminded her.
Good choice.
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to check on my aunt.
Aunt Freddie had been given a breakfast tray and was sitting up in bed feeling foolish.
A little cold put me to bed, as if I'm some frail woman.
She shook her head.
What have I missed?
Not much,
Lavinia told her as she sat at the edge of her bed.
The electricity went out last night due to a storm. The whole house plunged into darkness. Jasper's trying to fix it. No one has seen Duncan that much, and the inspector left this morning.
The handsome inspector.
Frederica nodded as she sipped her juice.
I do like him.
Lavinia met her aunt's probing gaze but said nothing.
What should we do today?
Her aunt asked.
Do you feel up for a brisk walk? We could take in the autumn air and return for tea and scones after.
Lavinia suggested.
Perfect.
May Simmons stared through her lashes at the inspector, seated before her as he waited to see Eleazar. She was curious, as she had never met a detective in person. He was also handsome, which she never imagined a detective would be. She wondered why an inspector would want to meet with her boss, but he must have his reasons. Eleazar finally joined them and took the inspector back with him to his office. Eleazar took his seat behind the desk to face the inspector. He offered the man tea, but Harrison declined. Instead, he removed his small notebook and pencil and turned several pages until he came to a blank one.
How can I help you, Inspector Bryce?
The grey-haired man asked.
Thank you, firstly, for seeing me without an appointment. I'm appreciative of your time, Mr. Schulman.
Harrison said cordially. Eleazar waved a hand at him.
I am at your disposal, Inspector.
This might sound a bit peculiar, but I'm investigating two rather strange deaths.
He explained.
They mirror two deaths written about by Lavinia Howard. Are you familiar with Miss Howard?
Eleazar watched the man from behind his wire-rimmed spectacles.
I have known Lavinia since she was a child. Her father, Gerald, was a very good man. Zikro no livracha,
he said, and Harrison frowned.
May his memory be a blessing.
Eleazar translated. Harrison nodded.
Were you aware that Miss Howard has written several stories that have been published?
Harrison asked the solicitor. Eleazar raised an eyebrow.
I know she enjoyed writing stories. Gerald mentioned it to me, and Lavinia did herself. I was aware of that talent, but not that she had been published.
Eleazar explained.
I understand Miss Howard keeps the books for your law firm.
Harrison said, making notes of the man's answers in his notebook.
Correct, as Lavinia's father did before her.
What are your thoughts on Miss Howard?
Harrison probed.
The stories that have been published are quite grand and involve murder. Does Miss Howard strike you as someone who could be involved in such a scheme?
Eleazar's eyes widened.
Certainly not,
he said briskly.
Lavinia is a respectable woman from a respectable family. I hold her in the highest regard.
I hope you understand that I must follow any leads in this case. It is not personal. I am merely doing my job and investigating two deaths connected with the writing.
Eleazar nodded.
I understand, but I will say this. Though Lavinia has a fertile imagination, and I am pleased that she has been published, she could no more be involved in these deaths than I could. It's absolutely impossible.
Harrison nodded.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Schulman. You've been most helpful.
Not at all, Inspector. Let me see you to the door.
Harrison had not been surprised by his visit with Eleazar Schulman. The older man seemed more of a father figure to Lavinia, and was protective and supportive of her. It seemed that Lavinia was surrounded by people who wanted only the best for her, which included her aunts, the solicitor, and even Jasper. At his next stop, He was greeted by a businesslike woman with dark hair pulled low into a bun and eyes that looked him over before she even greeted him.
How can I assist you?
She asked.
I'm here to see Dr. Malcolm Alsop.
Do you have an appointment?
I don't. Please tell him that Detective Chief Inspector Bryce with the Metropolitan Police is here to see him.
The woman's eyes flickered in surprise at his title, but she said nothing.
He has not yet returned from lunch. Please have a seat.
The woman went back to stuffing envelopes while Harrison watched her quietly. They were the only two people in the room as the mantel clock chimed the half hour. He thought he should have made an appointment, but he wanted to get this business over with and didn't want to waste precious time. Harrison suspected that none of Lavinia's acquaintances would be involved with the deaths. Still, he had to speak to them, especially as Malcolm had introduced Jasper to Lavinia. A few moments later, the door opened, and a man stepped inside. Harrison surveyed the doctor, sharply dressed in a dark suit with brown hair and a Van Dyke goatee and curled moustache. He nodded at the stern woman behind the desk and was about to walk past her when she spoke.
Doctor?
Yes, Nurse Pratt.
This gentleman is here to see you,
she said, motioning to Harrison.
He is Inspector Bryce with the Metropolitan Police.
Harrison watched him turn, realizing the door opening had blocked the doctor's view when he had first entered the room.
Inspector?
Malcolm introduced himself, and the two men shook hands.
Please come with me to my office.
Once inside, Harrison looked about the office decorated in blue and brown and took a seat facing the doctor. As usual, he took his small notebook from his pocket.
I should have made an appointment.
Harrison told the man opposite him in a sort of apology.
I leave my afternoons for catching up on my notes.
Malcolm lit a cigarette and offered one to Harrison, who shook his head.
How can I help you?
Are you familiar with a Miss Lavinia Howard?
He watched as Malcolm's calm demeanour changed. He sat up and rested his cigarette in the ashtray.
Lavinia, has something happened?
He said, concern etched in his voice. Harrison didn't like the familiar tone he used when he spoke about Lavinia, nor the soft tone he said it in. It seemed very intimate, and his use of her given name irritated Harrison immensely.
No, nothing has happened to Miss Howard.
He resisted the urge to say that he had been with her the night before at the country estate, but he did not.
Did you know Miss Howard writes stories?
Malcolm picked up his cigarette.
I do.
What does she write?
He asked, meeting the man's eyes and then looking down at his notebook.
Penny dreadfuls, if you can believe it.
Malcolm smiled, but Harrison did not return it.
I understand that you introduced her to her current publisher,
he said. Malcolm tapped his cigarette once into the ashtray.
It seems you know quite a bit.
Is it true?
Yes, I introduced Lavinia to Jasper.
Why?
Why ask when you know already?
Dr. Alsop, I know a great many things that people say. I need to know if they are true. You admit you introduced them.
He repeated.
I did,
he said.
So I'm not sure I expected much to happen. I knew Lavinia liked to write, so I offered to take the writings to Jasper, who I'm sure you know owns Courtenay Publishing.
And he liked the stories and published them?
Harrison concluded.
He did.
Several seconds ticked by before Harrison spoke again.
What is your relationship with Miss Howard?
He asked, meeting his eyes.
My relationship?
The doctor echoed. Harrison waited.
Lavinia's father, Gerald, helped to get my surgery up and running. I owe all of this to him, and his daughter is an extension of that debt.
He clarified, taking up his cigarette. Harrison said nothing.
I'm very fond of Lavinia. She's a lovely woman both in her person and her personality.
He finished tenderly. Harrison felt an intense urge to cause him pain.
I see.
There's nothing I would not do for her,
Malcolm said honestly.
Does that include murdering 2 women to have her sales increase?
He asked him. Malcolm stared at Harrison, then sat back in his chair.
What rubbish is this? What 2 women? As if you haven't noticed, I'm a doctor. My sole purpose is to help people, to nurture people, not kill them.
Perhaps,
Harrison said, wishing to see what else the doctor might say. He sensed his anger.
Do you not think killing my patients might have a rather damaging effect on my practice?
Malcolm barked.
I believe it would.
I'll be blunt since you seem to wish it,
Malcolm said, leaning forward and tapping the ash from his cigarette.
I am very fond of Lavinia and remain her constant admirer. I have not killed any of my patients and remain in good standing with the General Council of Medical Education and Registration,
he said huffily.
You can check on my record.
Harrison looked down at his notebook.
I didn't say you killed any of your patients, Doctor, and I'm not disparaging your work. But 2 women were killed, and they very closely mirror 2 deaths that occurred in Miss Howard's stories.
What exactly are you saying here?
Malcolm frowned.
Miss Howard wrote about 2 deaths in her stories. Shortly after the stories were published, 2 women were found dead in London in almost identical circumstances found in the stories.
Harrison explained.
So someone read the stories and killed the women in the same manner?
Malcolm asked him.
Why? That makes no sense.
Does it have to make sense?
Harrison said, surprised.
2 women are dead. Although the reasoning beyond the killer and why they do it helps us understand it, all I really want to do is catch a killer.
As I've said, I helped Lavinia connect with Jasper, and that is all I did.
Malcolm said coldly.
What do you know of Mr. Courtenay?
Harrison consulted his notebook.
So I've known Jasper for some time. He's a friend who is a self-made man. He's ambitious and driven. I admire that side of him immensely. It's not always easy to be self-made,
Malcolm said.
So as you likely know, he's also become quite wealthy, publishing the penny dreadfuls, which have been so successful,
he added.
And yet?
Harrison pressed. Malcolm sighed.
He's a good-looking chap and he dresses well.
Malcolm seemed to be searching for the right words.
He likes women.
All right.
The inspector nodded.
First, men like to look at a pretty face and chase skirts, but Jasper does have an appetite and they don't seem to last long.
Malcolm told him.
They?
His mistresses.
Such a man as that. And I'm surprised you introduced Miss Howard to him.
Harrison pointed out.
Lavinia?
Malcolm shook his head.
Lavinia can absolutely handle herself. She understands her own mind and she's very determined. I doubt she would ever give Jasper a second thought beyond his role as her publisher.
Harrison nodded and closed his notebook.
You've been most helpful, Doctor. Thank you for this intrusion and your time.
Nurse Pratt had her head bent to one side and wrote in a ledger outside the small foyer. Harrison passed by her on the way to the door.
Good afternoon,
he told her.
Inspector?
She called out to him, and she moved quickly from behind the desk to stand before him.
Nurse Pratt,
he acknowledged.
I couldn't help but overhear you speaking to the doctor,
she said, her eyes wide and innocent as she looked at him. Harrison couldn't help but feel that her wide-eyed innocence was false and knew she had been listening at the door.
I see.
I know that you came to see the doctor about Lavinia Howard,
she said in a whisper as her eyes darted to the office down the hall.
The walls are thin indeed,
he said sarcastically, but the older woman didn't pick up on his tone.
They are. Gracious me, you can hear anything if you are close enough,
she told him.
It's almost indecent, the things I've heard over the years.
She nodded and gestured for him to follow her. She turned into a small room off the main entrance, and he saw it was filled with several filing cabinets.
I know that the doctor is very fond of Miss Howard,
she began.
I'm sure I don't understand why. Some men might think the girl is pretty, but my goodness, she is so odd.
Odd? In what way?
He asked the matronly woman.
Oh, she writes stories, and apparently the doctor is very proud of her.
The woman shook her head.
I know Miss Howard's father helped him begin his practice, but even so...
She stopped.
Even so?
Harrison pressed.
Well...
She pressed her lips primly together.
I think Miss Howard has been very forward, and she practically throws herself at the doctor. Obviously you can see for yourself he's a handsome man. He has a practice on Harley Street, and he's a kind man, so he's just the sort that might marry her out of pity.
Harrison felt his throat grow dry, and the thought of Lavinia marrying the doctor made him anxious.
Yes, I can see exactly what you mean.
Though he didn't. She smiled and looked relaxed.
I knew you would. It was the reason I wished to speak to you.
Thank you, Nurse Pratt.
She nodded.
I wanted you to know her character. I'm sure it will help whatever it is you're investigating.
I'll let you get back to work.
When Harrison entered the street, he placed his hat on his head and then stopped. He had thought to head back to his office at the Metropolitan Police, but several thoughts filled his head as he began to walk. Harrison was familiar enough with jealousy and Nurse Pratt had it in spades. He knew the woman intensely disliked Lavinia. She had gone out of her way to listen at the door to discover why he was there and then try to disparage Lavinia's character. She was nosy, and there was no crime in that. She also seemed to revere her employer. He noted that she whispered his name with reverence whenever she mentioned him by title. It could be that the woman looked up to her employer, and she admired him. That was possible. But her words had surprised him, especially those concerning Malcolm and Lavinia. Had Malcolm offered marriage to Lavinia? Neither of them had ever said. And if Jasper had a reason to kill two strangers for money, would not the same apply to a would-be spouse? He mulled over the conversation. If Malcolm planned to marry Lavinia, then surely he would want his wife to be successful. Her stories would generate not only money, but success. But the good doctor had seemed genuinely confused about the deaths of the women and had thought that he was accusing him of killing his patients. He had known about the stories, but he did not know about the actual deaths that occurred. Harrison had known several murderers who had rivaled actors he had seen on Drury Lane, but his thoughts then strayed to Jasper. He had not learned anything new about the man after speaking to Malcolm. Jasper was a self-made man who was ambitious and liked the ladies. Having watched Lavinia and Jasper over the weekend, he agreed with Malcolm in one respect. Lavinia could hold her own with Jasper, in whom she didn't seem interested in the least. If anything, he recalled the other female writer, Constance Griffin, had been very attached to Jasper much of their stay in the country. He had intended to head into the office to appraise the sergeant of his progress, but instead turned and headed in a different direction. Chapter 11. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia raised an eyebrow in surprise as the maid announced she had a visitor and named the visitor as Inspector Bryce. She was alone in the townhouse and placed the magazine as she stood to greet her guest. As the maid announced his arrival, Lavinia acknowledged him with a nod.
Inspector, what a surprise.
You'll forgive my interruption,
he said curtly.
Not at all. Would you like some tea?
She asked courteously.
No, thank you.
Please,
she said, and raised a palm to the sofa opposite her to indicate he should take the seat, which he did. She smoothed her blue wool skirt down as she sat down again and waited for him to speak.
I've been to see Mr. Schulman and Dr. Alsop.
I hope they were both well,
she said sincerely.
They were. They both spoke very highly of you, which I'm sure is no surprise to you.
She looked down at the rug and nodded.
They are both very good men.
I wondered,
he began softly,
if you would be so kind as to elaborate on the relationship you have with Dr. Alsop.
Malcolm?
She frowned.
My relationship?
In the context of the word relationship, I refer to any contract you may have with the doctor regarding marriage,
he explained.
What, marriage?
Lavinia repeated the word and blinked.
Marriage.
Lavinia stared at the inspector.
I'm not sure how that is any business of yours.
Harrison met her eyes.
I'm investigating a murder. 2 murders. Everything is my business.
This certainly is not.
She returned, her face flushed.
Have you entered into an agreement with Malcolm Alsop?
He said plainly. Lavinia straightened.
Would you like me to come to your office at the Metropolitan Police? You appear to think I'm a suspect now.
Harrison shook his head.
I'm merely trying to get to the bottom of these cases, and the only link I have between the 2 deaths is your stories.
Lavinia pondered his words.
Who mentioned a marriage between myself and Malcolm?
Harrison cleared his throat.
Not Malcolm?
Lavinia asked.
No. Although Dr. Alsop did say something about being your constant admirer.
He admitted begrudgingly.
If not Malcolm, then who told you this? It's nonsense.
She told him.
Is it?
Harrison appeared visibly relieved. Lavinia was suddenly angry.
Are you asking these questions out of a genuine need to know the answers, or just mere curiosity? Because my personal life is my own affair.
Harrison looked at Lavinia seated across from him. She looked lovely and fair, with her silvery blonde hair pinned at the nape of her neck, and her grey eyes tracking him. He felt his heart pound as he watched the anger flash across her face. He did not want her to be angry at him, but neither did he want her in Malcolm's arms.
There could be many motives for murder, Miss Howard,
he said coolly.
One of the most common is love. A husband's love for his wife, Or in this case, a would-be husband to help further his soon-to-be wife's budding career as a writer.
Harrison watched her face.
And my soon-to-be husband's career as a surgical doctor on Harley Street. That would all be placed in jeopardy,
she pointed out.
It makes no sense.
I'm merely following the leads, Miss Howard,
he said quickly.
I've told you it's nonsense,
Lavinia said.
Whether that appeases the police department or you personally, only you'll know the answer to that.
I didn't come here to anger you,
he assured her.
No. You came to ask me very personal questions, and I'm sure your job allows that constantly. And if you want to press issues or concerns with certain people, you just need to hide behind your investigation,
she said briskly.
Miss Howard.
Are we finished? I've answered your questions.
Harrison said nothing. He had come here on the spur of the moment, angry at what he imagined to be happening between Malcolm and Lavinia, based on a nasty gossip's word. Now he had angered Lavinia, and he didn't want that.
As I have been so obliging, perhaps you would do the same and tell me who said anything about a marriage between myself and Malcolm. I know it wasn't Malcolm,
she said, meeting his gaze.
It wasn't Malcolm, it was his nurse,
he clarified.
Of course, Nurse Pratt, that makes perfect sense.
She smiled, but without warmth.
How so?
I don't think Ruth Pratt approves of me. I don't think she has ever liked me,
Lavinia told the inspector.
What reason would the nurse have to disapprove?
Lavinia sighed.
I think there are several reasons. She dislikes me because my father provided for me and I don't have to work. She dislikes that Malcolm looks after me. And I think most of it stems from the fact that she worships him. But I would go even farther than that.
She stopped suddenly.
Yes?
He asked.
I think she's a little in love with him, but I don't think it's a normal love, more a sort of worship. But those are merely my impressions. I could be wrong.
I don't think you are.
He shook his head.
I saw little of that when I was there today. She seems to admire him greatly.
Yes, and Nurse Pratt has been with him for some time.
Would her admiration for Dr. Alsop cause Nurse Pratt to hate you? To cause you harm?
No!
Lavinia shook her head.
I know a little about her life outside the surgery. She lives with her elderly mother. They are Anglicans, and she attends church regularly. I can't imagine her killing 2 women. Absolutely not.
She rose and walked with him into the foyer. The maid handed him his hat, and he turned to Lavinia.
I didn't mean to use my position to find out personal information about you, Miss Howard,
he began.
And my goal would never have been to make you angry.
He turned quickly and was gone, only to be replaced by her aunts a minute later.
Was that Inspector Bryce?
Frederica asked her niece.
It was.
He didn't stay for tea.
Frederica wondered.
He came to ask some questions about the 2 dead women.
Lavinia said tiredly.
It was not a social visit.
She turned back into the foyer and mounted the stairs before her aunts could ask further questions. When she entered her room, she sat down at her desk and stared out the window. She had liked Harrison Bryce immensely when they had spent time together in the country. He had seemed quiet yet intelligent. His visit this afternoon made Lavinia realise that his friendliness might be a cover if he still thought she was somehow connected to the 2 deaths. And though he may not believe she had killed the women herself, he did not think her entirely innocent either. He had questioned dearest Eleazar as if he were some crazed killer and thought Malcolm was a lover bent on helping her book sales. Absurd. He should look at the victims to see their backgrounds and who might wish them dead, not harass the author of a few penny dreadful stories. He was grasping at straws and it irked her. Harrison returned to his office and nodded curtly at his sergeant. His interview with Lavinia had not gone well, and even though he had tried to apologise, she had remained angry. Could he blame her?
You've been gone a long time,
Kenneth Jakeman remarked to his boss as he walked past his desk. Harrison glanced at his sergeant.
Not much to learn from the 2 men except that I have been wasting my time.
You had to follow the lead, boss. If you didn't, you'd be wondering if you should have.
Kenneth pointed out, and Harrison had to agree.
I've angered Miss Howard,
he said quietly. Kenneth frowned.
Does that matter?
Not especially,
Harrison said, avoiding his gaze, but Kenneth followed him into his office.
Did anything happen at the country estate weekend?
Kenneth said, separating the last two words as he had heard the posh people do.
What could have happened?
He said, being deliberately evasive as he shuffled several papers on his desk.
Well, I don't know, as I've never been invited to a country party.
Kenneth said,
But maybe you two were caught in the library together?
Caught in the...
Harrison looked up at the younger man.
No, Kenneth. We weren't caught in the library, and I wasn't called out to duel for her honour like some medieval tale. Are we done here?
Harrison pulled out the 2 files of the dead woman to bring to his superintendent, who had asked for an update. Kenneth gestured to the files.
Taking them to old Dougie? What are you going to recommend?
Harrison shrugged as he thought of his appointment in 20 minutes with Superintendent Leland Douglas. Douglas had been at the police force for over 20 years, and affectionately everyone called him Old Dougie.
I haven't found anything, and that's the truth.
Harrison said, looking down at the files.
I'm going to tell old Dougie these cases should be closed. I'm sure he won't press it. Sadly, in both cases, the women were poor with little or no family to care for them.
But if it's the truth, and they can't say you didn't try, Jesus, you even followed that ridiculous constable's lead about the penny dreadfuls. That's above and beyond.
Kenneth said passionately, taking the side of his boss. Tucking the files under his arm, Harrison walked out of his office to meet with his superior to discuss the 2 cases. It wasn't that he felt he was letting the dead women down. He had done all he could to look into every possible lead. The fact was, though, that both deaths were explainable, and had that constable not brought up Lavinia's writing, he would have closed the cases long ago.
I don't understand why you even went to all this bother in the first place.
Leland said.
Penny dreadfuls? It's in the name, I would say. Dreadful stuff, and 2 deaths in 2 stories that closely resemble our girls here, and you jump to the conclusion they are connected?
No, sir.
Then what?
I was merely following the leads. As I do in any case, it turned out to be nothing.
He shrugged. Leland nodded.
All well and good, my boy. You follow the leads, but let's utilise our resources better next time. After all, you're one of the best inspectors I have, and I don't want your time and energies wasted.
I understand, sir.
God knows London has its fair share of nefarious goings-on, doesn't it?
The older man said.
It does, sir.
Other than the white side whiskers that fell below his chin, no other facial hair remained on Leland's face.
You've been with the Metropolitan Police for how many years?
He asked, touching his whiskers absently.
15 years, sir.
From constable to detective, if I remember correctly. And that takes a certain sort of skill and finesse.
Leland remarked.
That's kind of you to say so.
Harrison gave a brisk nod.
Then we'll say no more of these unfortunate women. Accidental death.
He nodded and placed the files to one side.
Thank you, Harrison. That's all for now.
Marjorie took the post in hand and went into the dining room where her sister and niece were breakfasting.
This is for you, Lavinia,
she said, handing her a small envelope. Lavinia took the envelope and opened it. She read the contents and looked up at her 2 aunts.
Jasper's holding an intimate party this Saturday,
she said.
He'd like me to attend. He said the invitation extends to both my aunts.
There was no need to ask Marjorie, who did not care for such events, so Lavinia turned her eyes to Frederica.
Aunt Freddie?
She asked. Frederica nodded happily.
Write to tell him that we accept.
And you'll have another instalment to celebrate, Lavinia.
Marjorie piped up.
You're following my story?
Lavinia said, pleased.
I am.
Marjorie nodded.
One of the sewing circle women, well, her grandson apparently adores them. She's been keeping us abreast of Casimir and his adventures.
That is very nice of her,
Lavinia said.
Don't be so modest, Lavinia,
Frederica chided.
Boasting is a sin, as is being too proud, but that could never be you.
Of course not.
Marjorie defended her niece.
There's nothing wrong with accepting a compliment.
Lavinia beamed at the praise. Lavinia had not expected so much fanfare when her story was first published, but it had touched a nerve with the London people and beyond. Jasper had told her that there were reporters camped outside his offices to try and discover the true identity of G.R. Howard, but none had succeeded yet. She ambled along a quiet stretch of Hyde Park that she often frequented to clear her mind. Story ideas seemed to come to mind as she walked among the green lawns and trees of the centuries-old park. She was excited about this new instalment. The country estate echoed Jasper's and would give people a sense of elegance mixed with murder. The foolish footman, she thought as she walked along the path. He had tried to seduce an innocent lady of the house, and the poor young woman had loved the cad and wanted to turn her back on everything she knew and throw her lot in with the servant. But he had only been playing a game, and once it turned serious, he threw her over and killed her. The story was dramatic, and the public loved it. Lavinia had even received a letter through Jasper's publishing office from a woman in Ipswich who was a great fan of Casimir and had started the Casimir Captives. They were a group of several ladies in the town and others nearby who adored the man. Lavinia had been so tickled by their letter that she had written back to them, keeping her identity secret. She had thanked the ladies for their support and signed her pen name. There had been other letters, notes, cards, and even a poem called Casimir's Charm that someone had sent her listing all the reasons they adored Casimir. She had wanted to create a larger-than-life character with a sarcastic edge. Casimir had a sense of the extraordinary. He was also snarky and disdainful. Instead of putting people off, they loved him. She had a thought. Perhaps after the Saturday fete with Jasper, maybe her aunts would like to take a holiday to visit the sea. She had wanted for some time to visit Brighton, and now, with the extra money she was earning, she might use it to treat her aunts. She should be getting back to the townhouse, she realised. She would need to change for supper, and her Aunt Marjorie preferred prompt meals. Lavinia stood and began walking back toward the way she had come when she saw a man walking ahead of her. Harrison was deep in thought as he walked about Hyde Park when he heard someone walking behind him. He glanced back to see a woman in a black and white striped dress with an amethyst brooch fastened at her neck. Miss Lavinia Howard.
Miss Howard,
he said, his voice echoing the surprise he felt.
I didn't expect to see you here.
It appears we are both deep in thought,
Lavinia said.
I am,
he admitted as they walked together.
The Penny Dreadful deaths?
She asked.
No, both those cases have been closed. My superintendent has ruled them as accidental deaths,
he said. Lavinia nodded.
I'm glad. I wouldn't want to think my stories prompted someone to kill. And you said yourself staircase deaths are prevalent.
They are,
he said, looking over at her.
In both cases, the women had no money and not much in the world, so there's no reason for someone to kill them, no motive.
Lavinia nodded.
Perhaps I should focus on true crimes and not try to see one that isn't there,
he said, reprimanding himself.
Being conscientious and doing a job well is admirable,
Lavinia said, even as she remembered she had been caught up in the case as a possible suspect or connected to one.
That you took the time to look at a possible crime involving two women who have no money or status makes you all the more commendable.
Don't turn me into a saint, Miss Howard.
Not a saint, Inspector, a man with principles.
What are your plans?
He asked as the sun had begun its descent and the sky began to change colours.
Return home, enjoy supper with my aunts, read a little.
I have tickets on Saturday for the Gaiety Theatre,
he said suddenly.
It's a musical comedy. It's supposed to be very good, and it takes one's mind off of other things. I'd like you to join me if you are able.
Lavinia looked up at him and then away.
I'm so sorry, I cannot.
Another engagement?
Yes. Jasper has invited my aunt and me to the country for a party,
she said simply.
I thought you might have said no because you were angry with me,
he told her.
I'm not angry with you, Inspector. I was, but I'm not now. You have your job to do. And besides, a woman doesn't get angry with a man she barely knows. That's an emotion for family members, or...
She stopped short.
Or?
He questioned.
Or others,
she finished.
That wasn't the word you were going to use,
Harrison insisted.
It was,
she assured him, not meeting his eyes.
It wasn't. A woman doesn't get angry with a man she barely knows,
he repeated.
That emotion is reserved for family members or lovers.
He said the last word softly. She said nothing.
So, as I'm not a family member nor a lover...
You certainly are not,
she retorted, her cheeks getting flushed.
Then I imagine we remain as before,
he finished.
Which is?
She asked.
Somewhere between the two.
She was quiet and then asked.
Will you go alone to the theatre, or will you ask someone else?
I might ask someone.
Who?
She pressed, knowing it was none of her business.
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps Nurse Pratt.
Lavinia smiled and looked away from him. He, in turn, couldn't help but be captivated by her smile and the warmth in it.
Nurse Pratt doesn't like me,
she admitted.
That's true enough.
I can imagine she's the same with you as my superintendent is with me,
Harrison said.
They're of an older, different generation. They like things just so, and they don't like change. It must be hard for them to see the world changing at such a rapid pace.
They had come to the park entrance, and she looked about to hire a hansom cab.
We can share if you like. I can drop you off at Hanover Square,
he suggested.
Thank you, Inspector.
After the cab had dropped her off, Lavinia entered the townhouse and stood against the door. She recalled the conversation with Harrison at Hyde Park. A strange sensation filled her when he had asked her to attend the musical comedy performance with him. She had wanted to say yes despite knowing she was already engaged. She wanted to sit beside Harrison in the darkened theatre dressed in a lovely frock. Perhaps their hands would brush against each other, perhaps their legs, and all the time the music would be playing as they sat side by side in the dark. But she had another engagement, and she had already accepted the invitation to attend the country party with Jasper. He had said he wanted to thank his many secretaries for their hard work and treat them to a country party. He had even hired several carriages to take them from and back to London. She supposed it was a nice gesture. He had also invited several writers to attend, including her, to get to know in person the authors whose work they so diligently typed. She picked up the mail in the foyer and saw several letters addressed to her. She peeked into the parlour, but no one was about. No doubt her aunts were upstairs napping. She took the mail upstairs and placed it on her desk. She opened the first envelope. The letter had a neatly typed introduction stating that the letters had come to Courtenay Publishing and forwarded to her per Mr. Courtenay's instructions. Lavinia smiled as she looked at the first letter. The handwriting was very loopy and childish. She would have guessed the writer was a young person, and the letter itself proved it. It read,
Dear Sir, Casimir is the greatest fellow that has ever lived. He is a marvellous chap, and I hope to be like him when I grow up. Thank you for making him. Yours, N. Trent.
Lavinia placed it aside and pulled the next envelope forward and opened it. This letter was written in a very precise, feminine cursive, and it read,
Dear Mr. Howard, I think you should make sure that Mr. Kimberley is adequately dressed when he goes about town on his investigations. If he catches a chill or anything should happen to him, your fans will be most displeased. I would also ask that Mr. Kimberley be properly fed good English food during the day, to have enough nourishment to fight his assigned crimes. We mustn't let Mr. Kimberley become malnourished. C. Biddington.
Chapter 12. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia shook her head while biting back a smile. People were fascinated by Casimir. He had touched such a core with the people that she found it thrilling. A final envelope lay inside the larger one. Lavinia pulled it out and opened it in one slice with her letter opener. She glanced down at the single page and frowned. Instead of cursive writing, strangely, this letter was written in large block letters. But that was not all. The ink used on the page was not black but red, which seemed an odd choice. She read,
2 women are dead. 2 women have lost their lives. Can Casimir save every woman in the city? Can he save you? After all, he's not real, but you are.
Lavinia felt her breath grow shallower as she read the letter once and then twice. The red ink made the words seem all that more ominous. 2 women lost their lives. 2 women had lost their lives. She thought wildly of the women Harrison had investigated. No, the writer wasn't speaking about those women. He must be referencing the women in the stories. It was pretty straightforward. He mentioned Casimir and that the man couldn't save them. He was jealous of the character. She laid the letter down on her desk. Jasper had warned her about this. He had warned her before he had published the first story what would happen with the readers. He had been succinct. People contacted authors all the time and for various reasons. Some readers, such as the boy, wanted to be like the characters, and others, like the woman, wanted to care for Casimir. And then there were those like the red ink person. They were angry for some reason and trying to scare G.R. Howard. It was insane and made no sense, but the person had reached out to her nonetheless. It was nonsense. It had to be. The reader had taken the time to write her, to scare her, but the intent was implied, not concrete. Can he save you? After all, he's not real, but you are. Lavinia folded up the letter and returned it to the envelope. She wouldn't tell anyone about it. Her aunts would only be upset, and what else could she do? Show it to Harrison. What could he do? No, it was best to ignore the letter. She ran a brush through her hair and readied herself to go down for supper. She took up the other 2 charming letters to show her aunts over their meal.
It's too cute,
Frederica said at the young boy's letter.
Don't you think so, sister?
She handed it to Marjorie.
It is.
Marjorie nodded.
I can't tell you how many times one of the ladies in my Bible study or sewing circle asks after Casimir.
She chuckled.
Imagine, the man isn't even alive, but people think he is.
Lavinia thought suddenly of the red-inked words, but put it from her mind decisively.
Yes, I never imagined so many people would be interested in my simple character,
she acknowledged.
Look at this one.
She handed the second one to her aunt. Marjorie chuckled and passed it on to Frederica.
What nonsense.
It is rather silly, isn't it?
Lavinia smiled lightly as the maid brought in their soup.
But at least she cares about him. She wants him well dressed and well fed.
But isn't that strange? He's a character in your story. He doesn't need to dress well or eat well.
Marjorie countered.
I think it's a testament to Lavinia's stories.
Frederica pointed out.
They evoke feelings in people. They want this man, this character, to be cared for. They want him to have clothes and food. I think it's marvellous.
Frederica's eyes lit up as she looked across the table at her niece and sister.
It is a little overwhelming, though I must admit,
Lavinia said as she took a spoonful of the brown Windsor soup.
I had an idea that I wanted to discuss with you both. A surprise, actually.
Marjorie gave her an encouraging look while Frederica waited to hear the idea.
As it's autumn and will soon be getting cooler, I thought I might treat us to a week by the sea. I thought perhaps Brighton.
She told them, taking another spoonful of her soup.
Brighton,
Marjorie said in awe.
Oh, Lavinia, that is a lovely idea. I long to see the sea.
I thought you might enjoy it. Aunt Freddie?
She asked. Frederica laid a hand at her throat, touched her orange brooch and sighed.
I long to see the lovely blue sea as well. It's a fine idea, Lavinia. When were you thinking?
I've made arrangements so that we can attend the party at Jasper's on Saturday, and then on Sunday we can take the train. It's less than 2 hours.
She told her aunts.
2 hours?
Marjorie shook her head.
Do you hear that, sister? 2 hours from here to Brighton. I imagine it would be only slightly more to the moon.
She giggled in excitement. They consumed their main meal of beef fillets with fried bananas, a favourite of Frederica's. They talked about the dinner party on Saturday, which was a few days away, and their holiday trip to the seaside town of Brighton. The ladies moved to the parlour, where coffee with baked apples was served.
Delicious.
Frederica admired the baked apples.
Cook is a treasure.
Lavinia sipped the coffee with milk and watched the fire crackle in the fireplace before her. She was looking forward to the supper party at Jasper's grand house, but even more to seeing Brighton. They had been 2 years ago when her father was still alive, because Gerald loved the sea like his sister Marjorie. She remembered they had walked along the chain pier together, looking out over the ocean, admiring its strength and beauty.
A woman is like the ocean, Vinnie,
he had told her as they strolled together.
How?
She had asked him. He had stared down into her face and then looked back to the blue waters.
Woman is filled with unimaginable depths, and like the ocean she can hold them fast and never reveal them.
She had pondered his words.
And a man, what is he like?
Gerald had looked over at his daughter and then grinned.
Like the sand, forever moving and shifting at the ocean's leisurely waves.
That can't be true,
Lavinia had laughed.
You make it sound as if the man is at the woman's whims.
Not necessarily whims,
he replied, shaking his head.
But women always lead the man. It is the way of it.
The sound of clattering dishes brought her back to the parlour in Hanover Square. Her aunts were placing their dishes on the tray for the maid to collect in the morning. They said their good nights and left her alone in the parlour. She watched the fire curl and dance about the logs, and the snap and crackle sounds filled the air. Casimir's next adventure must be quite grand indeed. She knew her trip to Brighton would enable her to rest the week long and write the next installment of his story. Brighton. He would travel to Brighton just as she would do. He would solve a crime there. She rubbed her hands together. It would be perfect. She went upstairs and placed the 2 glowing letters she had received away in a keepsake box and pulled out the red ink letter once more. Not even a letter, just 6 sentences. She looked it over and tried to decipher something, anything from it. But there was nothing. Lavinia shook herself mentally. She was trying to make this into something it was not. A spiteful person who wanted to frighten her for no other reason than that they could. It was a silly prank that was anything but silly. Jasper had warned her, and she must not put any more stock into the red ink letter. She placed it away and readied herself for bed. The next day, Lavinia was kept busy. The kitchen maid was out ill, so she offered to go to the butcher for their chops and delivered them to cook. Afterward, she went to the greengrocer to fetch several vegetables cook required, including parsnips for the soup that evening. Aunt Marjorie had come down with a slight cold, so Lavinia went to the chemist to pick up the prescription of chlorodyne that had been recommended by their doctor. As Lavinia was waiting for the chemist to prepare it, Malcolm entered the shop.
Lavinia,
he said warmly, kissing her cheek.
Malcolm!
She said, smiling at him.
It seems so long since we've seen each other. What brings you here?
He asked.
Nothing serious. Aunt Marjorie has a slight chill. I'm picking up her medicine.
She explained.
I'm here to place an order, but they're to be delivered. Can I see you home?
Of course. That would be lovely.
She accepted. When both had completed their errand, Malcolm hired a hansom cab to take them to Hanover Square.
I must congratulate you, Lavinia,
he said smoothly.
I can't open a magazine or walk down the street without hearing the names Casimir Kimberley and G.R. Howard.
She pinkened at his compliment.
Well, I may have written the character, but you showed the story to Jasper, so perhaps I owe you.
I'm immensely proud of you, Lavinia, and I know your father would be thrilled,
he told her softly.
I hope so too.
The hansom cab pulled to a stop, and she stepped outside.
Oh, I expect I'll see you on Saturday,
he said suddenly.
Jasper invited me to the supper party and mentioned you would be there as well.
Thank you for seeing me home. Until Saturday.
Malcolm watched her enter the townhouse and knocked on the roof of the cab for the driver to continue on. It had been an unexpected surprise to see Lavinia inside the chemist's shop. Though he had known her all her life, it was only recently that she had truly blossomed and turned into a young woman that any man would be proud to have at his side. He had never really thought about Lavinia in that regard. She had always been the daughter of his dear friend. But now, he found himself noticing the little things that he had not done before, the way she carried herself, her quiet manner, and her intelligence were all desirable characteristics. Suddenly, he was looking forward to the Saturday supper party. Harrison was putting his desk in order, placing old files away, when a knock sounded on his door.
Boss,
Kenneth said as he entered the office.
Have you seen the latest?
He sat in the chair, placing his shoes on Harrison's desk. Harrison looked pointedly at the shoes before they were removed.
What latest?
The Great Adventures of Casimir, of course.
He held up the latest cover of the Penny Dreadful.
Grand,
Harrison corrected.
What?
It's the Grand Adventures, not great.
He clarified.
Right.
He placed the Penny Dreadful story before him, and Harrison glanced at it briefly.
Is there something of significance here?
He asked his sergeant. Kenneth shook his head.
No, but it's a bit different. This time Casimir solves a crime at a country estate. Sort of like the one you went to.
He raised an eyebrow, to which Harrison returned his gaze stoically. Harrison looked at the cover but didn't open it.
Some footman falls in love with the daughter of the manor, but it's no love story.
He grinned. Harrison took the story in hand and turned a page.
What happens?
The girl is killed, and the footman is declared the murderer. All nice and wrapped with a pretty bow in a few pages. I wish our lot was like that.
The younger man complained. Harrison placed the magazine aside.
Real life is rarely like a book, Kenneth. Our investigations are actually work. They're exacting, detecting, skillful work. I think most people forget that.
Including your sweetheart?
Kenneth said with a smirk. Harrison turned a cold gaze to his sergeant.
Miss Howard was a lead in this investigation and nothing more. You will kindly refer to her by her surname and not imply anything else.
Sorry, boss.
Kenneth said, adequately chastened, sitting up.
It was just a little joke. Lighten the mood and all.
Go about your business,
he said.
We've been assigned a new case, and I'll fill you in once I've reviewed the file.
He watched Kenneth return to his desk as he thought about the word he had used. Sweetheart. Why did his heart beat quicker when he imagined Lavinia as his own sweetheart? He pushed the thoughts from him as he had work to do. But when he glanced again at the cover of the Penny Dreadful, he thought once more of that night when they had been stuck in the greenhouse, when it had just been the two of them alone in the world as they slept with the rain falling down. Lavinia picked up the 3 train tickets at the station that morning. She wanted everything to be ready and tidy so that they could set out Sunday morning after the party. She placed the tickets in her bag and walked along the platform. She had received a telegram that morning that the arrangements had been made for their rooms at the Grand Brighton. When she entered the foyer, the maid was dusting the staircase and railing and humming to herself. She bid her a good morning as she noticed the post had arrived. Another large envelope with Jasper Courtenay's company logo indicated it was from him. She took the envelope upstairs and into her room. When she opened it, there were only 2 smaller envelopes. She opened the first.
Mr. Howard, it has come to my attention, and those of the ladies in my knitting group, that Mr. Kimberley is not yet married. You must remedy this immediately. As a young man of exceptional intelligence, he must marry lest some hussy gets her claws in him and set him on the wrong path. A good woman will make sure he is looked after and keep him on the path of righteousness. She will make sure he continues to do the good work he does. An evil woman will veer him from that path, and we cannot allow that. Send him a decent Christian woman. Make sure she is Anglican, of course. This must happen with all speed, so that he remains on his current path. Yours respectfully, D. Venables.
This was definitely a letter she would bring down at luncheon to show her aunts. Aunt Marjorie would be especially pleased by it. She pulled out the second envelope and sliced it open. Lavinia unfolded the letter, and already she could see the red ink stark against the white paper. She looked away from it and sighed heavily. Should she burn it, throw it in the trash? She forced herself to look at it and read its contents.
Green grass, glass eyes, and a tender throat. Do you know how long it takes to squeeze the life from such a throat? To watch the life drain from the eyes? To see a body turn lifeless and still? I do.
Lavinia dropped the letter on her desk and stared at it. He had read the latest installment. He knew about the footman and the daughter of the manor. He was playing games. No new murder had occurred, and none would. He was a sick person who was trying to frighten her. That was the only explanation. She reread the letter and then folded it in half and placed it with the other red ink one. She would not give the writer any more attention. She would not. She had so many things to look forward to, including the supper party and the trip to the sea, which reminded her she must check on her aunt to see if the medicine was having an effect. Aunt Marjorie had a slight sniffle, but now Aunt Freddie was also feeling ill. Lavinia sat beside her Aunt Freddie that evening reading to her. Freddie had long ago drifted off, but Lavinia continued to read. She was reading *Middlemarch, a study of provincial life by George Eliot, which was a favourite of her aunt's. Freddie had read it several times since it had been published a few years before. Her aunt stirred and asked quietly for water. Lavinia poured the water from the carafe and handed her the glass.
What will happen to the supper party?
She asked weakly.
You've been so looking forward to it.
Lavinia shrugged.
It doesn't matter in the least. I'll write Jasper this very evening and tell him I can't go.
Frederica shook her head.
I forbid it. You must go.
Without you? Alone?
Lavinia smiled.
I don't think so.
Didn't you say Malcolm will be there?
Frederica asked tiredly.
He will be.
There.
Frederica sank into the bed.
He'll be a chaperone.
My chaperone is to be an unmarried man of marriageable age?
Lavinia asked.
Your father doted on him, and he's like an older brother,
Frederica said logically.
If agreeing with you will make you stop so you can sleep, I agree,
she said curtly.
I only want you to be happy, dear niece,
she said sleepily.
You deserve that.
And I am, my darling,
she said, leaning over to kiss her aunt's cheek. When she returned to her room, she thought of sending word to Jasper that she could not attend. Instead, she wrote to Malcolm asking him if she could travel with him to the party on Saturday. The following day, she sent the note out and received a response an hour later. It would be his pleasure to accompany her to the supper party. When Saturday arrived, her aunts were recovering but still too weak to attend. Lavinia dressed in a cream-coloured gown with gold stripes along the bodice and skirts. She pulled on her long white gloves, checked herself in the long mirror, and thanked the maid as she completed her hairdressing. When a knock sounded on the door down below, she knew Malcolm had arrived and went downstairs to meet him.
Lavinia,
he said softly and kissed her cheek.
You look...
She waited, her eyes wide.
Very lovely.
He finished.
Thank you.
She smiled lightly at the compliment. As she sat across from Malcolm for the 1-hour trip to Hatfield, she felt as if he were a stranger. He was so familiar to her and yet not. Lavinia thought back to her conversation with Harrison and blushed as she recalled Nurse Pratt's comment. She looked out the window as the carriage swayed along and then looked back at Malcolm. He was handsome in his black and white evening clothes, and he appeared confident and self-assured. She had always found him an intelligent man, and her father had thought the world of him. She knew that of the two men her father had helped start their businesses, Eleazar had been like a brother, and Malcolm like a son to her father. She had often had the feeling that her father would have liked to see her settled and married. Though he had never mentioned anyone by name, she was sure he had considered Malcolm. Malcolm was settled in his business and doing well, though she had never felt that he viewed her in any other way but as Gerald's daughter. In return, she'd always viewed him as a dear family member. He was kind and courteous, and she had always felt a distance between them, but also familiarity.
Are you looking forward to the supper party?
He asked her. She nodded.
I am. But even more than that, I'm looking forward to the next week. I've arranged for a trip with my aunts to Brighton. Hopefully by tomorrow afternoon we can be on our way.
So little cold is nothing to be concerned about, and what a lovely gesture.
He smiled.
Brighton will be just the thing. A seaside holiday should do wonders.
I thought the same thing, and I can work on my next instalment,
she remarked.
Excellent idea,
he said, his eyes warm and kind. Chapter 13. In the Midst of Shadows. When the carriage turned into the long drive of the country house, torches on either side lit the way to guide drivers to the entrance. Seeing the warm gas lights inside the house, Lavinia smiled. She had not been overly excited to attend the party, as her aunts were still recovering from their colds, but now that she was here, she was pleased. Malcolm extended his hand as she stepped out of the carriage and guided her into the house where Jasper stood with a glass of champagne.
Lavinia, the lady of the hour,
Jasper said, kissing her cheek.
I don't think we've had such amazing sales before.
He drank down the glass. She allowed her wrap to be taken from her shoulders as the champagne glass was placed in her hand.
I'm pleased for you and me. I've enjoyed the letters you've forwarded to me. They've been so interesting,
she told him.
Selina keeps a folder just for your letters.
He grinned.
She doesn't even send all of them.
Oh,
Lavinia said lightly.
Why is that?
Doesn't want to overwhelm you.
He whispered, though there was no need to.
Malcolm, old chap, how are you?
He turned to his friend and they shook hands.
We must get you a drink.
Lavinia turned to greet another guest who had spoken to her as the two men continued to speak.
Shared a cab with my star writer, I see.
He winked at Malcolm.
Dare I infer this means...
You know very well that Lavinia is a dear family friend,
Malcolm told him curtly.
Of course.
Jasper moved closer to him.
This little supper party is to thank my secretaries and show them the posh side of life. Give them a little taste,
he said, winking again.
Some of them are not at all bad looking, you know. Selina, she's...
I think I'll go find myself a drink.
Malcolm said abruptly, and then looking his friend over added,
And you might make that your last, old chap.
Malcolm took Lavinia by the arm, but she had heard the last part of the conversation.
What was that about?
She asked.
Nothing, but I think our friend Jasper is drinking a bit too much of late.
He commented.
I agree,
she said.
Jasper was like that last time I visited, but I didn't think it was proper to say anything.
So it may not be our place, but if he makes inappropriate comments and rattles on, he may make trouble for himself.
Malcolm said as he took a glass off a tray from a passing footman.
Did he say anything inappropriate to you?
She frowned. Malcolm shook his head.
I'm just looking out for him.
The back parlour had been rearranged to include several buffet tables loaded with entrees, appetizers, delicacies, fruits and desserts. Footmen rushed in and out, bringing in new dishes almost as quickly as empty plates were removed.
It looks delicious.
Lavinia noted of the variety of dishes spread across the cream-coloured tablecloth. Malcolm moved to another table while Lavinia stayed looking at the table before her. Each dish had a small handwritten tag identifying it. Clear soup, baked fillets, saddle of mutton, baked cauliflower, stuffed mushrooms, French beans and cream of chicken. It all looked so mouth-watering that as Lavinia decided what she wanted, she recognised someone was standing next to her. She turned to see Duncan Cornell observing her. He was dressed in black and white evening clothes. Instead of a dark waistcoat, his was a deep purple. Lavinia had no viable reason to dislike Duncan Cornell. He had never been overtly nasty to her. Yes, he had made snippy comments, but she thought that was due to her success, and frankly his jealousy. The last time she had seen him had been in this same house, upstairs in the corridor. He had told her to be careful in the dark or that she might end up like the charwoman in her stories. What he had said was perfectly accurate. The dark could be deceptive, and Lavinia could fall down the stairs. His words could be misconstrued, and what was a friendly warning could be perceived as a threat. He had followed it up by saying that she was careful and had powerful friends to protect her. A final jab at her cordial relationship with Jasper.
Miss Howard, lovely to see you,
Duncan said as he took an empty plate and made his way, perusing the food offerings.
Mr. Cornell, how are you this evening?
Lavinia asked politely.
I can't complain,
he said.
It's an agreeable evening and I'm here with friends.
She nodded and chose a dish.
I understand your most recent story is another delightful read and a big success.
He chose several stuffed mushrooms for his plate.
It is. I've been surprised by the reception.
Do you get any mail from the readers?
She was about to respond, but he continued along.
I once had 50 letters in one day,
he bragged.
50, imagine that.
I do receive letters, but not that many,
she admitted.
You're very lucky.
He was about to place another item on his plate, but he stopped still.
Lucky?
He looked coldly at her.
Luck had absolutely nothing to do with it, Miss Howard. I worked hard, and I don't mind telling you that there were times I was working during the day as a clerk in a shop, while at night I was writing about my cobbler, Connor.
I recall you mentioned him before,
she said.
Connor was beloved by the people of London. He was a simple man with simple wants,
he said, and then mumbled.
Until you came along.
Lavinia turned to the man.
Surely, Mr. Cornell, there is room enough for both of us. There's no reason why we two can't enthrall and delight the people of London.
That's certainly very true, Miss Howard, and I understand your logic.
He nodded.
But I don't want to be one of many. I don't want to merely be a name among names. I want to be the author of the most sensational penny dreadful ever. I want to be remembered when penny dreadfuls are no longer read.
His voice was filled with passion, and she saw a little drool on his lip before he wiped it away with his fingers.
Your passion and desire to create something wonderful is commendable,
she said sincerely. His eyes narrowed at her, and then he looked behind her and then back to her.
You won't always be the most beloved, Miss Howard,
he said in a low voice.
Nothing lasts forever.
He left her side only to be replaced by Malcolm.
Is everything all right? He looked very agitated,
he commented, taking in Duncan's appearance.
It's nothing that I didn't already know. Mr. Cornell is jealous of me,
she told him. He nodded.
That makes sense. He was at one time extremely popular, if I remember the stories Jasper told me.
I don't see why he needs to be so disagreeable.
Lavinia said, filling her plate with a few French beans.
If he wants to be a success again, all he needs to do is write.
They took their plates to the next room and found a sofa to sit on in the drawing room. Malcolm excused himself to get them both a glass of champagne.
Hello, Miss Howard.
Constance Griffin stood near her with a bit of a smile on her face. Lavinia took in Constance's gown of vibrant red, with black lacing along the scoop neckline and wrists. She looked very pleased with herself.
I came here to compliment you, Miss Howard,
she said smoothly, taking the seat Malcolm had recently vacated.
My most recent story,
she guessed. Constance gave a small laugh and covered her mouth with a right hand in a bit of affectation.
I'm sure I never read Penny Dreadfuls.
Then what compliment?
Lavinia frowned.
You do appear to have left not only the tycoon behind, but the aspiring writer as well. Now here I find you with a doctor.
She raised her eyebrows.
Quite the high achiever?
Lavinia had no chance to respond to her as Malcolm appeared, carrying 2 glasses of champagne.
This must be your seat,
she said, standing and giving Lavinia a sly look, and then one at Malcolm before she disappeared. Malcolm sat once more with her, casting a glance at the retreating figure.
Constance Griffin,
Lavinia remarked.
A writer of sorts, but I'm afraid I don't exactly know what she writes.
She shrugged.
It's a mystery to us all.
It's of no importance,
Malcolm assured her.
I should have introduced her, but she left suddenly,
Lavinia said.
I often think Casimir needs an arch-nemesis, and our dear Miss Griffin would be the perfect foil.
They finished their meal together. Lavinia spent many evenings and meals with Malcolm over the years, though it had never been like this. It was comfortable, and their conversation engaging. When Jasper wandered into the room, he spotted his friend and began talking to him so loudly that Malcolm clapped him on the shoulder and walked with him to another room. Lavinia smiled as the orchestra began again. This time it was William Vincent Wallace's La Cracovienne from Grande Fantaisie La Cracovienne. Her father had taken her to a concert of Wallace's some time ago, and her mother particularly liked his work. She moved onto the terrace and looked out over the familiar green lawns and the rose garden that lay beyond. She thought unexpectedly of the rose gardens, the oddly shaped shrubbery, and the little greenhouse in the middle of nowhere. Would Harrison be waiting for her there? She turned back to look at the warm, gaslit house and shook her head. Why did she think of him suddenly? She had last seen him in the park when he had asked her to the musical comedy. She looked back at the dark lawn, looking almost black in the night, and wondered if he was at the Gaiety Theatre enjoying the performance. Was there a pretty woman seated next to him instead of her? She shook her head at the thought. Why should she be jealous? Someone tapped her shoulder lightly while she was deep in thought, looking out over the lawns.
Hello,
the young woman said, as Lavinia turned to face her. It was the yellow-haired receptionist who worked for Jasper. She didn't remember the woman's name. Her yellow hair was pulled back into a bun, and her cheeks were rouged red as before, matching her painted red lips. She was wearing a pale mint-coloured gown with pink trimming.
You don't remember me, do you?
She said, pulling a cigarette out of a case and lighting it.
I do. You work for Jasper, although I don't remember your first name, only your last name. Nichols,
Lavinia said.
Jasper, is it? That was quick,
she said with a sarcastic smile on her face.
What was quick?
Lavinia wondered. She took a long drag of the cigarette and blew out the smoke.
My name is Selina, and I just wondered that a young woman would call a man by his first name. That's very intimate.
He's my editor and a friend. Is Jasper not his name?
She asked.
It's his name, Lavinia, and I know it better than anyone,
she said knowingly.
You work for him. Of course you would know him well.
Lavinia looked over the woman's vibrant red rouge and lips.
Work, yes. Answering the telegrams, the mail, the people walking in, the writers stopping by.
Selina shook her head.
And when everyone is gone, I have other duties.
Lavinia met the woman's eyes and frowned.
Other duties?
Selina snorted.
Goodness, this one must be intact,
she said crudely. Lavinia looked around them, but no one was close enough to hear their words.
You're saying you're Jasper's lover?
Not just his,
she said flippantly.
But the pay is good, and look at the perks. A country estate supper party? When would that have ever happened?
Lavinia sighed.
Miss Nichols, Selina, you don't have to prostitute yourself for...
Begging your pardon, who said I was prostituting myself?
She responded angrily.
Money, items in exchange for sex is
Lavinia began.
You've got a lot of nerve,
Selina said, her cheeks flushed red under the rouge.
It's all right for you. You have your doctor and the inspector.
Lavinia frowned.
That's gossip. None of that's true.
You think because you're a certain class, men fawn all over you. I have to work for a living. I have to make my own way in the world. It's not so easy for some of us.
She snarled.
I may have been looked after and taken care of by my father, but that doesn't mean that I don't want something for myself. Something I've created.
She said to explain.
Oh yes? Like your little stories that everyone wants to read now?
Selina scoffed.
Yes, my stories. That's something I've created.
Lavinia acknowledged.
Right enough. And making enemies by the bucket load too.
She grinned.
Enemies? You mean Mr. Cornell?
Duncan?
Selina asked.
That poor man just needs a break, I can tell you that.
I know. I've told him that myself.
Leave Duncan alone,
she said tersely.
You don't know anything about him. Besides, I wasn't talking about Duncan.
Lavinia shook her head.
I don't have any enemies. That's ridiculous.
No enemies?
Selina scoffed.
You forget, Ducky. I open the mail. Everything that comes into Courtenay Publishing I see. If I don't choose it, nothing gets past me.
What are you saying?
Selina smiled.
Do you like those red ink notes? Quite the love affair.
Lavinia grew pale.
His letters aren't very kind, are they?
Kind? Goodness, you writers can turn rubbish into gold,
she said, and then nodded.
Those 2 I sent you were only the 2 I wanted you to see. He's written much more. I think he's obsessed with you.
Why hold them back? You seem to enjoy watching me suffer.
Lavinia pointed out.
Not at all.
Selina shook her head.
I held on to them for an entirely different reason.
What reason might that be?
Lavinia asked, confused.
Ah, here you two are.
Constance sauntered onto the terrace, joining the 2 women with a glass in her hand.
The golden child and the bitch in heat.
She directed the last part at Selina.
Bitch in heat.
Selina swung to face her.
You've got nerve, Connie, considering what you write, you filthy she-wolf.
She-wolf?
She spat out.
I write what the people want, Selina. At least I'm not throwing myself at a man who is already engaged.
Selina laughed bitterly.
You know that's a lie. He'll never marry you, Connie, especially not when...
Ladies, please.
Lavinia suddenly intervened.
People are starting to stare.
She watched Constance and Selina glare at each other. Both seemed to think better of continuing their spat and turned away in opposite directions, leaving Lavinia alone. She felt a headache coming on. Returning to the large parlour, she passed several giggling secretaries. Why hadn't she stayed home, she thought. She should be packing for the trip to Brighton, not caught between 2 mistresses. Malcolm came up to her and grinned.
Jasper just told me there will be fireworks in an hour or so,
he said.
I do love a good fireworks show.
Do you think after that we might return to London? I feel a headache coming on,
she admitted to him. His face was full of concern.
Do you want to leave now? I don't need to stay.
No, let's stay until after the fireworks. It will give me something to look forward to,
Lavinia told Malcolm. Jasper was inside the library telling a joke to several men. After he finished the punchline and grinned at their laughter, he excused himself and came to stand by her side.
Dash it all, Lavinia. Those 2 women will be the death of me.
He hissed.
Selina and Constance,
she clarified. He nodded.
Connie just finished telling me how she wants me to fire Selina. She said or else. Now why on earth should I? She's an excellent worker,
he said.
In more ways than one, I hear,
Lavinia said quietly. Jasper studied her for a moment.
I'm a lonely man,
he said suddenly.
Come off it, Jasper.
Lavinia rolled her eyes.
You have a reputation with women. I don't care because your business is your business, but if you've proposed to Constance...
God damn it, who said that?
His eyes were narrowed.
She did.
He swore again.
If she really is to be your wife, Jasper, then stop playing with your secretary and start fresh with Constance. If you don't want either of them, then end it with them both. But for God's sake, Stop acting as if you're just out of the schoolroom and just discovered women.
She shook her head. He stared at her for a moment and then took her in his arms and kissed her cheek.
You treasure, you.
Malcolm came onto the scene just as Lavinia was pulling away from the retreating figure of Jasper.
What was that about?
Jasper, he's an absolute idiot. He needs to decide what's important and stop messing around,
she told her companion. Malcolm shook his head, then smiled at Lavinia.
I believe the fireworks will start soon.
Malcolm and Lavinia moved back onto the terrace. It should have been a lovely evening, Lavinia thought to herself. But the conversation she had witnessed between the two women made her wonder. Jasper should cut his ties with Selina and stop playing with her affections. It was disgraceful. Selina was wasting her time with Jasper and could easily find a better position somewhere else. Lavinia was concerned that Selina was throwing herself at a man who valued her so cheaply. On the other hand, Constance fared no better than Selina. Where Jasper was concerned, he viewed Constance and Selina equally, even though Constance was some kind of writer. If it was confirmed that Jasper and Constance were engaged, then it was a secret engagement, which was not a positive thought. What man would enter into a secret engagement? A man who wanted it secret for a reason. He didn't mean to keep his promise. Lavinia shook her head. She felt sorry for both women. They seemed to care a great deal about Jasper, and he was only using them for a temporary amusement. She looked across at Malcolm, who was staring into the dark space before them.
We should go down to the grass.
He pointed below.
I think I see some lawn chairs. Would you like to?
She nodded, remembering she and her Aunt Freddie had sat on the same lawn not so long ago. Malcolm took her by the elbow and assisted her down the stairs, and she thanked him. The night air was crisp with the faintest breeze, and several large lanterns were lit to illuminate the lawn.
A beautiful autumn night,
Malcolm commented as they made their way to the chairs. Another couple was seated together, looking cosy and comfortable as they passed them.
It is,
she said.
Not too cold.
We could go back inside,
he said suddenly.
You don't need to brave the autumn air for me.
No.
She shook her head.
I didn't mean that at all. Here are the chairs.
The two rattan chairs were situated on the green lawn, and Lavinia saw many more scattered about to view the fireworks. She took a seat and gazed up into the black night sky as Malcolm settled beside her. He pulled out his cigarette case and lit one.
On a night such as this, I wish Gerald was here,
he said suddenly.
So was such a good man, your father. He believed in my work, and that meant so much to me when I was young and had very little.
His memory lives on in your success,
Lavinia said kindly.
And yours, my dear,
he said, nodding.
And yours.
A footman was passing among the guests, asking them if they wanted anything to drink.
Would you, Lavinia?
He asked her.
Like something to drink?
A coffee would be lovely,
she said, and Malcolm asked for 2 coffees. The footman informed them the fireworks would be starting shortly. She nodded and waited anxiously for the light show to begin. Several minutes passed, and though the footman brought drinks for other guests seated near them, he seemed to have forgotten about the coffee.
I'll return shortly,
Malcolm told her somewhat impatiently. Malcolm disappeared into the house, and Lavinia stretched her arms upward and then stood. She cast a glance back at the house and then into the garden before her. She began to walk toward the rose garden, half expecting Malcolm to call out to her, but he did not. She was startled when the first flash of light filled the dark sky with colours of blue and white. Fireworks crackled in the air as she made her way to the garden and saw the branches of the rose bushes. They were less impressive in the dark without the colour of the blooms. She glanced over her shoulder to see if anyone was around, and she was alone. Lavinia moved along the rose garden and came upon the shrubberies. In the day, the different shapes and sizes of the shrubs had seemed whimsical, but now in the dark they seemed somewhat ominous. One large-shaped shrub could easily hide a grown man, and another shrub looked like the shape of a man. When the fireworks shot up, she looked to see the colours of red and white decorate the sky, and then her eyes adjusted to the dark-coloured shrubs. Suddenly she felt her heart clench in terror. The shrub had moved. There was someone out here with her. She shook her head. No, there was no one out here. She had placed the idea in her mind, and now she was seeing things. There was no one out here. She took another step toward the dark shrubs to prove to herself that it was all in her head. The large plants were several feet tall and some were just as wide. There was no breeze now and nothing stirred. Fireworks filled the sky again, and she smiled as she looked up. Bright colours twinkled in the dark night as the crackling of the fireworks filled the air. She had decided to return to the lawn, as Malcolm must be wondering where she was. Then she heard a distinct twig snapping. She swallowed lightly. It must be an animal, nothing more. When she turned back, she willed herself to take in the shapes of the shrubs. Her eyes had adjusted to the dark, and she turned to look at each of the shrubs in turn. As she scrutinized the different shapes and sizes, Lavinia willed herself to continue. At the end of the line of shrubs, she saw a figure move. Her heart skipped a beat. There was someone out here with her. Clenching her fists, she willed herself to remain calm. The house was nearby and filled with people. There could be so many reasons why someone else was out here just as she was. She was being silly. She felt her heart calm as her inner voice settled herself. She watched the direction of the strangers' movements and saw that they were returning to the house. She should return as well to the fireworks and Malcolm. Suddenly, she couldn't explain why. She felt a pull to go beyond the shrubs and into the woodland area she and Harrison had explored. Harrison. She suddenly wished he was beside her. He was so capable and confident. She was sure she would be safe in his company. The clearing of the high grass surrounded by the young trees came into view. Lavinia shook her head and had the urge to giggle. She was a fool, an absolute fool. She had become a character in her story. Any minute now, Casimir Kimberley would walk into the scene and explain how the murder had occurred and who had done it. She felt so ridiculous. Everything was as it should be. She was entirely alone. She shook her head. More fireworks exploded into the sky. She looked up to see the white flickering lights, and when she turned back, she saw the fireworks had illuminated the grass to make it bright and white. What a trick of the eye! She blinked several times. No, it wasn't the fireworks. A patch of the grass was lighter than the rest. Instead of being green, it was white. That was all. She shook her head. The sun had bleached the small patch of grass over the years, and it had become more white than green. She moved toward the green grass just as the fireworks lit up the sky again. The little patch of white mesmerized her, and when the fireworks flashed brightly, she frowned. The grass that was so very white looked different now. She squinted, trying to see better. She took another step and realized the white was fabric. Of course, fabric. A blanket or lost linen that had been torn from the line and cast here by the wind. She should have guessed. It made all the sense in the world. Then she stopped. No, it wasn't just fabric. It was... She took a step forward. She was getting closer now. Her throat felt so dry as if she hadn't tasted liquid in days. Terror filled her body, and she didn't want to take another step. She remained immobile. Another flash of light filled the sky, but she stood still, staring ahead, not moving at all. She didn't feel anything at the moment. A sense of absolute calm filled her, and then she did the one thing she had to do. She took another step toward the body. This time she knew the truth, and there could be no denying it. This time she saw it clearly. She stood over the lifeless body dressed in a sea-green mint, almost white gown. She couldn't tell how the woman had died, only that she was dead. Lifeless eyes stared up into the night sky but saw none of it. The woman lying dead in the grass didn't see the bright fireworks or the colours in the sky. Lavinia shuddered lightly. She placed a hand against her mouth and closed her eyes. Dear God. Chapter 14. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia looked down at the body and then looked away. She shivered in the autumn air. Why did she have the horrible feeling that someone was watching her? It was so absurd she couldn't bear to think about it. She must stop acting as the writer in a penny dreadful and focus on the truth. Stumbling from the scene, she walked quickly back to the lawn, feeling clammy and disoriented. The lights from the house looked fuzzy, and she tripped once but righted herself. Malcolm was seated in the lawn chair, drinking a cup of coffee when he saw her. Her face must have shown something of the horror she had just witnessed, because he stood up and was by her side.
Send for Inspector Bryce,
she said.
He needs to come immediately.
Lavinia, my dear,
he said, taking her by the shoulders.
Whatever is the matter?
Send a footman now. I'll explain it all. Only I need a brandy.
She swayed, trying to keep her focus on him.
I feel quite faint.
Malcolm took her about the waist, and together they walked into the household. He found a footman and dispatched him to the Metropolitan Police, telling him he must return with Inspector Harrison Bryce at once. The knock on the door startled Harrison, who had fallen asleep with a book over his chest. He looked at the small clock he kept on the table next to his bed and saw it was after 1 in the morning.
What the devil?
He stumbled out of bed and jerked open the door. Sergeant Jakeman was on his doorstep, looking grim and not at all his usual cheerful self.
I'm to take you to Hatfield,
he said simply. Harrison frowned and then nodded. He knew better than to ask useless questions. If he had been summoned, it was not for anything good.
Give me 10 minutes,
he told his sergeant, who nodded. He dressed in a fresh linen shirt, dark trousers and jacket, and stepped into his shoes. He splashed his face with water from the basin and grabbed a large overcoat if it was nippy outside.
Lead the way,
Harrison said. Once inside the hansom cab, Harrison looked over at his sergeant.
What has happened? Did they tell you anything?
He asked the younger man. The sergeant shook his head.
A footman came to the police station asking for you. I was having a pint at the nearby pub, and the constable knew that, so they had someone fetch me. Then they told me to get you.
So no one knows what it's about?
He frowned.
Some country toffs are asking specifically for you.
Kenneth shrugged.
But you know, this late at night must be bad.
Harrison looked out the window as the cab moved along the empty streets. The horse's hooves echoed on the cobblestones as he clip-clopped down the road. Harrison thought of his evening. He had gone to the theatre to see the musical comedy. Still, it hadn't been nearly as entertaining as expected. He wasn't sure if it was the performance itself, or that he had been alone. Inviting Lavinia had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, not daring to think she might agree. While she had not, he imagined even a third-rate production of a nonsensical musical comedy would have been good in her company. He pushed it from his mind. Lavinia was far away, and it was best he focused on the task at hand. When the carriage pulled into the drive, he frowned.
What is this? What's our destination?
Harrison sat up quickly, looking across at his sleepy sergeant.
Courtenay Hall, boss. This is where the footman is from,
he said, confused. When the cab came to a stop, Harrison jerked open the door. He was greeted by the butler, whom he recognized from his previous visit, taking the steps up to the familiar house.
I'm Detective Chief Inspector Bryce, and this Detective Sergeant Jakeman.
He introduced them both formally.
I understand our presence was requested.
The butler nodded and motioned for them both to follow him. As they walked through the house, Harrison noticed a sombre tone, and no one was speaking. They passed by the parlour where several women sat, seemingly distracted, hands in their lap and sad. One woman was clutching a handkerchief and stifled a sob with it.
Thank God,
Jasper muttered as he glanced at the two policemen.
Someone useful,
he added, staring at Harrison. After he introduced his sergeant, they all sat down upon the two sofas facing each other. The butler was told to bring coffee as Harrison nodded to Kenneth, who sat beside him. The sergeant proceeded to take a small notebook from his breast pocket.
What is this all about?
Harrison asked Jasper.
Why have I been summoned?
It's too awful to think about. I need a drink,
Jasper said, shaking his head.
Mr. Courtenay,
Harrison said in a steely voice.
I need you to explain what happened and why we are here. You need a clear head for that. The drink can wait.
Jasper sat back down while Malcolm looked at the two men.
I don't know much.
He put his head in his hands.
She's gone. She's dead. What else is there?
I don't suppose you brought your doctor's bag with you?
Harrison looked over at Malcolm.
For a sedative once we're done here,
he said, gesturing to Jasper.
I'm afraid not.
Harrison looked across at Jasper, who seemed distressed, and turned to the doctor.
Do you know what has happened here?
He asked Malcolm.
I do.
They heard the front door open and close, and the women who had been waiting next door were collected, and the house was once again silent. Harrison looked over at Jasper, who appeared dishevelled and not his usual debonair self. Malcolm, on the other hand, appeared calm and collected.
Perhaps we might leave Mr. Courtenay to collect his thoughts, and you can show me where the body is,
Harrison said simply. Malcolm nodded.
Certainly.
Harrison looked over at his sergeant.
Stay here, I'll return shortly.
Malcolm led Harrison down the green lawn and past the rose garden. Harrison remembered being here with Lavinia not so long ago. No wind or sound could be heard in the night, other than his footsteps and the snap of an occasional twig.
She's just up ahead in the clearing,
Malcolm informed him. They skirted along the shrubbery, then the green grass field with the woodland beyond that. As they came into view of the field, a single footman stood alert, holding a lantern. He stood a bit away from the woman, and his eyes were averted from the body.
You can leave us,
Malcolm directed the footman. He seemed relieved as he handed the doctor the lantern and hurried back to the house with barely a mumbled goodbye. Harrison crouched down to look at the woman as Malcolm held the lantern over her.
Have you had time to view the body since it was discovered?
Harrison looked carefully at the woman from different angles, sometimes directing Malcolm to shift the light.
Only a few minutes,
Malcolm admitted. Harrison saw she was dressed in an evening gown of a light mint colour with white elbow-length gloves. In the light, he could tell what occurred from the angle of her neck and bruises on her neck and shoulder.
She's been strangled.
Harrison shook his head.
Nasty business.
Asphyxiation by strangulation. That would most likely be the cause of death, Inspector,
Malcolm said.
But I'm not a coroner.
Did you note anything out of the ordinary when you came upon the scene?
Harrison asked as he walked around the body.
I did not.
Harrison lifted the lantern and studied her face. He recognised her. She was the front desk secretary to Jasper Courtenay.
She's an employee of Jasper's, correct?
Yes. Her name is Selina Nichols.
Malcolm confirmed.
How long ago did you find her?
Malcolm shook his head.
I didn't find her. I was on the lawn watching the fireworks.
Then who found her? I'll need to speak to them,
Harrison said briskly, looking once more at the dead woman. They walked back to the house, and Harrison spoke briefly to the butler.
Have someone collect the dead woman,
he directed.
Place her in a back room that's not being used and cover her. The coroner will come to collect her.
The butler nodded and disappeared to do his bidding. Harrison looked over and saw Malcolm standing nearby.
She's upstairs. I'll take you to her. She had quite a shock,
Malcolm said solemnly.
Doctor!
Constance called out to him from the parlour where she and Jasper were waiting.
Can you spare a moment? I would like to speak with you.
Malcolm looked weary but turned back down the stairs, saying to Harrison,
First door on the right.
Harrison jerked his chin at his sergeant to follow Malcolm while he turned back to the stairs. He shook his head. He didn't know what to make of it all. Jasper's secretary was strangled in the clearing amid a supper party. Harrison pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing. He was tired from lack of sleep, and he needed his brain to work correctly to look for clues. He knocked lightly on the door and entered. The room was plunged into darkness. It must be well beyond 2 a.m, he reasoned. A woman was seated by the window staring out into the black inkiness. He took a step toward her, and then his step faltered. Lavinia. It couldn't be. He felt his heart thud heavily inside his chest. Had she been the one to find the body? Jesus, no one had told him. The long, pale blonde hair was no longer pinned and fell down her back in a silvery waterfall, and her lean back was hunched. He came to her in several quick steps and sat beside her.
Lavinia!
He said her name in a whisper, and without a second thought he pulled her into his arms.
No one told me,
he whispered, stroking her hair.
I didn't know it was you.
Lavinia felt the warmth of his arms surround her, and she rested her head against his shoulder. She didn't say anything, but she felt the tears well up in her eyes.
I'm so sorry,
he said, holding her firmly.
It must have been horrible.
He pulled back and saw the tears in her eyes and the dark circles beneath them. She looked tired and drawn.
It was...
She shook her head.
What happened out there?
He asked her. She looked blankly at him.
It was like I was inside one of my stories. It was so pretty. The autumn night, the fireworks, lights in the sky, and then it turned into some sort of nightmare.
She closed her eyes. She was about to speak again, but raised voices from downstairs caused them to look at the door. Harrison moved quickly down the stairs as Lavinia followed him.
What are you saying?
Constance yelled.
You think I killed your little trollop?
Her cheeks were flushed as she faced Jasper in the foyer. Malcolm and Sergeant Jakeman stood nearby, watching the couple. Constance's face was red, and Jasper looked like he needed a drink.
I said nothing of the sort,
Jasper responded.
But you asked the doctor here to give you a sedative to sleep.
That's right. Is that a crime?
Constance asked, her breasts heaving with anger.
It is not a crime, Constance. But you said you needed the sedative to sleep because you couldn't bear what you had done.
He revealed. Constance looked at the men surrounding her, and then saw Harrison and Lavinia on the landing.
That's not what I meant. You overheard us. That was something different.
She defended herself.
And if anyone here killed that poor defenseless girl, it was you, Jasper.
Me? Why would I kill Selina? She's a secretary,
he said, exasperated.
Sure, she was just a secretary.
Constance sneered. Sergeant Jakeman tried to come between the couple.
Let's just all calm down and return to the drawing room.
Bugger off.
Constance turned on him.
I don't need some snot-nosed sergeant telling me how to behave.
Harrison took the rest of the stairs to the foyer.
Then I suggest you listen to me and return immediately to the parlour.
Harrison told the woman sharply.
Why should I listen to you?
Constance scoffed.
Some nobody writer trying to get in good with Jasper.
Ridiculous woman,
Malcolm said suddenly.
He's not a writer, Constance.
Jasper spoke suddenly.
He's a detective chief inspector with the Metropolitan Police.
Constance's mouth dropped.
A detective? Masquerading as a writer?
She frowned.
Very odd.
Kenneth stepped forward and motioned for everyone to return to the parlour. Constance flounced into the room and took a firm seat down upon the sofa, with a humph. Harrison glanced behind him and saw Lavinia at the bottom of the stairs, not moving. He went to her and thought how sad it should be that she should look so lovely and yet had been through so much. He felt a surge of protectiveness overcome him, yet he knew it was not appropriate. As an inspector investigating a murder, he had a serious job ahead of him to find the killer. The emotions he felt looking at Lavinia's face were undeniable. He came to stand before her.
You don't have to be here for this,
Harrison said in a quiet voice.
We can speak later. You've had a shock.
Lavinia nodded.
I'll be fine, Inspector. You have a job to do. I understand that.
I do, but you've experienced something quite appalling.
I'll have to talk about it eventually,
she reasoned.
Might as well be now.
Together they walked back to the parlour. Harrison stopped to ask the footman standing nearest them to bring coffee for the small group. As he entered the room, Lavinia was seated before the fire with Malcolm beside her, and Constance seated nearby. Jasper was standing behind her. His sergeant had parked himself securely near the door, eyeing the foursome warily. He watched Malcolm lean toward Lavinia.
Lavinia, my dear, are you all right?
He asked quietly.
I'm all right.
She sighed wearily. Harrison narrowed his eyes at the familiarity Malcolm had with Lavinia and felt an intense flash of jealousy. She viewed Malcolm as a family friend, but that didn't lessen the anger Harrison felt. He pushed the thought aside.
For those of you who don't know, I'm Detective Chief Inspector Bryce. This is Detective Sergeant Jakeman.
He motioned to his sergeant standing by the door.
I know this has been a challenging evening.
Understatement of the decade, old man,
Jasper said, looking coolly at him. Harrison looked over the group and wondered if he should interview them separately and forego the interviews until the morning when Constance spoke up.
Why are you keeping us here, Inspector?
She emphasised the last word.
This is beyond absurd. If anyone is to be a suspect, it should be the penny dreadful writer here.
Lavinia turned her eyes to Constance.
Why me in particular?
Constance rolled her eyes.
You write that nonsense. It's obvious you snapped and became a murderer, just like the characters you write about.
That makes no sense,
Lavinia said, looking over at Constance and then away from her. Harrison spoke up.
Miss Griffin, a tragedy occurred today. A young woman is dead. My job here is to look at the crime and ascertain who committed it. There is no need to cast aspersions at others in the room. Let's be civil.
Cast aspersions?
Constance raised her voice, and both Jasper and Malcolm glared at her.
What aspersions? I simply made a very logical connection between someone who writes about killers and then becomes one herself.
Madam,
Malcolm said calmly,
why not take some brandy to soothe your nerves?
I don't want any brandy.
Constance turned on him.
This whole thing is outrageous. No one in this room killed Selina Nichols. That's obvious.
Lavinia said nothing. Did Constance think she was guilty or not?
And if you want my opinion,
Constance said, though no one stopped her.
Some tramp came onto the property, saw Selina walking around and thought to rob her. It got out of hand and he killed her. End of story.
She threw her hands in the air and looked around the group.
That's the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard.
Jasper said.
Some tramp in the country?
Lavinia looked over at Jasper and laughed at his cold words, and then she laughed again. They all stared at her, and when she laughed a second time, she felt Malcolm take her by the forearms.
Lavinia, stop!
He said firmly. Lavinia felt the hysteria in her laugh, and she closed her eyes to try to get her emotions under control.
I'm sorry,
she said breathlessly. The footman arrived with empty cups and saucers and a large carafe. He placed the silver tray down, and Lavinia stood up and helped herself to the coffee before the others. She felt her hands shaking as she added cream and took several sips of the dark brew. She took some strength in the coffee and then returned to her seat. Constance remained silent, shaking her head no to the offer of coffee, while the others each took a cup from the sleepy footman. Kenneth took a cup and saucer himself, but remained standing near the door, watching everyone silently.
Inspector!
Malcolm spoke up.
So I understand that there is a job to do. A murder has been committed and the hour is very late. Might we continue this tomorrow?
Jasper grumbled something unintelligible while Constance continued to glare at everyone.
I would even go so far as to say that a night's sleep might be extremely beneficial.
Malcolm noted.
From a doctor's point of view.
Harrison looked over the group as the doctor spoke and saw the tired faces and glassy, dull eyes.
Lavinia has suffered a shock and needs time to recover her senses,
he said, and then turned to her.
Forgive me, my dear, but I think you need to rest.
Lavinia nodded, and Harrison felt another sting of jealousy as he watched the two together.
Quite protective of her, aren't you?
Constance said spitefully to Malcolm.
Mr. Courtenay, may I speak with you alone?
Harrison asked Jasper, and Jasper nodded. Together they went out into the foyer, leaving the others behind.
I agree with Dr. Alsop. Even though the investigation is an important one, it's very late. I don't see the benefit of keeping everyone up at this late hour.
As Harrison spoke, the clock struck 3.
I agree,
Jasper said in a sigh, scrubbing a hand over his face.
What do you need from me?
Would you be able to put everyone here up for the night?
Harrison asked.
It's an inconvenience, I know, but...
Jasper shrugged.
Certainly. We have more than enough room. I'll let the butler know. I can put you in the room across from Lavinia's. I'm sure the servants would appreciate their beds. It's a dreadful hour to be up and about.
Jasper disappeared down the hallway while Harrison returned to the room.
I apologise for this late hour. As Dr. Alsop has suggested, I think it best that we turn in for the night,
he told them.
There's no point in staying up after what has occurred. So Mr. Courtenay has agreed to let everyone stay the night. Tomorrow morning after breakfast, Sergeant Jakeman and I will meet with each of you alone for an interview. Please be ready promptly.
Constance rolled her eyes and stood up dramatically, saying,
This is all so ridiculous,
before she left the room in a huff. Malcolm turned to Lavinia, his face full of concern.
Would you like me to escort you to your room?
She shook her head and stood up.
No, but thank you, Malcolm,
she said, her hand resting on his shoulder.
You've been very kind.
Malcolm left the room, casting a final glance at Harrison, who remained alone with Lavinia.
Lavinia,
he said, stopping her as she came to stand before him.
Inspector.
Her use of his title caused him to correct himself.
Miss Howard, I have seen many different people who have been in your shoes and the effect it has on them.
Yes?
Be gentle on yourself. You've had a shock.
Lavinia nodded as they walked into the darkly lit foyer. Everyone had been shown to their room, and the servants to their own beds. Lavinia turned to look at Harrison as they took the stairs once more.
I just realised. One person was here much of the night, but he wasn't with us downstairs. That's strange.
Lavinia's delicate brow furrowed.
Who was that?
Lavinia looked up into his face.
Duncan Cornell. I remember him at the buffet table. We talked briefly.
She suddenly felt so weary, as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders, and she closed her eyes and swayed.
Miss Howard.
Harrison caught her about the waist. She looked up at him, confused. She placed a hand on his chest.
Inspector?
I thought you were about to faint,
he said. Lavinia pressed a hand to his chest to separate them.
I'm not going to faint, but I suddenly feel so very exhausted.
She was before the door to her room, and he was across from her.
Try to get some sleep,
he told her before they separated. She nodded, and they each entered their own room. Chapter 15. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia sat down upon the bed, staring into the flames in the dark room with the low burning fire. When she closed her eyes, she could see Selina's body lifeless among the green grass, and oh God! Her throat constricted as she suddenly remembered. She stood up and quickly crossed the hallway to the inspector's room. She knocked lightly on the door but then rushed in. The inspector was lying on his bed with his hands laced behind his head. He turned slightly at the sound of her entrance and sat up.
Lavin, Miss Howard.
He shook his head.
What are you doing here?
She hadn't considered that it would be highly inappropriate for an unmarried woman to be inside a man's bedroom at night, but this was important.
I just remembered,
she said, walking to his bed and sitting beside him.
I don't know why, but I didn't think of it until just now. I was sitting in my room staring into the fire. And have you ever noticed? The fire is so many different colours, and it's constantly changing. And that's when I remembered the green.
Harrison was mesmerised by her soft eyes and lips and the fireplace glowing in the room. He tried to focus on her words as he felt drowsy and nodded.
The green,
he repeated.
The green of her dress, Selina's dress. But that wasn't the green he was talking about,
she explained.
He was talking about the green grass.
Who is he?
Harrison wondered.
Well, that's a mystery too. It could be a woman, I suppose. I never thought about the identity behind the letters.
Harrison leaned forward.
What letters?
Lavinia sighed.
I've been receiving mail from the publishing company. Most of them are rather sweet. A boy who wants to be Casimir. A woman who wants Casimir to be married. Touching, really,
she said, looking down.
But,
Harrison added, anticipating something wrong.
But,
she said slowly.
I've had some other letters that were...
She tried to find the right word.
Different.
Can you recall one for me?
Yes, that's why I came, and I'm sorry. I didn't realise the middle of the night. Your bed.
Harrison stopped for a moment when she said the word bed. She shouldn't be here in his room and sitting on his bed, but none of that mattered now. What could anyone possibly say when a young woman had been killed not far from the house, and the woman seated before him had discovered it?
It was something along the lines of green grass, and how long it took to kill someone by squeezing their throat.
Lavinia remembered.
And then the writer said that they knew how long it took for someone to die like that.
Lavinia shuddered slightly, recalling the words that had so much more meaning after what had happened that evening. She looked away from him. That letter and the words had affected her tremendously.
Breathe deeply,
he said in a calming tone that she found reassuring.
I can't think why,
she explained.
Only, I just this moment remembered those ghastly letters, and I thought to tell you.
How many have you received?
There was another one. They are both written in red ink.
Red ink?
He frowned.
Yes.
That's not very common.
I didn't really think about it being common or not, only that when I first saw it...
She stopped. In the dark, she seemed more vulnerable than before, and as she recounted the letters she had received, he ached for her. She must have been carrying the burden for some time, and it saddened him that she should do so alone.
Yes?
He asked gently, meeting her eyes.
Just that the red ink seemed like blood. That sounds stupidly dramatic.
She looked down at her hands again.
I should go. I shouldn't be here.
No one will know you've been here, and no one will care,
he said, watching her.
Everyone else is asleep.
He took in her face once more, and she appeared exhausted. Would she even be able to sleep tonight?
Here.
He stood up and brought her to stand with him.
Come lie down here.
I can't.
She seemed shocked. He smiled lightly.
You lie there, and I'll sit here,
he said, and in doing so he sat on the floor, his back resting against the bed.
I can return to my room,
she said quickly.
You're exhausted, Lavinia. It's the reason you came to me. You can't turn your thoughts off. Now lie back. Listen to my voice. I'm going to tell you a story.
A story?
Lavinia looked down at him sitting on the floor.
A story to help you sleep. Lie back down.
She did as he bid and looked up at the ceiling.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful young girl named Marushka.
Harrison began. He looked over at her and saw that she had turned on her side with her hands tucked under her chin, watching him. He turned around and rested his own forearm on the bed.
Marushka had an evil stepmother who sent the girl into the cold forest in the winter to perform 3 impossible tasks.
He continued.
The young girl had to find fresh spring violets, ripe summer strawberries, and fall apples in midwinter as presents to give to her stepsister for her birthday.
Lavinia shook her head.
Poor girl.
Harrison watched as her eyes closed drowsily, and his hand strayed to her forehead to brush away a lock of hair that had fallen into her face.
The girl ventured out into the blizzard, and while in search of the 3 items, she came upon the 12 months in human form warming themselves by a fire in the woods. When she approached the 12 months, she asked them politely if she might warm her hands at their fire. They asked the girl why she was in the forest, and she explained that her stepfamily had sent her on a journey to find 3 particular items. When the months asked her what she was looking for, she told them.
He paused, watching her face so serene in sleep now, then continued to tell the story anyway.
The months felt compelled to help the young girl, who seemed so sincere and kind. The month of March created the most vibrant violets for her. Youthful June gave her the ripest strawberries, while September gave her apples, all at the direction of their elder January. The girl was very excited, and she returned home to her stepmother and sister to show them the items she had procured. But instead of being kind or gracious, they took the items without a word of thanks. When the evil stepsister discovered how her sibling had obtained the items, she went into the woods in the snow. She searched for the 12 months, hoping she could obtain such wondrous gifts.
Harrison traced the lines of her face with his eyes.
But the months had disappeared, taking their fire with them and leaving the stepsister cold and hungry, searching an eternity. The same fate lay in store for the wicked stepmother, as she, too, let greed run away with her. To this day, she still searches in an unfriendly forest for the path back to her home.
He sighed.
Marushka remained in her house and lived happily ever after.
The fire was dying in the room. Harrison didn't want to move from sitting on the floor with his arm resting on the bed. It was so very late. Lavinia seemed so tired, yet now her face was smooth and peaceful in sleep. He studied her at leisure. He explored the indent of her delicate cheekbones with his eyes and outlined her eyebrows which arched over closed eyes. He considered her lips in the dark and her small, determined chin. She had been through so much this evening. No, he realized suddenly. Last night. It was already early morning now as he leaned his head against the bed, glancing to the right to watch her sleep. He was tired too. He'd had only 2 hours sleep before Kenneth had knocked on his door to call him to Hatfield. His lids were heavy as sleep settled over him. Harrison remained seated on the floor with his arm draped on the bed next to Lavinia, with his head cushioned at the edge of the bed. The following day, the guests of Courtenay Hall were slow to rise. Malcolm was the first to come down to breakfast with nothing laid out but toast and coffee. He took his coffee out to the terrace and remained there for some time. Jasper woke and grumpily went into the kitchen to find the cook. Cook was preparing it, but had started breakfast late as she had prepared the coffee the night before when the group had assembled in the parlour. It was an ungodly hour, she complained to him. Kenneth Jakeman was the next to come downstairs. He was looking for his boss, and when he didn't see him, he returned upstairs and knocked on his door. When he didn't hear a response, he entered the room. He was shocked to see Lavinia Howard curled on her side, fully dressed in her gown from the night before, and his boss was sleeping on the floor beside the bed. The room was still dark from the drawn curtains, and the fire had long since died. Kenneth stood there watching the two sleeping people, not sure what he should do. He hadn't interrupted anything indecent, but seeing the young writer on the inspector's bed and the forever calm detective beside her seemed even more intimate. He didn't know what had happened the night before that led Miss Howard to take shelter here, but it was obviously something serious. He took a step back, and the floor creaked under him. Damn, he thought. As if he had willed it to happen, Harrison opened his eyes. Hearing a creaking sound, the inspector opened his eyes. The first thing he felt as he woke was a kink in his neck. He moved his head back and in a half circle to relieve the discomfort. His arm was tingling from being asleep. He looked over to see Lavinia still sleeping on his bed, their fingers touching. His back was stiff from sitting on the floor in a seated position for several hours, but he knew they hadn't been sleeping long. He put out his hand to his sergeant to indicate the number 5, and Kenneth nodded at him and quietly left the room. Stretching slightly, Harrison moved to study Lavinia in sleep. He knew she was tired, and he had hoped his story would calm and lull her to sleep, which it seemed to have done. He wanted to let her get the rest she needed, and she needed to move from his room and not be seen. In the light of day, societal dictates were clear and it was not appropriate, though last night he had only been thinking of her well-being.
Lavinia,
He said softly and watched as she stirred. She asked sleepily.
It's me, Harrison.
He said simply.
You need to wake up.
Lavinia frowned slightly, and then her eyes flew open.
Harrison,
she whispered. He stood up and sat at the edge of the bed.
Good morning.
He watched a slight blush touch her face as she took in his face, the bed, and the situation. She sat up just as he moved from the bed to the heavy curtains and drew them open halfway. He looked out the window and saw that this room looked out onto the back lawns of the house. He saw the rose garden situated nicely in several long rows, and the shrubbery beyond that. He turned back to look at Lavinia, who was sitting up in bed with her feet touching the floor.
I didn't mean to put you in this situation,
he began.
Of course you didn't,
she said quietly.
It's not as if you dragged me here to your bed,
she said, and then realised how the words sounded.
I meant...
I know,
he said simply, but the words brought an image of them entwined together in the bedsheets that were hard to push away.
Besides,
she said as she stood.
As I recall, I came to you.
You did.
She looked at him in the morning light. He was dressed as he had been the night before, only his jacket was off, and his linen shirt looked wrinkled. His tousled hair was not combed back.
Standing there, you look like an innocent boy,
she said suddenly.
Do I?
He said, watching her.
I do want to thank you for last night,
she told him, taking a step toward him.
There's no need.
There is,
she insisted.
I was not myself. I was overwrought and not thinking clearly. I was sitting in my room, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't shut the thoughts out. And then I came here to tell you about those letters.
Yes.
And you were very kind.
Lavinia.
That's all I want to say.
She was standing close to him, and it took everything in him not to pull her into his arms and kiss her. Indeed, he wasn't the first man to want a woman during the worst possible circumstances.
I'll leave you to ready yourself,
she said. She turned back once to look at him, and then opened the door and closed it securely behind her. Harrison felt bone-tired, but knew he had a job to do. He must make himself as presentable as possible to begin the interviews. He only hoped that they would go smoothly, and he could get a sense of what had happened the night before and where everyone had been, and determine who had the strongest motive. A firm knock fell on his door. For a fraction of a moment, he thought it might be Lavinia, and his heart skipped a beat. He moved quickly to the door and yanked it open. Sergeant Jakeman stood on the threshold.
Kenneth,
he said coolly, trying not to let his disappointment show.
Boss.
Kenneth stepped into the room just as Harrison moved to the basin and poured water into it from the pitcher. He splashed his face with the cold water and used the linen towel provided for him to pat his face dry. There was an ensuite bathroom, but Harrison had no need to shower that morning.
I won't say anything, sir, about this morning.
Kenneth began looking carefully at his boss. Harrison wiped his face free of any moisture and nodded.
I appreciate that, Kenneth. But other than offering the lady some comfort last night...
His sergeant bit back a smile.
Certainly, sir.
Harrison came toward him.
Sergeant, the word comfort is used as just that. Miss Howard was distraught, and I offered her a place to calm herself so that she could free her mind of the evening's events and rest. That's the end of it.
His stern voice was noted by the sergeant.
Of course, sir.
I also think we need to be very careful and clear on how we begin today's proceedings,
Harrison said, and took a seat by the window. The sergeant took a chair that was placed before a small desk and procured his notebook.
Let's list who is in the house currently. We have Jasper Courtenay, Dr. Malcolm Alsop, Constance Griffin, Lavinia Howard, and Duncan Cornell.
Duncan Cornell?
Kenneth frowned.
Who's that?
He's another writer. He was at the party last night.
But not downstairs when we arrived.
The sergeant noted.
Exactly. So, we need to find out if he's currently in the house or went home yesterday,
Harrison said.
Then there are the servants. By my recollection, we have at least 2 footmen, a butler, a cook, and several maids.
I reckon that's right.
Kenneth nodded.
I think we should proceed with the men first. Courtenay, Alsop, and then the ladies.
What are we looking for, besides the obvious?
His sergeant asked.
We need to find out the relationship between the deceased and each of the persons under this roof. Who hated her, who loved her, and most importantly, their movements last night. The coroner should arrive this morning, so we'll have a better timeline of when she died, so we'll know what hours to ask them about.
Harrison pulled on his jacket and smoothed it down as best he could.
Follow my lead,
Harrison added.
Take note of everything they say. If you have something to ask, do so. Just make sure it's pertinent to the inquiry.
The 2 men exited the room and went downstairs to the dining room. Jasper was sitting at the table drinking coffee with a newspaper in front of him.
Breakfast is almost here,
he told them.
That blasted cook got a late start. Tried to blame it on last night. There's toast and coffee.
They each helped themselves to coffee just as Constance joined them.
Lord, you two.
She grimaced.
You're still here?
She crossed to the side table and looked it over.
No breakfast?
Jasper sighed loudly.
It's coming, Connie. The cook had a late start.
Didn't we all?
She asked, rolling her eyes. Constance poured herself a cup of coffee and sat next to Jasper. Malcolm joined them shortly afterward, with Lavinia coming into the dining room a few moments later. A footman finally arrived carrying eggs, bacon, tomatoes, mushrooms, and more toast. Another footman was carrying a carafe of coffee and orange juice.
Excellent,
Jasper said as the food arrived and everyone began to help themselves. Harrison remained at the table, watching Lavinia across from him. He wanted to ask her how she was feeling, but he said nothing. When everyone returned to their seats, he spoke to the group.
After breakfast, Sergeant Jakeman and I will be meeting with each of you separately in the parlour,
he said.
Our first interview will be with Mr. Courtenay, followed by Dr. Alsop, Miss Griffin, and Miss Howard.
Jasper wearily nodded while Constance glared at the 2 policemen.
Am I to understand there was a man named Duncan Cornell at the party last night?
Harrison nodded to his sergeant to begin taking notes.
Duncan!
Jasper exclaimed.
I forgot all about him. Yes, he was here.
Do you know if he spent the night? I don't recall seeing him when I arrived, and he wasn't in the parlour with us.
Harrison asked.
I'll have to ask the butler. He readied the rooms last night and would know who was in which room.
Jasper said.
Let me know when you're ready.
The inspector told him.
There's no rush. I'll be in the parlour waiting.
I have a good mind to send word to my solicitor,
Constance said saucily.
I don't know anything about this dead girl, and I think it's damned unacceptable that we are being treated as suspects in one of her silly stories,
she said, jerking her head at Lavinia. Harrison was about to speak up, but Jasper did instead.
Constance, there's been a death here, a murder. Let's try and remember that.
Constance was silent for a moment.
Honestly, Jazz, I'm not happy about her being killed, but I had nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
Jasper nodded.
So refrain from the unnecessary comments and try to do what the police ask.
He turned to Harrison.
I'm ready when you are.
Harrison nodded, and the two men stood and crossed into the foyer. A footman came into view, and Jasper called out to him.
Send Temple to me,
he said, and turned to Harrison.
The butler.
Sergeant Jakeman followed behind the two men and shut the door once they were all inside the parlour.
Mr. Courtenay. So, you formally understand the situation. I am investigating the death of a young woman found on your property. During this interview, Sergeant Jakeman will be taking notes. The woman found at Courtenay Hall is known to you, is that correct?
Harrison asked, taking a stance in front of the fireplace.
Correct.
Jasper said, taking a seat on the sofa.
Her name?
Selina Nichols.
How was she known to you?
Jasper cleared his throat.
She was my secretary at Courtenay Publishing.
He clarified.
How many years was she employed with you?
Harrison asked.
2 or 3 years, I think. I'm not entirely sure about the length of her employment.
And she performed clerical duties?
Opened the mail, greeted people coming in, answered the mail, sent telegrams, basic secretarial duties.
Jasper shrugged.
And beyond that?
Harrison raised an eyebrow. Jasper frowned.
Beyond what?
Harrison sighed and looked over at his sergeant and then back at Jasper.
Let's not be coy with each other, Courtenay. There's no wife to tell, and I'm not the morality police. Did you have any sort of personal relations with the deceased?
Jasper met his eyes and then looked away.
We had an understanding,
he said lamely.
An understanding?
Harrison probed.
What does that mean, Mr. Courtenay?
Wait, you just slow down and wait a minute,
Jasper said, his voice rising.
Sure, Selina might have been a bit of fun, a bit of fluff on the side, but you said it yourself. I'm not married, and Selina was fine with the arrangement, so why would I kill her, Inspector? What reason would I have to kill her?
Harrison watched the flush on the man's cheeks and paused.
I'm not accusing you of anything, Mr. Courtenay,
he said quietly.
This is an interview, as I mentioned in the dining room. It's to ascertain your relationship with the deceased. I really need you to listen to the questions, answer them as best you can, and try not to infer feelings into them.
Jasper sat back against the sofa, looking warily at the two men.
As to your arrangement and Miss Nichols being fine with it, well...
Harrison eyed the man before him.
We have only your word for that.
He saw Jasper opening his mouth to speak, and he held up a hand.
We have only your word on that account,
he said in a steely statement, and Jasper said nothing.
Your relationship with Constance Griffin. Tell me about it,
he asked.
Connie, she's...
a bit of fun as well.
Sergeant Jakeman interjected suddenly, and the other two men turned their gazes on him.
Listen to me, you young pup.
Jasper spoke even though he was probably only 10 or 12 years older than the sergeant.
There's no denying the truth, and I'm not going to. I like the ladies, that's absolutely true enough, but that's not a crime.
I didn't say it was a crime, Mr. Courtenay. I was more concerned that there might be a rivalry between the two ladies. Something that was festering because of you.
Harrison pointed out.
Oh, I see.
Jasper nodded.
A rivalry. I'm not sure they even knew that I was seeing them both,
he said. Kenneth Jakeman let out a snort, and Harrison gave him a quick glance.
They knew about each other,
he said simply.
How the devil did you work that out?
Jasper stared at the two men. Harrison was not a ladies' man, nor a man about town like Jasper, but he knew a thing or two about women, and they definitely had a sense of things. It was surer than not that if a man thought a woman didn't know something he was doing, she did.
So, Mr. Courtenay, please focus. Your relationship with Constance Griffin. Describe it.
We were close.
Harrison looked at the mantel clock.
Mr. Courtenay, I have many more people to interview today and need to still get back to London this afternoon. Let's not drag this out. Just answer the questions as truthfully as you can.
Jasper narrowed his eyes.
Connie wanted to get married, yes. She'd been married before many years ago, but her husband died in India or some backwater place. She returned to England, did some writing to bring in money, and we grew close. Dash it all, I don't want this to get back to her, but I might have promised marriage. But I didn't plan on going through with it,
he said firmly.
Ever.
Chapter 16. In the Midst of Shadows. A quick knock, and Temple the butler entered. He was of medium height, with a large bulbous head and no hair upon it. He was neatly dressed in his black and white uniform.
Sir,
he said deferentially, looking at Jasper.
Temple, these policemen have some questions for you,
Jasper said, waving at the men. Temple turned to Harrison, who he knew was the senior of the two.
Do you know a Duncan Cornell, Temple?
Harrison asked the man.
Duncan Cornell is a writer who is published under Mr. Courtenay's company,
he said matter-of-factly.
Just so. I understand Mr. Cornell was at the party last night, but I did not see him when I arrived. Did he spend the night, or had he left prior?
Harrison watched the man. Temple frowned.
I had the rooms made up, and I believe Mr. Cornell was among the guests who stayed overnight. But let me check with the maids. They have been cleaning rooms this morning and will know who slept where.
Harrison felt a moment's panic, thinking that Lavinia's bed had not been slept in, but he quickly dismissed it. Their interaction had been innocent, and no one would care about her unslept bed when a murder had occurred.
Please check and get back to us on that information,
Harrison said, and Jasper nodded in agreement. The butler left, and Harrison turned his attention back to Jasper.
So, Miss Griffin?
Yes, as I told you both. I promised her marriage, but I didn't plan on going through with it. Does that make me a cad? Am I the first man on earth to promise something to a woman to get something in return? I absolutely doubt it,
he said, looking smug.
Mr. Courtenay, I don't give a damn about your conscience or your ways of getting into bed with the fairer sex. All I care about is the connection any of this has to do with the dead woman,
Harrison said bluntly.
Do you think Miss Griffin is vindictive? Do you think she would go after Miss Nichols if she thought she was a rival for your affections?
No,
Jasper said quickly.
I mean, if they did know about each other, as you seem to think they did, maybe they argued, maybe they fought, but Connie wrapping her hands about Selina's throat and killing her? No.
Several seconds ticked by when no one said anything. Harrison watched Jasper carefully and then looked over at his sergeant.
How did you know that Miss Nichols was killed in that way?
He said softly.
What? What way?
You said a Jakeman? What was said just now exactly?
He looked over at his sergeant and the notebook he had in his hands. Kenneth read Jasper's words aloud to the men.
Maybe they fought, but Connie wrapping her hands about her throat and killing her. No.
He repeated.
What of it?
Jasper asked.
Besides those who discovered the body and the footman who watched her, I don't think the exact way she died has been released,
Harrison said plainly. Jasper looked first at Harrison, then his sergeant, and then he swore.
This is bullshit. I heard it from the footman or the butler or Lavinia speaking. I'm done. I've answered your bloody questions, and I have nothing to hide.
He yelled loudly.
She's a bloody secretary, and I was fond of her. I have absolutely no reason to hurt her. None.
He jerked open the door and slammed it shut.
You want me to go fetch him back?
Kenneth asked.
Leave him be. I was hoping he would explode,
Harrison said.
I wanted to see what it would take and how much he would take. I wanted to see his temper.
Kenneth nodded, and Harrison went to stand by the window. The window in the parlour looked across the terrace and into the library across the way. He saw Jasper helping himself to a glass of something at the small bar, and he wasn't surprised. He had seen his hand shaking at breakfast and knew the man had a drinking problem.
Let's get Dr. Alsop in here,
he directed his sergeant. Malcolm appeared calm and collected when he took the seat opposite Harrison. The sergeant had taken a chair between them.
Dr. Alsop, what is your relationship with the deceased, whose name is Selina Nichols?
Harrison asked.
So I know that she's secretary to Jasper, so I might have seen her a handful of times when I went to visit his office.
Malcolm shrugged.
You were not in an intimate relationship with her?
Absolutely not.
Malcolm shook his head.
Tell me of your movements last night.
Harrison directed him. Malcolm began to speak about the evening. He spoke about his time with Lavinia on the terrace and then on the lawn to watch the fireworks. He said he went inside to see what was keeping the coffee, and when he returned, Lavinia was gone. Harrison tried to hold back his irritation every time Malcolm said the name Lavinia in his soft tone and the imagery of the two of them walking along the terrace and under the dark skies amid the stars. He knew it was not professional, but he almost wished Malcolm would confess so he could throw him in jail.
So, Once you went for coffee, you did not see Miss Howard again until she came to find you after she had discovered the body.
Harrison clarified.
Correct.
When she was gone and you had returned, you had the coffee with you?
I brought 2 cups out to the lawn.
And after she discovered the body...
No, it wasn't like that.
Malcolm corrected.
Go on.
Harrison nodded.
When she came onto the lawn, she was so pale. I remember taking her by the shoulders to ask her what was the matter. She said we needed to send for Inspector Bryce, that he needed to come immediately. Those were her exact words. She said we needed to send a footman now and that she would explain everything.
She asked for me directly.
Harrison stated.
She did, and then she seemed to sway a little. I thought she might faint.
Malcolm recalled.
She said she needed a brandy, so I helped her to the house, and then we sent for you.
How did you do that? Help her to the house?
Harrison asked.
I took her about the waist and helped her up the lawn.
Malcolm said quickly. Harrison narrowed his eyes at his perceived rival.
You aren't married.
I was once, but she is deceased.
Do you plan to remarry soon?
Malcolm looked over at the sergeant and then back to Harrison.
So I don't plan on being married soon, no, but you never know what the future holds.
Do you know who might have wished the dead woman harm?
Malcolm shrugged.
Besides Jasper and Lavinia, I don't know anyone here, so I honestly can't say. I don't know the intricacies of the relationships here.
Harrison studied the doctor, but could find no fault with him. As before, when he had spoken with him about Lavinia and her penny dreadful stories, he seemed a decent enough fellow who cared for the Howard family.
I know from our past conversation you are fond of Miss Howard. You also introduced her to Mr. Courtenay, whom you've known for some time, and described him as a self-made man. Ambitious and driven were the words you used.
Harrison recalled.
Yes.
Malcolm nodded.
Is Jasper the type of man to possibly orchestrate several murders on behalf of his company and stories to generate sales?
Harrison threw out to see Malcolm's reaction.
Come now, Inspector. You mentioned something like that the last time I saw you, and no. Jasper's a man about town. He likes the finer things, such as this house, good food and drink and the ladies. A killer? Or to orchestrate such a fantastic plan? Jasper wouldn't get his hands dirty.
Malcolm shook his head.
You mentioned good food and drink. Have you seen Mr. Courtenay overindulge in drink from time to time?
Harrison asked. Malcolm paused at this question.
Perhaps he enjoys the occasional drink.
More so than most?
Harrison asked. Malcolm met his gaze.
I couldn't say.
Harrison nodded.
Thank you for your time, Doctor. You've been most helpful.
Once they were alone, Kenneth looked over at his boss.
The doctor seems straightforward enough, don't you think?
Kenneth asked.
I think the good doctor is more a witness to things around him than anything else.
Harrison noted. A knock sounded on the door, and the butler entered once more.
Inspector?
He greeted him formally.
I spoke with the maids. We lost our housekeeper several weeks back.
He explained.
So there's just the head housemaid and 2 under her. And they said...
The man began, and then seemed to be collecting his thoughts.
Perhaps I should get the master here as well.
Harrison frowned.
Temple, we're investigating a murder. Let's hear what you have to say, and then report it to your master.
Temple nodded in understanding.
Very well. The housemaid readied and oversaw all the rooms last night, and it did include Mr. Cornell. She saw him downstairs at the party and assumed he had stayed the night with the rest of you. However, in the morning, when they were cleaning the rooms, the head housemaid said...
He looked over at the sergeant and then back to Harrison, licking his lips.
There was blood in the room.
Blood?
Harrison frowned. Temple nodded.
Yes, blood, and she didn't see him in the morning.
Harrison looked over at his sergeant and then back at the butler.
Have they cleaned the room?
Temple sighed.
They did, but I can have you taken to the room to view it if you wish.
Harrison nodded.
Please tell no one else of this except for Mr. Courtenay. Thank you, Temple.
Temple left the room, and Harrison shook his head, walking to the fireplace. There was a chill in the air, and he looked into the steady flames.
That makes no sense.
He told his sergeant.
The woman was killed by strangulation. There was no blood.
I wondered about that as well.
Kenneth said.
I think we need to stay the course and not get pulled into a red herring. Duncan Cornell could have cut himself. We won't know until we find him.
Harrison declared.
Let's bring in Miss Griffin.
Sergeant Jakeman disappeared, leaving Harrison behind. He knew the most challenging interview would be the woman about to enter the room. She was irritated at being kept in the house, and he also suspected she was hiding something. Several minutes passed before Kenneth re-entered with Constance in tow. Unlike Dr. Alsop, who had been wearing the same evening clothes from the night before, she was dressed in a blue and white striped day dress and looked well put together. She brightly smiled as she made eye contact with him and primly sat before him on the sofa.
Miss Griffin, thank you for your time this morning,
he began.
You know very well I have no choice in the matter, but more importantly, I have nothing to hide,
she said with a slight smirk on her face.
Please tell me of your movements last night, specifically if you left the house at any time,
he directed. Constance pondered the question.
I don't recall that I did. I know I was on the terrace once or twice to get some air, but no more than that.
Did you see anyone on the terrace?
I did. I saw Miss Howard and Miss Nichols,
she said simply, looking down at her nails.
What was said?
Nothing much. I saw them both talking. It seemed a bit heated, and Selina said something, I can't remember.
She gazed off into the distance.
Try.
Constance narrowed her eyes.
I don't know what was said before I came onto the terrace, Inspector. You'll have to ask Miss Howard.
Harrison didn't say anything, waiting for Constance to continue.
When I came onto the terrace, I made some comment that Selina was throwing herself at Jasper, and she was. And then I told her she should be ashamed as he was an engaged man.
Engaged?
Harrison met her eyes.
Who is he engaged to?
Constance rolled her eyes dramatically.
To me, you know that very well.
I see. And when you put Miss Nichols in her place, what then?
Constance shrugged.
She laughed. But then she would, wouldn't she? She was bitter and angry and knew that Jasper thought nothing much about her beyond a warm body.
So the interaction was heated, then what?
Miss Howard said something about people around us looking, and so we separated.
Constance said.
That was the last time I saw Miss Nichols.
You've said that Miss Nichols was in favour with Mr. Courtenay,
he said, putting it delicately.
She was his mistress.
Did that bother you?
Why should it? She spent a few nights with him. Ultimately, I'm to be his wife.
Constance said haughtily.
I understand you were married before.
Constance frowned, and her eyes flicked to Sergeant Jakeman and then back to the inspector.
Yes, I was. Who told you that?
Harrison ignored her question.
And how did he die?
Fever. In India. It happens. What on earth are you insinuating?
Her voice began to rise. Harrison watched her face become flushed, and she seemed to realise she was losing control.
I'm asking questions to get to the answers. You admit you knew Miss Nichols was the lover of Mr. Courtenay. And though you seem to be under the assumption that Mr. Courtenay will soon be your husband, he does not seem to be under that same assumption. He did not mention any upcoming marriage, though I asked him.
Harrison observed her reaction.
That's a monstrous thing to say,
she thundered.
You know nothing, Inspector,
she spat out. He remained calm and silent. She stood suddenly, moving towards the door.
You think because you're an inspector investigating a murder you can do and say whatever you like? Well, you can't.
She yanked open the door.
You bloody upstart.
She flung herself into the hallway and began calling Jasper's name loudly throughout the house. Lavinia had been waiting on the terrace, taking in the crisp air. Once she saw Constance leave, she entered the house and stepped into the room.
You seem to be making all sorts of friends this morning,
she said dryly to Harrison. Harrison looked over Lavinia's wrinkled gown from the night before and remembered waking up to her sleeping form beside him. Her silvery hair had been fanned out on the pillow, with her small hand curled upward. He tried to remember her scent. Kenneth cleared his throat, and Harrison saw them both staring at him. He was daydreaming like some lovesick young boy during a murder investigation. What an idiot.
Miss Howard.
He motioned to the sofa.
Please have a seat.
Inspector, Sergeant.
She nodded to them both.
I'm afraid your interview will probably be the longest as you discovered Selina's body,
Harrison explained.
I expected as much.
You knew Selina Nichols?
She shook her head.
Not well. I saw her a handful of times when I went to Courtenay Publishing and then here, last night.
Do you know if she had a relationship with Mr. Courtenay?
She looked up at him and then away.
I believe she did.
Do you know the extent of it?
They were lovers,
she said, meeting his eyes.
Do you know if there was any intent on Mr. Courtenay's part to marriage?
Lavinia shook her head.
No. In fact, I had conversations with all three of them last night, and they were revealing.
3 of them?
He questioned.
Jasper, Miss Nichols and Miss Griffin,
she clarified.
Tell me of them.
She tried to recall the first conversation with Selina. She remembered seeing Selina standing on the terrace the night before, her yellow hair pulled into a bun, and her cheeks and lips painted quite red.
She
looked over at Harrison and then at Sergeant Jakeman.
She introduced herself to me, but I remembered her.
You remembered her?
Harrison asked.
From Courtenay Publishing. I remembered her yellow hair and her smoking a cigarette. I have never known a woman to smoke in public,
she admitted.
She made some comment about my informality with Jasper because I called him by his first name. But then, in speaking with her for a few minutes, I realised that was just her way.
Lavinia explained.
She seemed a bit forthright and also antagonistic.
How did she do that?
She spoke about her duties at the publishing company, and then went on to elaborate other duties that were...
She stopped.
Yes?
They were lovers,
Lavinia said simply. Her cheeks pinkened at the word.
She went on to insinuate she had other men,
she continued,
and was quite pleased with herself. She pointed out the perks of being Jasper's lover gave her, such as the country estate party. I felt a bit sad for her,
she admitted.
She didn't value herself. I told her as such, and...
Lavinia wondered how much she should tell the men.
She said I had my nerve, that I had men that paid attention to me, and...
Lavinia stopped.
She said she had to work for a living and make her way in the world.
Harrison continued to watch her as she spoke while the sergeant took down her words.
I tried to explain that though my father had left us comfortable, I still wanted something of my own.
Lavinia shrugged.
She seemed to scoff at my stories and, then she said something very odd.
Harrison moved to the edge of the sofa facing her.
What did she say?
She said my stories were making enemies by the bucket load. Those were her exact words. I asked her if she meant Duncan Cornell. He's not been my dearest champion, but no. She didn't mean him, and she...
Lavinia was searching for the right word.
She seemed to be fond of Mr. Cornell. She said he just needed a break.
Lavinia sighed deeply and felt a heaviness settle over her.
She said I had enemies, and that she opened the mail. That everything that came into the company, she saw.
Did she elaborate?
A little. Selina mentioned the red ink notes.
Lavinia cast a glance at Sergeant Jakeman and then back to Harrison.
She said the 2 notes she sent me were the only ones she chose to send, and said there were more. Selina said he was obsessed with me.
He? She used the word he?
Harrison asked, perking up.
Yes.
Lavinia nodded.
Then Constance came out to the terrace and made some rude comment, and the 2 women began arguing.
Over Mr. Courtenay?
He guessed.
Exactly. Miss Nichols said he would never marry Miss Griffin, and I told them to quiet down as people were staring at us, and they did. And then we went our separate ways.
That was the last you saw of the 2 women?
Yes.
You mentioned seeing Mr. Courtenay.
I did. I went inside and saw him. He told me the 2 women would be the death of him. He said Connie wants him to fire Selina. Connie said, or else, and Jasper supposedly asked why he should. That Selina was an excellent worker. I think by this time I might have had too much to drink. I was irritated with Jasper. I know he has a reputation with women, and I didn't think it was fair to string Selina along. She may have come off worldly, but I think she was lost. And Constance was telling everyone they were to be married. Either way, I told Jasper to set everything straight. I thought he was being dishonest and, frankly, a little cruel.
She told the 2 men. Harrison watched her face in the soft morning light and nodded.
What then?
Jasper seemed to understand, but I don't know. And then, after that, I joined Malcolm on the lawn to watch the fireworks. A footman was handing out drinks, and we requested coffee, but after a time, Malcolm got impatient and went up to the house to get it himself.
I see. And you remained on the lawn?
No, I stood up to stretch my legs. There were lanterns about, so I walked to the rose garden and beyond. I thought at any moment Malcolm would call to me, but he didn't. And as I was walking, I came across the shrubbery.
She paused, then continued.
During the day, it had seemed odd. I had even played a game with myself that a person could hide behind the shrubs. But in the dark, the shrubs looked ominous. That's what I thought.
She looked at Harrison and then at the sergeant. The sergeant was busy writing the words as she spoke, and only glanced up briefly and then back down.
I walked along the shrubs, looking them over, and willing myself not to be afraid. There was no reason. And then there she was.
She had a catch in her throat.
Miss Howard.
Harrison spoke softly.
No, I'm fine.
She nodded and swallowed.
I saw someone out there. I did. I couldn't tell you if it was a man or a woman, nor anything about them, but there was someone out there with me, and there might be a perfectly logical reason they were there. It doesn't have to be connected. But shortly after that, I found Selina's body.
Harrison nodded.
All right, Miss Howard.
A quick knock sounded, and Temple entered to say the coroner had arrived. Harrison nodded.
Please show him to the body.
Temple disappeared, and another knock sounded. This time it was Malcolm. He asked to speak briefly to Harrison, and the inspector left the room. Lavinia watched the sergeant make a note in his book, and then look up at her.
Did you want some water or tea? You look a bit pale, Miss Howard.
He commented.
Thank you, but no, I'm fine, Sergeant.
Chapter 17. In the Midst of Shadows. Harrison entered the room again and took up his seat once more.
Dr. Alsop has an important engagement and needs to return to London.
He told her.
I have given him permission to do so. He will be leaving shortly. He asked that I see you home when this is complete.
Thank you, Inspector,
she said gratefully.
After you discovered the body, what happened then?
He pressed.
I came back to the lawn and I'm sure I must have been a bit vague with Malcolm when I saw him. I was...
In shock.
He finished for her.
Yes, but we returned to the house and I instructed them to fetch you. And then I told him what I discovered.
Why did you ask for me?
He leaned forward just a bit, waiting for her reply. Lavinia met his eyes.
Because you knew long ago that this was all tied to me and my stories. When I saw her lying there in the grass, I knew. Someone had read my story.
Lavinia felt the tears well up in her eyes, and her throat felt like a knot.
Someone had read my story and acted on it, and killed someone completely innocent.
You can't blame yourself, Lavinia.
Her first name slipped out, and Kenneth looked from his boss to Lavinia, and then studiously down to his notepad.
But I do blame myself, Inspector. I didn't kill Selina with my bare hands, no. I wrote about a gruesome death, and someone read that and made it come true.
She seemed to be saying the words to explain it to herself as well.
On some level, I'm responsible.
You can't...
He shook his head.
Are you keeping us here much longer?
She asked.
You've let Malcolm go back to London. I would like to leave as well.
I have a few more interviews with the servants and then I escort you home. An hour or so.
He said as she stood up.
I'm going upstairs to lie down. Please send someone when you are ready to leave.
Lavinia requested and left the room. Kenneth watched her leave and looked back at his boss.
She doesn't look well.
It's the shock and little sleep.
Harrison sighed.
In time, she'll be fine. Let's find Temple and look over Duncan's room.
Upstairs, the head maid took them to Duncan's room at the end of the hall. The room looked neat as a pin with nothing amiss.
Where was the blood found?
Harrison asked the brown-haired maid.
In the basin, sir.
Was it a few drops? A little bit?
More than a few drops, as if he had cut himself, and it took some time to stop the bleeding.
The maid explained. Harrison saw the bed was neatly made, and there were no personal items in the room.
Was the bed slept in?
He asked.
It could have been,
she said.
It was mussed and rearranged, but that doesn't mean he slept here all night.
Harrison smiled a bit.
Quite right, thank you.
Harrison turned away and went back downstairs into the kitchen. The cook had been indoors all night and had gone to bed late. The maids didn't see anything and were young and foolish and spoke in whispered tones about the body. The footman Devons arrived shortly with a tall, regal manner about him and piercing, calm blue eyes.
Devons, you worked last night, is that correct?
Harrison asked.
I did, sir. All night, until we were sent to bed after you lot were done finished in the parlour,
he said cheekily.
Besides the obvious, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Harrison asked the man.
Pretty regular,
he recalled.
Taking out dirty dishes from the buffet table, adding clean ones. Moving about with the champagne glass tray, nothing to note.
Were you on the lawn before the fireworks delivering drinks?
Harrison asked.
I was. Many of the guests had gone out there to see the fireworks, and they were asking for drinks.
Do you recall seeing Dr. Alsop and Miss Howard?
He frowned.
I remember seeing Miss Howard sitting alone, not the doctor,
he recalled.
Did you see Miss Griffin and Mr. Courtenay?
Devons blew out a sigh.
Sure did. They had a row in the library, something quite loud,
he told them.
Did you hear what they were arguing about?
The inspector asked.
I might have, but I wasn't eavesdropping,
he said defensively. Harrison cast a glance at his sergeant.
Mr. Devons, I'm investigating the murder of a young woman. I don't give a damn about any eavesdropping. Continue.
Miss Griffin was terribly angry. She said the master had led her on and that he had no intention of marrying her.
He recalled.
What did he say?
Harrison asked.
That they had both had a lot to drink and that she shouldn't say anything she would regret. But then Miss Griffin turned on him and claimed he was in love with someone else. He said she was being silly and that there was no one else. She seemed to go quiet and then said that he would have to marry her if there wasn't anyone else. Then she left the library in a hurry.
The footman finished.
That's what she said?
Yes,
Devons said.
I went into the kitchen and got the coffee that had been asked for and returned to the lawn.
Anything amiss on the lawn?
No, but this time Miss Howard was gone. I remember because the doctor had asked for the coffees and I had brought them, but neither was there. So I left the coffees on their chairs and returned to the house.
So, the doctor wasn't there at this time either?
No.
Devons was excused, and when they were alone, Harrison shook his head.
We already knew that Constance and Selina were rivals for Jasper's affections,
he said quietly to Kenneth.
But does Constance have an alibi during the fireworks show? Could she have killed Selina? And Jasper? He has more motives than anyone. If he were to kill in the same manner as written in the books, that would boost sales. But would he risk all of this? I don't think he would.
A small man with a balding head and a long nose knocked, then entered the room. Harrison recognized him as the coroner.
I'll have some preliminary results for you by the end of the week, Inspector,
he told him.
Thank you, Doctor.
Harrison rubbed the bridge of his nose. He was tired and irritable. When he walked out into the foyer, he encountered Jasper looking exasperated.
Confound it all! Connie just left. I don't know what's gotten into her,
he said, looking at the foyer and the front door beyond it.
She left?
Harrison frowned.
She took my carriage to take to the train station, but apparently told Temple she would have the driver return. She's too much. Blast it all.
Jasper looked visibly irritated.
Especially as I did not give her leave to go. And this is still an investigation into a murder.
Harrison said coldly.
I could hardly stop her, Inspector. She left without telling me.
I'll need her address and a moment of your time,
Harrison told the publisher. The second interview revealed what Harrison had expected. Jasper admitted that though Constance knew about Selina, she was not overly concerned. She had asked Jasper to fire the young woman and threatened to end the relationship if Selina was still around. Jasper emphasized to Harrison that Constance was being overly dramatic. From Harrison's experience, men like Jasper always had another woman waiting on the sidelines. Constance would have her hands full, trying to keep Jasper all to herself. Would she murder every woman who got between her and Jasper's affections? Doubtful. Sergeant Jakeman closed his notebook when Jasper left the room and looked over at his boss.
What do you think?
Harrison shook his head.
Everyone in this house has a motive for killing Selina Nichols, and at one time or another, they were all missing during the fireworks.
True enough.
Kenneth nodded.
But not Miss Howard. Surely she's not a suspect.
Harrison shrugged.
She has one of the strongest motives,
he said quietly.
She writes about the murders. They happen. Her sales increase, as does her popularity. And we only have her word that she was wandering the grounds at the time she says she was. She could have been there earlier.
The doctor?
Kenneth shook his head.
What's his motive? And when could he have done the deed?
Remember Devons's story. He came back to the lawn with the coffees, and neither the doctor nor Miss Howard was there. Plenty of time to strangle the girl and return as if he's come from the house. He was drinking coffee, but was it the coffee he fetched, or the coffee from the footman? And his motive? To help Miss Howard. We know he's devoted to her.
The publisher? He wouldn't want to jeopardize his company.
Kenneth said.
Another strong motive. Kills the girl to help sales. And again, his movements are erratic. There was an argument in the house with Miss Griffin, but before that, after that, he could say he was anywhere in the house.
Miss Griffin?
Kenneth wondered.
She kills for a different reason. She kills to remove a rival, but...
Harrison paused.
I can't see it. She dresses in her fine clothes for a supper party and then goes out to the woods to strangle a girl.
Harrison shook his head.
Poison is more a woman's tool if she wishes to kill.
So where does that leave us?
Kenneth asked.
We'll know more when the autopsy comes back. I have a suspicion. But if I'm right, it gives someone all the more reason to have killed Selina.
He said mysteriously.
Let's return to London. We'll take Miss Howard with us.
Lavinia felt tiredness deep in her bones. She had not been able to sleep very well the night before, only drifting off when Harrison had told her the story about the girl and the 12 months. She had dreamt of fresh spring violets, summer strawberries, and fall apples. She thought of the conversation she had with the inspector and how she blamed herself for the murder. No, she held herself responsible, and it was true. She should not have written such salacious tales, creating such an excitement in the readers to generate sales. What had she been thinking? Was there a reader out there so rabid that he had committed murder as she had written it? If so, well, the man was mad. No doubt about it. Unhinged. Could it be that he might come after her? Was that a possibility? Could he want his crowning achievement to be her death? She jumped at the rapping on the door.
Miss Howard?
Came a voice. She recognized it. The inspector.
Yes?
We'll be leaving shortly,
he told her.
I'll be down in a few minutes.
She went to the basin and used the pitcher to pour the water into it. She splashed her face several times and dried it using the towel placed next to it. She stared at the towel and saw the tiny flowers embroidered onto it. They were the same colour as Selina's dress, mint green. She felt sick to her stomach. She went downstairs and saw Sergeant Jakeman waiting patiently for his boss.
He'll be right down,
he told her. She nodded, and a moment later the inspector and the coroner walked together into the foyer. Harrison nodded in the coroner's direction, and they watched as he left, and Jasper's carriage was brought forward. The ride to London was quiet with little said. Lavinia spent much of the time looking out the window, while Kenneth slept. Harrison alternated between watching Lavinia and reviewing his list of suspects. Once in London, Sergeant Jakeman was left at the police station, while Harrison continued the short distance to Hanover Square to take Lavinia home. Lavinia had already made up her mind. She needed to get away, and if her aunts were not completely recovered, she would head to the seaside alone. She needed time to think, time to be alone, and the seaside would be just the thing.
If you need anything, please send word to the police station,
he offered kindly.
I'll respond as quickly as I can.
Are you always this obliging to murder suspects?
She asked. Harrison looked down at her face and didn't deny the allegation.
You are a suspect, Lavinia. I can't change that. You were there and you have a motive. And I wouldn't be a good detective if I treated you differently because of my feelings for you.
She looked away from him as he spoke the last words. They tugged something inside her.
But being a suspect is quite different from being a murderer. And though you are the former, you are not the latter.
You're quite sure?
She asked him.
Yes,
he said simply.
Though I appreciate your offer of assistance, there's no need. I'll not be in London to call on you.
She explained.
Where will you be?
He frowned.
Originally, I made plans to travel to the seaside for a holiday with my aunts, but they are feeling poorly. If they are still not well, I decided today I'm going to travel by myself to Brighton to clear my head.
You should reconsider,
he told her haltingly.
It might not be safe.
Safe?
She scoffed at the word.
I went to a supper party in the country and look what happened.
Harrison changed seats and moved to sit beside her.
I think you should reconsider, Miss Howard.
He corrected himself.
I don't think someone is after you, though perhaps you've caught someone's attention. Someone who wants to be in your world, who wants to recreate your world in living times.
Lavinia shook her head.
I've thought of that. I don't think the red ink letters and Selina's murder are connected. I think someone is having a laugh at my expense. Selina was something different.
The carriage stopped in front of her townhouse, and they both exited.
If there's something to it, would you lend me the red ink letters you've received? I'll return them, of course,
he said as they entered the foyer of her townhouse.
You can keep them. Please wait here in the parlour. The letters are upstairs in my room.
She turned from him and went up the stairs. The townhouse was silent. Harrison could hear someone moving about in the back part of the house, most likely servants, but other than that, the house was still. She returned in a minute and handed him the letters. He read them and nodded.
A nasty bloke,
he commented.
Not my biggest fan,
she said wryly.
I wish you'd reconsider Brighton. I'd feel better if you were safe, close by,
he admitted. Lavinia met his eyes.
I'll be at the Grand Brighton, Inspector. If anything comes up, you can reach me by telegram.
Harrison placed the red ink letters in his coat pocket and sighed.
Very well.
Harrison was on the doorstep only a moment before an idea struck him. He hailed a cab and gave directions to the Metropolitan Police Station to pick up his sergeant. Together, he and Kenneth made the short trip to Courtenay Publishing.
What are we looking for, boss?
Kenneth asked, confused.
Those letters.
Harrison was thinking aloud as he spoke.
Lavinia said that Selina kept some and sent others to her. Why? Maybe she was lying. There aren't any other letters.
Kenneth watched as his boss took out a small leather-bound kit and extracted something from it.
She was working her up.
As it was Sunday, no one was working inside the publishing company, so Harrison picked the lock. Kenneth smiled and shook his head. His boss never ceased to amaze him. Usually, Harrison was very calm and collected, and yet here he was picking a lock.
Look sharp, Sergeant,
he said as he fiddled with the door lock.
We don't want anyone onto us.
As he spoke, the lock clicked and disengaged.
When did you learn to do that?
Kenneth asked him.
When I was constable. I brought in some guy who was nicking stuff for months by picking locks in the area. I asked him to teach me, and he did.
He opened the door to the publishing company, and they both stepped inside.
Come on.
Lavinia packed one small trunk with enough clothes for a week. She closed it tightly and closed her eyes. Her aunts were regaining their strength, but were not well enough to travel by train to the seaside. Marjorie's cold had been in her chest, so the chilly sea air would definitely not do her good, and Frederica was congested and tired. The medicine eased the pain and helped them sleep through the night. Both the maid and cook urged her to travel to the seaside alone. By the end of the week, either her aunts would be recovered or she would return home. When she told the servants of the tragedy at Courtenay Hall, they both agreed she needed a rest. Even Cook, who was devoted and professional, mumbled something about Lavinia looking like death warmed over. Lavinia hailed a cab, and soon enough she was settled into her train seat headed to Brighton. She was glad she decided to take the trip. With Saturday evening's tragedy, she was looking forward to the seaside. She needed time away. She had been able to rest that morning, though she could still see Selina's face in the grass and her glass-like eyes staring up into nothing. She wanted to be able to close her own eyes and not see the dead girl. Lavinia looked out the train window and watched the green English countryside pass by. She felt the train jerk to a stop, and soon an older gentleman with a thick beard took the seat across from her. She fell asleep to the lulling of the train movement, and when she woke once more, the man was gone. When the train finally pulled into Brighton, she was relieved that her journey was at an end. A short time later, she was inside her room overlooking the sea. Leaning over the balcony, Lavinia saw a street teeming with carriages and people. Beyond that was the sea. Silvery blue waves looked so vast, and she took in the salty air. The decision to travel to Brighton had been a good one. She would freshen up after her journey and then walk along the pier. The publishing company's office was dim, with a hazy yellow light thrown over the large front room. There were no gas lights on, only the afternoon sun drifting in from the windows that bordered the street. He passed through the small wooden gate that divided the back of the office and the secretaries, with the small visiting area for visitors and guests. When he visited Jasper, he remembered that Selina Nichols's desk was the first desk beyond the gate, and the secretaries were behind her. He came upon the writing desk with the top of the desk covered in green felt. 2 central drawers could be pulled open to the right, and on the left numerous cubby holes filled the space. When he opened the left side, numerous papers were stuffed into the different crevices, and he began to pull them out.
You take the right.
He directed his sergeant, who immediately opened the right side and found more papers stuffed in the holes.
We're looking for the red ink letters Miss Howard spoke about?
Kenneth asked, pulling out the chair from the desk behind Selina's to review the relatively large amount of correspondence. Harrison shrugged.
Or anything that stands out, anything that might be seemed threatening or dangerous, especially if it mentions G.R. Howard.
Harrison began making piles of the papers, setting aside bills or letters for other writers and anything complimentary and not at all sinister. He pulled the 2 letters Lavinia had given him from his breast pocket, and glancing at them once to review the handwriting, he turned them to Kenneth.
Here are the 2 letters she received, so you can compare the handwriting.
He told him. Harrison placed several bills aside as they were nothing out of the ordinary. Selina apparently worked as the front desk greeter and secretary, but also as office manager for Jasper. She kept the accounts for him and made sure the bills were paid on time. She didn't seem like a very organised manager. Her papers were thrown together with no rhyme or reason. One piece of paper was a bill, another was a letter from a reader, and yet another correspondence for Jasper. He placed them to the side and continued to move through them.
Any luck?
Harrison asked, glancing over his shoulder at Kenneth.
No, boss. A lot of nonsense. People are writing to different authors explaining what they should write about.
He shrugged.
I would imagine people get quite caught up in these stories.
Harrison said, turning back to his own pile.
When I read those Penny Dreadfuls as a boy, I wanted to be the hero in the story. I don't think I ever imagined writing to the author.
What hero was that?
Kenneth asked.
Who knows? Some such nonsense. The hero who saves the world at the last minute.
He said, recalling the familiar thread of the stories.
And the one that gets the girl?
Kenneth hinted but said nothing more. Harrison moved another paper aside and then another, and soon there were no more papers. He frowned. He looked behind him, and Kenneth was reading through his lot but appeared to have very few left.
Nothing here, boss. Most readers are giving compliments about the stories and a few bills. Nothing to note.
He picked them up and handed them back to Harrison.
I was so sure.
He frowned, replacing the papers into the 2 compartments where he had found them. He noticed a small silver hat pin in a littered drawer and frowned at it as he did so. What was the purpose for such a small hat pin to be here in the drawer in her desk? He took out the pin, which was delicate, long and sharp, with a small silver flower motif at the top. Maybe she had left it once and never recovered it. But the more he looked at it, the more he thought it meant something.
What do you have there?
Kenneth asked, moving to his side.
Hat pin.
Harrison looked over the desk with its many cubbyholes and compartments, and an idea came to him. He began looking for an area that might not have an opening, but where a pin would fit. Sure enough, he saw one on the right side. He pressed the pin into the hole, and a secret compartment opened up. Harrison looked over at Kenneth, who was grinning. He drew out the letters inside the compartment and placed them in front of him as Kenneth drew his chair near. The letters all appeared to be written in red ink. The first one was dated 3 days before, and it read,
Everything comes to an end. Everything. If the bad doesn't last, then neither will the good. Your time has come. Your time has come.
Chapter 18. In the midst of shadows. Lavinia took a leisurely walk along the West Pier. The fresh sea air filled her lungs, and a sense of peace overcame her. The pier, which had opened in 1866, was lined with gas lamps with an ornamental serpent design that Lavinia found incredibly whimsical. As it was a chilly autumn day, there were not many people walking about the pier. She felt alone and pleased to be so. When checking into the hotel, she had asked what events might be happening that week. The clerk had informed her that the Royal Pavilion held numerous concerts throughout the year, with one being held that very evening. He was able to procure her a ticket. The pavilion was a beautiful building built 70 years ago. Lavinia had found its Indian domes and minarets absolutely charming the first time she laid eyes on it with her father years ago. Queen Victoria had sold the building to the city of Brighton in 1850, which in turn used the building to hold concerts and other events. Lavinia was looking forward to tonight's concert, as she had been told it was the music of Franz Liszt, who was one of her favourites. When she returned to her room, she threw open the French doors and looked out over the sea. Though she missed her aunts dearly, she was glad she had decided to come. Alone with the sea as company, she could take time for herself and think positively of her next steps. For the evening, she chose a dress she hadn't worn before, a deep purple silk taffeta gown with the bodice trimmed in black tulle and puffed sleeves. Deciding to add very little jewellery, she pinned her silvery blonde hair up and descended downstairs for dinner. She ordered the tomato soup without meat and sipped the chilled water, waiting for her food to arrive. Besides an elderly couple, there was no one else in the dining room. She had an hour to eat before the concert began, which gave her plenty of time as the pavilion was 10 minutes away by a hansom cab. She was looking out the window when she felt eyes upon her, and suddenly a figure stood before her.
Miss Howard.
Lavinia looked up to see the matronly figure of Nurse Pratt standing before her, an icy smile on her face that didn't reach her eyes.
Nurse Pratt, are you here on holiday?
Lavinia asked the woman, confused.
My mother and I.
She nodded.
She's not doing well, so we thought the sea air might help her.
I hope it does,
Lavinia remarked, remembering the woman before her was no friend of hers.
The sea air is supposed to do wonders for so many ailments.
It's a small world, isn't it?
Nurse Pratt said, surveying her with small, beady eyes.
Very small indeed.
Yes,
Lavinia replied.
Enjoy your dinner,
Nurse Pratt said, leaving Lavinia to contemplate her arrival. Lavinia watched Nurse Pratt move along the tables seated out of her range. She saw no mother with her and was unsettled by her appearance. Why was Nurse Pratt in Brighton? For the sea air. And why, of all places, was she here? Precisely at the same time as Lavinia herself. She felt uneasy as she finished her soup, followed by roast beef with asparagus. She decided a cup of coffee would be a pleasant finish to the dinner before she made her way to the concert. When she looked up, she saw Nurse Pratt leaving as well. The lights were being dimmed as she took her seat in the assembly room. She looked up at the ceiling to see the opulent chandeliers decorating the ceilings. Vibrant tapestries on the walls were extraordinary. She had the programme in her gloved hands, but she had not looked at it. Instead, she waited for the dreamy music to fill the air. But as the orchestra began to play, it wasn't the gorgeous Hungarian rhapsody that filled the air, but rather the aggressive opening of the Totentans. The chords were struck harshly, and Lavinia felt an overwhelming sense of fear which she pushed away. She knew Liszt was said to have been obsessed with death and religion, and with heaven and hell. The man had even visited prison dungeons to see those condemned to die. As a writer who created stories, she could understand the need for research, but perhaps the man had gone too far. The music picked up and turned lively as she looked about the room. There was a rather large group in attendance, at least 200 people, and the heat of the bodies pressed together warmed her. She had not brought a fan, and her cheeks felt flushed. She saw a young couple seated before her, and the woman coyly touched the man's hand before she pulled away. An older woman seated next to the woman, probably a chaperone, gave the woman a stern look, and Lavinia bit back a smile. When she looked up past the crowd of attendees, her gaze wandered about until she rested on the large white columns that dominated the sides of the room. She frowned. Was that... Her eyes moved about the columns, looking into the dark corners and crevices, trying to see the figure again, but she saw no movement. She shook her head. That didn't seem possible. Why of all places would... No. It was someone who looked familiar, but no, it was not him. Lavinia returned her attention to the music and smoothed the program that was in her lap. She must take advantage of the evening and enjoy herself. When the intermission came, she stood up, thinking a short walk about the lovely grounds of the pavilion would do nicely. The music had been very unusual. Though she preferred Liszt's other compositions, enjoying a concert in person was still a treat. She walked into the foyer, where light refreshments were being served. She passed along the queue and went outside into the brisk autumn air. The cool air was a tonic after the crush of people and the heat of the assembly room. Amid the soft lanterns, the grounds about the pavilion were lovely. The lawns were green, and as it was early autumn, she could see hydrangeas, tiger lilies, sunflowers, asters, and one of her favourite flowers, chrysanthemums. She moved along the path, mindful of the time. She should not remain too long, or she would miss the second part of the concert. According to the programme, the next piece would be the 3 concert etudes in D-flat major after intermission. The third was called Un sospiro, Italian for a sigh. It was a dreamy piano piece that she had heard performed before, and she was looking forward to it. As she turned to walk back to the pavilion, she saw someone before her on the path but half hidden in the shadows. She could see the man's feet in the lantern light, though the rest of his person was cloaked in darkness. She looked about to see if anyone else was about as the man stepped forward.
Miss Howard.
He came forward to her. Lavinia felt her heart thud inside her chest. She swallowed.
I'm Mr. Cornell.
She greeted him warily.
Good evening, madam. I didn't expect to see you here. Is this your first time in Brighton?
He asked, coming to stand nearer her.
No, I've been here before with my family,
she replied. Lavinia studied him carefully. He seemed the same as he had been before. He wore black and white evening clothes that befitted the night concert, but when he came closer, she saw an ugly red gash under his chin that looked very recent. She felt a wave of terror wash over her. Dear God, she thought suddenly. It all made sense now. Duncan had killed Selina, and now the madman was here in front of her, and Harrison was miles away in London.
Are you enjoying the concert?
She asked, trying not to stare at the puckered injury and stem the shudder she felt. He nodded.
Very much so. I needed this trip to clear my head of so many things. I've been lost, Miss Howard, so very lost.
Lavinia met his eyes.
I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know if you had heard about what happened at the country estate.
She began.
Heard? I was there that evening.
He reminded her.
I didn't know if...
She glanced behind him and saw couples returning to the pavilion.
I wasn't sure if you had returned to town that evening. That's what I meant.
She tried in a soothing tone.
I slept badly that night,
he told her.
So very badly. You can't know what it's like to be at the mercy of something inside you that twists and turns, and you aren't your own master.
Lavinia shuddered a little, but it was not from the cool night air.
Well, we all must answer to someone.
It grabs hold of you, Miss Howard,
he said, taking a step toward her.
It's such a strong influence, but I fight it, even when those who would do me wrong...
His voice was rising.
We should return,
she said, nodding to him, trying to smile.
Miss Howard.
He grabbed her arm in his hand and held her firmly.
I've been watching you, admiring you, if I may so say. And Selina and I spoke of you.
Selina?
She met his eyes, and her voice changed. She knew then that she was frightened of him.
You and Selina spoke about me?
Of course we did,
he said simply.
So sad. Selina had so much ahead of her, so young and so much she could do.
Lavinia said, trying to appeal to him through Selina's memory. He released her suddenly.
My God, she did. She was so full of life and so lovely, but she had to die. I see that now.
He nodded, and Lavinia took a step back.
Did she?
She felt the tears welling up inside her as she tried to keep her horror under her grip.
Did she?
She felt about to faint.
Yes,
he said, his gaze locked on her. He didn't move toward her, and he didn't say anything. Instead, he began to caress the newly formed gash at the base of his neck. Lavinia imagined those same hands squeezing the life from Selina, and she really did sway. A woman laughed loudly nearby, and Lavinia didn't think twice.
Matty!
She cried out and rushed past Duncan.
Matty!
She rushed to the woman at a frantic pace and smiled so that the couple stopped.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She apologized softly.
I thought you were my dear friend Matty.
They moved along to the pavilion undisturbed, and when Lavinia turned back to look after Duncan, he was gone. When she looked back at the pavilion, her hands were shaking. She knew Duncan had killed Selina Nichols. She couldn't return to the concert. Lavinia took a cab back to the hotel and couldn't wait to be inside the safety of her room. As she climbed the stairs to the second floor, she sensed someone was behind her, and she quickened her pace. Walking quickly down the hallway, which seemed to stretch so long she heard her name being called. It must be Duncan. Fear gripped her as she pulled out the key to her room and moved faster. But her legs tangled in the fabric of her gown, and when she finally made it to her room, she fumbled with the key, trying to get it into the lock. Someone called her name again, and she almost had the door open when a hand fell on her shoulder.
Lavinia!
She turned her head to look to the right and almost sagged with relief. Harrison. She closed her eyes and took a huge breath and flung her arms around his neck.
Thank God it's you.
She felt herself breathing heavily into his neck.
Thank God.
Harrison held her momentarily and then pulled her arms from his neck.
What is this? What's going on?
Come inside,
she said, unlocking the door to let them both in. She knew it was highly improper for a man to be inside her bedroom, but after everything that happened in the past 24 hours, that was the least of her worries. He followed her inside, and she locked the door.
Has something happened?
He gave her a searching glance.
I was waiting for you in the lobby, and you darted right past me. I called your name several times, and you ignored me.
I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else,
she explained, trying to calm herself.
Who did you think I was?
He asked her.
I thought you were Duncan Cornell.
Duncan? He's disappeared. We wanted to talk to him today, but he's vanished,
he said, watching her as she paced back and forth like a caged animal.
Except that he hasn't,
she said.
He's here.
In Brighton?
Harrison frowned.
Why is he in Brighton?
He's the killer, Harrison. He killed Selina,
she said simply. He was momentarily struck by his name on her lips, which he never remembered her using before, but then shook his head.
Hold on. Slow down. Tell me everything that's happened.
He took a chair that had been facing the balcony, turned it to face her, and sat down on it as she sat on the bed.
No, wait. Why are you in Brighton?
She asked suddenly.
We parted in London.
I'll get to that. But first, tell me what has happened here.
She told him of her strange encounter with Duncan at the concert.
He said he slept badly the night of the...
she said.
And then he spoke so oddly, woodenly, about being at the mercy of something inside you and how strong of an influence it was. The more he spoke, the more I realised. He was mad. He must be.
Her eyes were wide as she met his.
Go on, don't leave out anything.
Harrison pressed, and she nodded.
He said that he had been watching me, and that he and Selina spoke about me, and I was taken aback. I didn't know what to say. I tried to say something good about Selina, to make him focus on her, and he did, which was the wrong thing to do. He said she had to die, and I...
She placed a hand at the base of her throat, which felt so dry. She started again.
I didn't know what to do. Duncan grabbed my arm, and I thought he might harm me right there. I pretended to see someone I knew and rushed past Duncan to them. It worked, and when I turned back to look at him, he was gone. I left the concert and came back here. When you called out to me in the hotel, I thought it was him. I was so frightened I just wanted to get inside my room.
Understandable.
He nodded and breathed out slowly.
I wish there was some brandy here. We could both do with a glass.
Yes,
she said.
I have it all figured out, Harrison. He was obsessed with Selina and wanted her for himself. But she loved Jasper. He tried to get her to go away with him that night in the country, and they had a terrible row in the woodland. I think Selina refused to leave, so Duncan tried to forcibly grab her or something and lashed out. And that wound on his neck, that was her fighting for her life.
Lavinia shook her head.
I may not have all the details worked out, but it makes sense,
she exclaimed.
And then he came back to the house and couldn't sleep. He said that himself. Well, of course he couldn't sleep. He had just killed a woman, and some time before we woke, he crept out of the house and departed.
That would explain the blood,
he said absently.
Blood?
She looked over at him.
What blood?
There was blood discovered in Duncan's room. The butler told us about it this morning. It made no sense at the time as the murder was strangulation. Maybe it happened as you say, or perhaps there was an altercation,
he said, thinking through the situation as he spoke.
Duncan was desperate and Selina refused him. He strangled her. Perhaps there was a knife and she tried to defend herself, I don't know. Though we didn't find a knife. It could have happened many different ways,
he said.
We can agree that Duncan is not in his right frame of mind,
he finished solemnly.
We can absolutely agree to that,
Lavinia said, nodding.
You should have seen his eyes tonight. They were so wild. He seemed so detached and yet so passionate at the same time. It was disturbing.
I can imagine. And if it happened as you say, or much like it, I know how you fit in now,
Harrison said calmly.
Me?
Lavinia frowned.
How do I fit in?
He's been targeting you all along,
Harrison said, and drew out a set of letters from his coat pocket.
There are about 10 letters here, all written in red ink like the 2 letters you received, and they go back to a few days after your first story. They are pretty descriptive and quite threatening.
He added the last word quietly.
Threatening?
Lavinia looked over at him and the letters he had retrieved, but then watched him return them to his breast pocket.
I don't think you should read them, Lavinia. I don't see the point. Just know that the letters are disturbing. One minute they are talking about the stories and make-believe, and then it's dark and not from a clear mind.
He shook his head.
My sergeant and I went to the publishing company to search Selina's desk and found them. They were hidden in a secret compartment, which is odd as well.
And you think Duncan wrote these?
She asked.
It all makes sense. You were Duncan's nemesis. You had usurped him as the darling of the Penny Dreadfuls, and he wanted you gone. Selina was something different. Duncan may have killed her because of jealousy. She was in love with Jasper, and Selina wouldn't go with him. I think he snapped and killed Selina as a final gesture to spite you.
To spite me?
She shook her head.
Why spite?
I think he killed Selina in passion, and then possibly thought to pin it on you or some such nonsense. I'm not certain of that last part, but he does wish you harm, Lavinia. I'm in no doubt about that.
He is mad.
Lavinia shook her head.
And Selina was pregnant.
Pregnant?
Lavinia whispered the word.
The coroner said. She was several months along.
Was it his or Jasper's?
She wondered.
My purpose for coming here to Brighton was to keep you safe,
he told her.
That's all that matters to me, and finding Duncan, the killer.
Your duty is commendable,
she said quietly. Harrison moved to sit beside her.
I want to bring the killer in and give the victim justice. But you know that my coming to Brighton had little to do with duty. I came to protect you, Lavinia. I was worried about you, thinking that something might have happened to you.
Nothing has.
No. But if it had, how would I have lived with that knowing I had watched you leave London to go to the sea?
You're here now.
He nodded.
I am, and you're safe, thank God.
Without thinking, he leaned forward and touched his lips to hers lightly before pulling her into his arms. When they pulled apart, he looked down into her eyes.
All I could think the entire train ride here was let her be safe.
He shook his head.
Let her be safe.
Maybe the red ink letters were just taunts. Maybe Duncan had no plans of going through with them. That's possible, isn't it?
She asked.
It is. But if Duncan really isn't in his right frame of mind, anything could come from this. He's not following a normal pattern of thought. He's disconnected. I want you to do me a favour.
He took her hands in his.
Of course.
Tomorrow, I want you to go about your business. Visit sites you had planned to see. Play the tourist. and I'll be with you. I'll be with you every second. We'll entice Duncan out, and when that happens, I'll arrest him on suspicion of murder. I know you'll be a sort of lure, and that's unfair to ask of you, but it's the only way I can think to bring him out into the open. And one woman is already dead. Can you do that?
His eyes met hers.
I trust you to be there. I know I won't be alone.
You won't be. Not for a second.
Harrison assured her.
Lavinia, this isn't business for me. This is personal. I don't view you as...
He stopped, looking away awkwardly.
What don't you view me as?
She asked, watching his handsome face in the gaslights.
I can't say.
Are you being coy?
He looked at her.
No, I'm not sure myself. If I was a suitor, what could I offer you?
He ventured boldly.
You are a detective chief inspector. Is that not a respectable position?
She asked.
Would you consider a detective chief inspector as a suitor?
He asked.
I'm not sure,
she said, teasing him to lighten the conversation.
Do you know of one who might wish to be my suitor?
He grinned, and his finger lightly touched her cheek.
I might. But he's not very handsome, he's bow-legged, and he has a lisp.
Oh my, does he have any redeeming qualities?
Lavinia smiled at the jest.
He's in love with you.
Lavinia met his eyes.
You never said.
I didn't realise the depth of my feelings until the train ride here, thinking that you were in danger and I couldn't protect you.
His eyes were on her, profound and full of truth. Lavinia said nothing.
I'm going to go downstairs and get myself a room,
he said, swiftly rising from the chair.
There's no need. You can stay here.
She motioned to the sofa. Harrison met her eyes and shook his head.
That's not a good idea, you know that. I'll see you in the morning, at breakfast. I'll call for you.
He walked to the door and then turned back and walked the few steps it took to be by her side. Enveloping her in his arms, he held her tightly and kissed her temple.
I'm not a man who speaks lightly of such things, Lavinia. I don't have the forte for words as you do. But know that I hold you in my heart with the highest regard. You are very precious.
He said the words in a husky voice in her ear, and then he was gone. Alone, Lavinia stepped out onto the balcony and looked out over the water. It was almost black in the night. She had been through so much in the past day, and now a killer was close by. She had known all along that Duncan viewed her with contempt and as a rival. She had thought it no more than that, but she could not deny what she had witnessed right in front of her. Duncan's wild eyes and his words had frightened her.
But she had to die. I see that now.
Those words echoed in her ears, and she remembered he had said them with such passion and zeal. Had he cared so much for Selina that seeing her dead was preferable to being without her? She shook her head and took a deep breath of the sea air. But she was no longer alone. Harrison was here to bring the killer to justice, and even more than that, he was in love with her. Had she been completely surprised by his words? Yes. But then she remembered being with him in the greenhouse not so long ago. Even then, his eyes had been warm upon her, and then last night, he had taken the time to calm her in her agitated state. He was a handsome man, calm under pressure, and she liked how he handled himself in such stressful situations. She was attracted to him. It was hard not to be. She felt touched by his words, and she thought of his arms around her and his words in her ear. Know that I hold you in my heart with the highest regard. You are very precious. She sighed as she closed the door and changed for bed. She would never have thought that amid all this chaos and horror, she would find herself the object of someone's love and affection. She smiled as she imagined his handsome, serious face. He was in love with her. Chapter 19. In the Midst of Shadows. She dressed carefully for breakfast with Harrison the next morning, choosing a pale peach silk taffeta day dress with small decorative buttons up the front. She felt her heart skip a beat at the prospect of seeing his face over the breakfast table after their conversation the night before. It was a simple, elegant day dress that showed off her trim figure. She had just finished dressing and stepped into her shoes when she heard a knock fell on the door. Pulling on her silk gloves, she opened the door to find Harrison at the threshold.
The dress is most becoming,
he said appreciatively. She closed the door and locked it, dropping the key inside the small beaded bag she had brought with her. Downstairs, breakfast was being served, and as they were seated, a thought occurred. Lavinia looked over at Harrison.
Last night, before the concert, I came here for my evening meal and...
She frowned.
Nurse Pratt was here.
Nurse Pratt?
He recalled the matronly woman who worked with Malcolm Alsop.
That's quite a coincidence.
Isn't it?
Lavinia agreed.
You don't think...
She chewed on her bottom lip as she wondered.
Think what? That she might be involved with this somehow?
He shook his head.
That's highly unlikely. I mean, she possibly could have written the red ink notes. But why murder Selina Nichols? Why would she kill a woman she hardly knew?
I agree. I just wondered why she's in Brighton.
He smiled at her from across the table, and the warmth in his face was genuine.
Did you speak to her? Did she say anything to you?
That her mother was not doing well, and the sea air might help her.
Lavinia recalled.
And yet?
He sensed something else.
And yet?
Lavinia looked out the window at the sea far below them.
Her mother wasn't with her.
Harrison nodded.
Should we keep an eye out for Nurse Pratt and her elderly mother?
He teased her as their breakfasts arrived. Lavinia looked away.
Of course not. As you said, Nurse Pratt may dislike me, and she had no reason to harm Selina.
He moved his hand to clasp hers across the table.
I'm here to end this, Lavinia. And it will end the moment I see Duncan. I'll take him into custody, and that will be that.
She nodded, and they both began to eat their breakfast.
What sights are you taking in today?
He asked as he took a mouthful of scrambled eggs.
Don't you mean we?
She said, smiling.
Yes, we.
He corrected himself.
I thought I might visit the chalk cliffs and maybe Lewis Castle.
She told him.
Take the footpaths and see the country. I've heard it's charming, and though I've visited the city, I've never seen the countryside.
I'm not sure that's such a good idea, Lavinia.
He frowned.
We are waiting for Duncan to make an appearance. The footpaths will be too out in the open.
You'll be with me, however.
Still, I would prefer you stay closer to the city.
As he was speaking, Nurse Pratt entered the dining room with an elderly woman. She made eye contact with Lavinia and nodded curtly at her. At the same time, Nurse Pratt and the woman, presumably her mother, leaned heavily on a cane. She didn't acknowledge Harrison, though she had met the inspector. Lavinia watched as mother and daughter took a table overlooking the sea, but not near them.
I guess her mother is alive and here after all,
Lavinia said thoughtfully.
Did you think she had buried her in the cellar?
He tried to bite back a smile.
Laugh all you want, Inspector Bryce, but I'm just keeping an eye on everyone,
she said stiffly.
As you should,
he said. He passed over a small brochure he had taken from the front desk and passed it to her.
Things to do in Brighton?
She took the brochure and reviewed it with interest.
An aquarium? That sounds interesting. Shall we go?
Whatever you wish,
he said.
Then let it be the aquarium and then the chalk cliffs.
She smiled as she finished her breakfast. She knew Harrison was only teasing her about Nurse Pratt and her mother, but she felt it was a strange circumstance that so soon after the killing, Nurse Pratt should show up in Brighton of all places. Had the woman written the red ink letters and then wanted to do her harm? She looked at the matronly woman as she helped her elderly mother eat and wipe her mouth. A pang of sadness overtook her. It appeared Nurse Pratt and her mother were simply here to take in the sea air.
Are you all right? You seem deep in thought.
Harrison asked her.
I was just watching the nurse and her mother. She seems very dedicated to her well-being. It touched something in me,
she said, lifting the coffee cup to her lip.
That's all.
He nodded.
Let's finish breakfast and take a walk along the sea.
Amid the grey, overcast sky, they walked together along the pier. Despite all Lavinia had been through, when Lavinia glanced up at Harrison, she felt a sense of peace. Harrison was a strong, decent man who cared for her. No, Harrison was in love with her. His words still surprised her, and she hadn't quite gotten over the shock of them. As she glanced over at him, his hair tousled in the slight breeze and his eyes on her, Lavinia smiled. If she wrote about him in her stories, he was the sort of man that the women would want for themselves. The aquarium sign came into view, and they paid their entrance fees.
Enjoy the sights,
he said into her ear.
I'll be nearby, but not beside you.
She watched him hang back as other people entered, and she walked ahead alone. She admired the archways and the detailed stonework and columns that reminded her of buildings she had seen in the city of Bath years ago. A delightful roof terrace had been finished 6 years previous. Then a roller skating rink, cafe and music conservatory had been added. Lavinia looked over her shoulder to see Harrison, who remained nearby watching her. The thought made her feel safe as she walked on. She looked over the many shells inside the glass cases and admired their beauty.
So lovely,
she said as she touched the glass case. One long, spindly cone with a card titling it an auger shell caught her attention. A flat periwinkle was described as a small, vari-coloured walled shell that came in various colours, from olive green to brown, red and yellow. The glossy shell was most attractive. She moved on to the next case and heard a voice beside her.
"Ah, Miss Howard, we meet again,"
Nurse Pratt said, as she came to admire the flat periwinkle as well.
Nurse Pratt?
Lavinia nodded.
We seem to be running into each other quite often.
"We do,"
she agreed.
"I didn't expect to see you in Brighton, I'm sure, but then the waters benefit everyone."
Have they helped your mother yet?
She asked.
"I'm sure they will."
Nurse Pratt moved next to her.
"I find the sea is a balm for all things."
Lavinia watched the woman move along, and when she looked to her right, Harrison was pretending to look into a glass case, but his attention was entirely on her. They enjoyed a light snack of fish and chips from a seaside cafe. Then, instead of admiring the chalk cliffs, Lavinia decided to visit the Booth Museum of Natural History. She had read about it from the brochure Harrison had handed her, and it fascinated her. The museum was opened in 1874 by naturalist and collector Edward Thomas Booth. Booth had been interested in birds. His great ambition was to collect examples of every bird species found in Britain. A daunting but impressive goal, Lavinia thought. Each bird species he collected included a male, female and juvenile with its plumage variations. Lavinia was captivated as she looked through his collection, presented in dioramas or three-dimensional full-size glass boxes that housed one specimen per box. She pulled up a readily available chair to take a seat and spend time with the boxes. Each diorama was a few feet tall and deep, and the museum had crafted a small world inside the boxes. In one box, the bird was perched upon a snow-covered branch of a tree. In another, the bird was surrounded by foliage in springtime. They were charming, and Lavinia glanced over at Harrison, who was nearby admiring a white-tailed eagle.
They look quite lifelike, don't they?
She inquired of a woman seated beside her.
The little boxes are so small, yet they've recreated their natural habitat.
The woman nodded.
I agree.
The museum had handed her a small pamphlet that explained they were the first to present such a collection in this manner in the whole of Britain, which was remarkable in itself. She moved on to another glass case where a rough-legged buzzard pecked at an animal who had died, and then onto the magnificent peregrine falcon. It was a gorgeous creature with a dark head and a speckled breast with its beak and talons of yellow.
Gorgeous.
Lavinia breathed out.
I'm partial to the peacock myself.
Harrison murmured to her as he passed by, and she bit back a smile. Inside another glass case was a small European robin with a half face and breast of rust and brown wings. It was a simple little bird, but the colouring was so vibrant. The last bird she saw was a little red-breasted flycatcher with an orange throat and breast, a cream-coloured body and light grey wings. It was an adorable little thing. But of all the fantastic sights she saw inside the Booth Museum, she didn't see Duncan Cornell. As she walked outside the museum entrance, it was late afternoon. She waited a few minutes until she heard footsteps behind her and waited for Harrison to catch up with her. She looked up to see his handsome face smiling.
I have an idea.
He whispered to her as they walked further down the lane to catch a hansom cab.
An idea?
A surprise for you,
he said with a lopsided grin that tugged at her heart.
Tell me,
she said as they entered the cab.
I think We've tried as much as we can to lure Duncan out. Tonight, I want to take you somewhere to enjoy yourself, to think no more of this investigation and to be yourself.
He said sincerely.
If it's a surprise, I won't ask anything.
No, don't, but dress warmly.
Harrison said.
We'll have a light supper, and then the surprise.
She smiled for the duration of the short carriage ride back to the hotel. When she was inside her room, she took off her day dress and dressed warmly in a dark grey travelling jacket and skirt trimmed with blue wool. A knock on her door revealed Harrison was looking very young and handsome in woolen trousers, a white shirt and a jacket. He looked relaxed and cheerful.
Lavinia, you look...
Yes?
She asked, waiting for his remark.
Very warm.
Lavinia laughed, and without warning he pulled her into his arms and kissed her as she clung to him. When he broke away, he looked down into her face.
I don't know what came over me,
he said suddenly.
You look so lovely.
Don't apologise,
she said.
I'll be offended if you apologise.
Why offended?
I'll think you didn't want to kiss me.
Would it be terribly silly of me to say I've wanted to kiss you for some time?
Isn't the line? You wanted to kiss me since the moment I saw you.
No, not then. You were too off-putting,
he said as they walked along the corridor.
Off-putting?
I think I was frightened of you,
he teased. They enjoyed an evening meal of cod steak with cream sauce, and then Harrison led her away from the hotel along the seafront. They hailed a cab, but they weren't inside it but a few minutes before it stopped again. She frowned as she saw the familiar sight of the aquarium.
But we've been here,
she said. He paid the driver and winked at her.
Just wait.
He led her through the aquarium, which was closing as the sun was setting. But outside behind the aquarium was a medium-sized skating rink with twinkling lights and several couples already skating in pairs. The ocean was nearby, swallowing the setting sun, and Lavinia sighed happily.
It's perfect. You thought of this for me?
She asked. He tucked her hand into his arm as they walked forward.
I wanted to do something special for you, Lavinia.
Lavinia looked up into his face.
It is special.
We can rent our skates over there, and then skate until you decide you've had enough.
He told her, and went to do just that. Harrison returned with 2 pairs of Plimpton roller skates, handing 1 pair to her. She removed her simple heels to put on the skates. She had skated several times before as it was a popular hobby for fresh air. Many of her friends used the excuse to mingle and mix with young men. Her Aunt Marjorie had never approved, but Aunt Freddie had skated with her on more than one occasion.
Are you ready?
He said, turning to her. She nodded, and together they took to the rink. Harrison watched her skate effortlessly beside him, thinking how in love he was with her. Her safety and well-being meant everything to him, and he would no longer put her at risk. He just couldn't. He would find another way to lure Duncan Cornell out of hiding and stay with Lavinia until her seaside holiday was finished. When it was, he would return with her to London. He had read in a magazine that skating was an art and a skill, which all ladies should attain. It was written that skating was feminine in its character, graceful, elegant, requiring little apparent force. Harrison agreed as he watched Lavinia move effortlessly as he skated beside her. She was pleasing to watch, and he realized he was grinning. She made a circle, passing everyone, and then joined him.
Why are you smiling?
You're so graceful on skates,
he said.
I've been skating a few times,
she acknowledged.
Listen to me, Lavinia. I've been thinking a lot about this, and I want to tell you,
he said in a low, earnest voice.
I'll stay here in Brighton with you until your holiday is done. Then, I'll return with you to London. But no more of this nonsense about Duncan Cornell. It was wrong of me to ask it of you,
he said as they skated to the side of the rink and stopped.
Don't make it seem as if you were forcing me to your will,
she said softly.
I want to help you. Selina didn't deserve to die that way. She was young and full of promise, and that was grossly taken from her.
Nevertheless,
he said,
I'll find another way to capture Duncan. There's an end to it.
She looked into his eyes.
Why did you change your mind?
You know why,
he said, his voice low.
Tell me, please.
Harrison paused to collect himself.
I'm in love with you, Lavinia. I can't let anything happen to you. I couldn't bear it, so that's that.
He said, picking up her right hand and kissing the back of it.
You're far too precious to lose.
Am I?
She said, meeting his eyes.
Far too precious.
He wanted to kiss her in the skating rink with 100 people surrounding them, but he did not. The sun had long ago set, and the weather was turning cooler.
Well, why don't you find a table for us, and I'll get us some hot chocolate?
He suggested.
That sounds lovely.
She agreed, and they separated. She turned away from Harrison and skated along the side of the rink, looking for an empty table. There was one, and she skated toward it. She was so deliriously happy. She had found a good man who loved her, and when they returned to London, they would talk about the future and what it would hold. She saw a man in a dark coat moving slowly ahead of her, and realized he wasn't wearing any skates. When she tried to move past him, he grabbed her arm and held onto her with a tight grip. When she looked up into the man's face, she was too shocked to do anything, as Duncan Cornell stared back at her.
We meet again.
Harrison was waiting in line at the small bar set up by the skating rink that served coffee, tea and hot chocolate. He felt strange as he waited for such a mundane thing, like he was underwater or flying high in an air balloon that he had been in once as a young boy at a fair. He was in love. He wanted to shout it from the rooftops. Lavinia was everything he wanted in a woman, and he would make her his wife. The line moved slowly forward, and he saw 2 young women giggling ahead of him. He knew there were several fine jewellery shops in Brighton, and he thought of purchasing a ring tomorrow to propose to her on the pier. But no, he would wait until they returned to London and do it properly. Finally, he was able to give his order. The hot drinks would be brought to their table in a few minutes. He paid and turned back to the rink. Couples were moving in twos about the rink, and he could hear the wheels of the skates on the ground. The gaslights gave a romantic haze to the rink. He skated past an elderly couple enjoying a coffee together and a tired mother with 2 young boys fighting over a chocolate bar. He moved past the tables and skaters looking for Lavinia, but he didn't see her. He frowned. He came to the edge of the rink and saw a deserted table with a pair of discarded skates on the ground. Lavinia! His heart pounded in his chest. Where was she? Duncan's grip tightened on her arm, and her heart pounded in her chest. He led her away from the skating rink and down along the seashore. He carried a sharp knife in his pocket, he told her. She wildly thought he might throw her into the ocean, but he kept walking along the beach away from the pier. He was mumbling to himself, and she couldn't make out what he said.
Duncan, please,
she said softly.
You don't need to do this. I've done nothing to you.
Duncan turned on her and snarled.
You have no idea what has happened. But I need to get away from here, away from all these people, and all will be revealed. I can't think here.
My arm,
she said, wincing as he pulled her along.
Listen to me, Miss Howard.
Spittle flying from his mouth.
I didn't want it this way. God knows I didn't,
he said, his voice rising above the waves that were crashing nearby.
But you don't understand. You have no idea. I tried to tell you that night at the concert. This all must come to an end.
He stopped walking, throwing her ahead of him, blocking her path to return to the pier and people. She stumbled, fell to her knees, and then righted herself.
Duncan, listen to me,
she began.
No, I'm through listening to you,
he said, advancing upon her. He grabbed her arms and his eyes were wild. He seemed to be looking at her but seeing through her. He reached down into his pocket and she lashed out, striking him in the cheek. It only gave her a moment, but she was able to take several strides away from him.
Stop!
The word rang out clearly, and both turned to see Harrison approaching them.
No, I'm not done,
Duncan almost whined.
Step to me and away from Lavinia,
Harrison said calmly.
Do as I say,
he then yelled. Duncan took a step toward Harrison but looked back at Lavinia. Lavinia observed him, ready at any moment to spring away. However, Duncan cautiously approached Harrison. When Harrison had him with one arm clasped behind his back, the inspector looked over at her.
Are you all right?
His eyes were filled with warmth and concern. She nodded.
A sore arm, nothing more.
What is this all about? Why are you bothering me? I've done nothing wrong.
Duncan exclaimed loudly. Harrison looked at him, disbelieving.
I don't even know where to begin, Mr. Cornell. Suspicion of murder, kidnapping.
Who did I kidnap?
He asked hotly.
No one. This is rubbish. Let me go.
I don't think Miss Howard left of her own accord with you to this dark beach, did she?
Harrison asked the man.
This isn't right. You can't do this.
He struggled, but Harrison held him firm.
Don't make a scene, Mr. Cornell. Come along nicely, and this will be handled appropriately,
Harrison said.
This is obnoxious. You're obnoxious. Let go of me.
Duncan panted. Harrison looked briefly over at Lavinia.
I'm going to take him back to London. He'll have some time to think in a cell, and I'll be back tomorrow. You'll be fine now.
Lavinia breathed a sigh of relief.
Yes, it's all over.
Harrison placed Duncan into the hansom cab and gave the driver instructions for the train station. As Lavinia watched the two men depart, she felt an immense sense of gratitude. It was over. Selina's killer would face justice. She walked back to the skating rink and watched the couples skate. Children were attempting to skate for the first time and falling down, laughing. She smiled. Lavinia moved to the railing of the pier and looked down into the deep, dark ocean. She had thought Duncan would kill her tonight, and instead Harrison had been there as he always was to save her. Harrison, the inspector, the man she loved. It had come to her suddenly on the dark beach, when she had been alone with Duncan, fearing for her life, and he had come to her rescue. He was a man she could count on, and a man she wanted by her side. Chapter 20. In the Midst of Shadows. Harrison sat across from Duncan in the train car and observed him. He had been able to stem the red-hot anger he had felt at Duncan daring to abduct Lavinia. He had managed not to slam his fist into his face when he had found them on the beach. Sitting here across from him, Harrison wanted nothing more than to punch the man in the gut. He was the lowest sort of human who preyed on young women.
I hope you rot in hell, Cornell,
Harrison said as the train moved along toward London. Duncan looked over at Harrison and frowned.
What have I done?
You must be mad, or the best actor never to have been on stage at the Gaiety Theatre,
Harrison said.
You'll see,
Duncan said, nodding smugly.
You'll see, and then you'll be sorry to have treated me this way.
Harrison stretched out his legs.
I'll be sorry. You're the one that's going to hang, my friend.
Hang?
Duncan's eyes looked large and dark. Harrison narrowed his eyes at the man in his custody.
Why will I hang?
Well, I can think of a few reasons, namely Selina Nichols's murder.
Duncan looked over at Harrison and then began to laugh. The laugh was filled with glee, and it made his skin crawl. He met the other man's eyes and said nothing until he stopped laughing.
You find mirth in a young woman's death?
Harrison said, his voice cold and detached.
Not at all,
Duncan said, wiping his eyes.
It's just that you are so bloody stupid. And of course one hears about policemen having the intelligence of a donkey. But to experience it, well, my goodness, but you don't seem to care about the truth. And that's what I was doing in the first place. But go on. I'm sure someone may give a damn, even though I certainly don't.
Duncan continued to ramble on while Harrison pulled his coat tightly about his body. He looked out the window at the dark night passing them by. He would drop the madman at the station and then grab some clean clothes and return to Lavinia. They could have a proper holiday in Brighton. Now that the killer had been caught, there was no more worry of someone watching over their backs.
I tried to tell her then at the concert, I did, but then she turned on me.
Duncan was continuing to talk, and the babble was constant.
Mr. Cornell,
Harrison explained quietly.
We have a way to go, so if you don't mind.
He really wanted the man to be quiet before he slammed his fist in the killer's face.
Suit yourself,
Duncan said. Harrison was looking out the window into the black night when he saw Duncan fumble in his coat pocket out of the corner of his eyes. He pulled out several sheets of crumpled paper and smoothed them out on his knee. Harrison sighed. This was going to be a long night. Duncan began to mumble again, and Harrison could hear every other word muttered under his breath. A new story, combined with but not hers, and then found in the rubbish bin, and then 2 final words that he uttered that made Harrison grow still.
What did you say?
Harrison turned his gaze toward him. Duncan made a humph sound in his throat and turned his head away.
I've nothing to say to you. I've been treated rudely and I shan't forget it. I'm going to contact my solicitor.
For God's sake, you lunatic. You're going to hang, and you sit here acting like a third-rate actor in some play.
Harrison scoffed. Harrison placed his legs on the seat across from him and looked over at Duncan, now looking out the window.
How can I hang for something I didn't do?
Duncan asked him, clearly looking Harrison in the eyes.
Tell me that. Because when I speak with my solicitor and show him this...
He waved the crumpled papers before him.
I will be released, mark my words.
Stop speaking!
Harrison said irritably.
I don't want to hear another word. You killed a woman. You killed Selina Nichols, and you will hang for it.
He moved slightly to the right of the seat, turning away from Duncan and his idiotic ramblings. But as he was doing so, Duncan was blinking his eyes. He was no longer dazed, but looking around himself with clarity and keenness.
No, Inspector.
Duncan said with a clear and forceful voice that surprised Harrison.
I will not hang for killing Selina because I did not kill Selina. I loved Selina with every fibre of my being. If I had been a more romantic person, I might have written sonnets for her, and she would have loved me back.
Indeed,
Harrison said, not the least interested.
But unfortunately, Selina was the type of woman men wanted, and she was not devoted only to me. Much to my misfortune,
Duncan said.
Well, you won't find any women where you're going, Duncan, so I shouldn't worry if I were you.
Harrison said. Duncan was silent and then said,
But I do worry, and my worry is for you, Inspector.
Harrison smiled and then sighed.
And why would you worry about me, Mr. Cornell?
Duncan shrugged.
Because my love may be gone, but yours is still alive. But I fear not for long.
Harrison pulled his coat about him.
Not much you can do to Lavinia when she's in Brighton, and you're on your way to London, right, mate?
But Duncan shook his head.
That's what I've been trying to say all along. But you wouldn't listen to me. I was never the one to be afraid of. I would never have harmed Selina, though I did beg her to go away with me that night. And I never would have harmed Lavinia. I was trying to warn her.
Harrison sat up and stared at Duncan for several seconds. He felt a coldness seep into his veins as he looked at the man seated in front of him. Harrison tried to smile and laugh it off.
Sure. Tried to warn her. Warn her from the mastermind of everything, your employer. Maybe you've spent too much time in your penny dreadfuls to realise a fact from fiction.
Maybe.
Duncan nodded.
And maybe you've forgotten the most basic rule of a murder mystery.
Which is?
Harrison felt his throat go dry.
Oftentimes the murderer is right before your eyes and you don't even suspect them.
Harrison felt a sweeping panic flood his body. Nurse Pratt. Jesus. He had thought it a joke when Lavinia had mentioned it. But why was she in Brighton? Why Brighton of all the places to take in the waters? Why not Bath? He looked at Duncan.
What are those pages? What do you have to tell me that is your warning?
Harrison took the seat next to him and grabbed the papers.
Tell me, and you had better not be lying.
A light wind picked up, and Lavinia tucked a tendril of her hair behind her ear. She wanted to stay on the rink looking out over the ocean, but it had become crowded. More people had come to skate, and their laughter and conversation filled the air. There was music now as an upright piano was rolled out, and a man was singing a music hall song. She passed along the tables that were pressed together and almost bumped into a couple and then moved along. She knew this must be a popular spot among Brighton tourists for a night out to enjoy each other's company. She saw an elderly woman seated a bit apart from the rest of the group, and she recognised Nurse Pratt's mother. She didn't see her daughter anywhere.
Miss Howard.
Nurse Pratt materialised at that moment, and she was smiling kindly.
It's a lovely evening, isn't it?
Lavinia was surprised at the woman's smile and her easy manner, so different from how she was at the doctor's office.
It is,
she acknowledged.
Nurse Pratt.
I do love the sea.
Nurse Pratt continued.
I often wonder why I don't leave London and move someplace where the air smells of salt and water.
Lavinia frowned at the sudden poetic words the woman used.
You should.
She said firmly.
You should be where you are happiest.
Nurse Pratt turned to the woman and nodded.
I agree. You are right. But the doctor needs me. You know how it is.
I'm sure Malcolm would want you to be happy as well.
Nurse Pratt nodded again.
Perhaps I had you all wrong. You are kinder than I gave you credit for.
Or maybe we each had the other incorrectly figured out.
Lavinia offered. Nurse Pratt nodded.
I hope you enjoy your evening.
Lavinia watched her give a cup of coffee to her mother before she settled down into her own seat. Perhaps she had poorly thought of Nurse Pratt because she had not known the woman well, nor had the nurse known her. It seemed the woman's heart was not at all in London. She was dedicated and respected Malcolm, but her heart was by the sea. She shook her head as she recalled her foolishness and walked along the gaslit pier. There were fewer people about as she strode the length of it. It was such a beautiful night with the inky black sky above and the dark waves below. She breathed in the salty air and felt safe and completely at peace. Brighton had done wonders for her.
Slow down,
Harrison said as he took the crumpled papers from Duncan.
Just tell me what this is.
Look.
Duncan pointed at the pages.
It's a new story about Casimir. He's the character that she writes about. But in this story, there's a woman who is killed by drowning, and no one is around to see it.
What does this prove, Duncan? Only that you wrote it yourself, and you were going to kill Lavinia tonight. Down by the sea.
Harrison said. Duncan shook his head.
No, I didn't write this. This isn't my handwriting, and I could prove that easily enough. That's what I've been trying to tell you all along. And honestly, I thought it was pretty easy to discover. But you wouldn't listen to me.
Harrison looked over the writing and a thought struck him. He pulled the letters he had in his jacket pocket and brought them out into the light. The stark red ink of the venomous letters matched exactly the handwriting of the story Duncan had.
I loved her, Inspector. I loved her so much.
He shook his head sadly.
But Selina was a young woman who wanted to see the world. She wanted a different life. And though I think she cared for me, it was not love.
He fingered the wound on his neck.
That night, I pulled her outside to talk to her. I wanted to make a new start away from London. Maybe go to France. I don't know. I hadn't thought it out. I wanted to be away from London and its influences. But she laughed at me. She said London was where she wanted to be. I made a fool of myself and left her by the rose bushes.
He said, staring off into space.
I was in the house for a half hour.
He shrugged.
Maybe longer. I had another drink and gathered up my courage to talk to her one last time. I thought she might still be outside, so I went there. I remember seeing Miss Howard on the lawn somewhere and that doctor chap. When I went to the rose garden, she wasn't there, so I wandered around. I don't know what I was thinking. Love conquers all? Well, I'm no romance writer, but I started walking the grounds, and then I saw them.
Them?
Harrison asked.
Yes. They were quarrelling, rather loudly, but then the fireworks were going off and no one could hear them. But I could see them, and by the time I made my way to them, she was dead. You can't imagine, Inspector. The woman I loved killed in front of me.
He said, shuddering.
I couldn't believe what I had witnessed. It was unthinkable. I went back upstairs in a mad rage and wanted to commit murder myself. But I was so distraught, I thought of killing myself. And that's how I got this wound.
He lightly brushed his neck.
You did that to yourself?
Harrison asked.
Yes, coward that I am. Instead of confronting the killer or at least making a stand,
he said sadly,
I was useless.
You're not useless, Duncan. But for the love for God, who is the killer? Who killed Selina Nichols?
Duncan met his eyes. In the dark black night with the stars above, Lavinia was alone on the pier. Far away, she could hear the laughter and the voices at the skating rink, and no one was near her. She looked down into the dark ocean and thought of Harrison. He would return to her side soon enough, and that thought warmed her. She heard footsteps echoing on the wooden pier as she continued to look out into the darkness. She wasn't aware anyone was standing beside her until a voice spoke to her.
Hello, Lavinia.
Lavinia turned, surprised to hear someone call her by her first name.
Why, Jasper!
She smiled brightly.
I didn't know you were in Brighton.
An unexpected trip,
he said, grinning.
You're all alone, I see.
My aunts weren't able to make the trip, so I came by myself.
She admitted.
But I do love the sound and smell of the ocean.
You could stay here forever,
he said, joking with her.
Maybe not forever,
she said.
What brings you to Brighton?
A final chapter to write, so to speak,
he replied.
I don't remember you were mentioning coming to Brighton when we were at the supper party,
she noted.
It's a surprise,
he said, smiling, his eyes wide.
It's lovely to see you,
she said as he joined her at the railing. They both looked out over the dark waters. She was surprised to see Jasper, but she was happy about it. He was the reason she was a successful published writer. Her penny dreadfuls and Casimir had made her the toast of London.
You know, I'm genuinely sorry, Lavinia. I want you to know that,
he said quietly.
Sorry? What for? The house party? You couldn't have known that Duncan would snap and kill Selina.
Wait, what? Duncan kill Selina?
He repeated.
Oh yes, of course. That's what everyone must think.
He nodded. Lavinia smiled lightly.
It's not what everyone thinks that matters, Jasper. It's the truth that matters. And the truth is that Duncan killed Selina.
Well,
he said, cocking his head to one side.
That's one version of the truth, certainly. There might be another.
Another version of the truth?
Lavinia frowned.
And what might that be?
That I killed Selina.
You killed Selina?
Lavinia lightly laughed as she leaned away from the railing but still held on to it.
That's absurd. Why would you kill Selina?
I could have killed her because she knew certain things. Or I could have killed her because she was pregnant and forcing me to marry her. Or I might have killed her for the simplest of reasons,
Jasper said almost cheerfully. The smile left Lavinia's face. Why was he jesting in such a manner, making light of a young woman's death?
Which is?
Money.
He shrugged.
You killed Selina for money?
Lavinia said, almost playing along with him but not believing him.
When my star writer is writing about happenings in London, imagine how much more successful it would be if those murders in the stories came true.
His eyes were wide, not with madness but with supreme happiness.
That woman at the bottom of the stairs. She had nothing to live for. No one who cared that she died, and the train station girl.
He shrugged.
Their deaths ensured that my empire grew by leaps and bounds.
He raised his arms wide at the end of the pier.
Imagine. And when you wrote about that death in the country, I knew. It was almost as if we had planned it together. Because you see, Selina was helping you, in her own way. She knew I had written the red ink letters to scare you, and she wasn't sending them to you. She was hiding them away. And I couldn't have that,
he said simply.
This isn't funny, Jasper.
Lavinia shook her head.
You think it's funny, but it's not. Duncan killed Selina and Harrison took him into custody. It's over. There's an end to it.
There certainly is an end to it. An end to Duncan. But Duncan's only crime in this life is being extremely gullible and not very bright. You see, Duncan knew all along, and he was the one who found Selina out there in the grass after I strangled her. But instead of rejoicing in another proud moment for Courtenay Publishing and the success her death would bring, he turned on me. Think about that. All the success and money, and he turned on me.
Jasper bellowed. Lavinia put a hand out to separate them. She felt a clamminess on her skin, and her bodice felt warm from the sweat. She stared at the man across from her, the man who had been her friend and who had been the means of her success, the man who looked and seemed so debonair and yet was an absolute monster.
I don't believe you,
she said, shaking her head.
That doesn't matter. I've written your last chapter, Lavinia, your grand opus. Do you want to hear it? It's brilliant.
No, Jasper, I don't want to hear it.
She looked around, but they were at the end of the pier, and she would have to pass by him to return to the skating rink. The people whom she could hear faintly seemed so far away now.
But you must! This is the last grand adventure of Casimir Kimberley. And sadly, when his lady love falls into the ocean, he won't be able to save her.
He looked sad as he explained the following story.
You won't make me fall into the ocean, Jasper.
She turned on him.
I've killed 3 women to achieve the success and money I have now.
Jasper told her coldly.
This is how it ends for you, Lavinia.
Why do I have to die, Jasper? I can write more stories. I can make you more money.
She said, trying desperately to buy more time.
The simple truth is you're better off dead, Lavinia. When this final chapter is read and people find out you died the same way as the heroine, you'll be beloved,
he said.
I will give you the most beautiful eulogy anyone has ever had. You can count on that. You'll have an obituary in the Times.
I don't want an obituary.
She took a step from him. He looked over his shoulder and then back to her.
No one is coming to save you, Lavinia. That only happens in books. Duncan is slowly losing his mind. He has been for some time. That's why he was so valuable to me. Fawning over Selina, who didn't give a damn about him. And then that night... My God, you should have seen him. Crying and behaving like a crazed lunatic when he came upon her dead body. She was a secretary.
Lavinia smiled.
So the mad one is sane and the sane one is mad.
He gave her a hard look.
I'm not mad, Lavinia. I want what every sane person wants. A beautiful home, money in the bank, and finer things about me. You've been my star. I received no pleasure out of killing those women. It was a necessity.
Necessity? You killed 3 women to boost your sales?
She repeated slowly.
To make my stories the talk of London? Do you know how depraved that sounds?
Jasper shrugged.
I don't give a damn about any of that. It's over and done with, and the final chapter of Casimir Kimberley is at the presses. It will be in everyone's hands tomorrow. Poor Casimir.
Jasper spread his arms wide and shouted loudly, though no one was around to hear him.
He fell in love with a beautiful lady, but there was an accident and she drowned. It was so sad. And when people find out about your tragic death while on holiday in Brighton, my goodness, you'll be a saint.
I don't want to be a saint,
she said, flinging her words at him.
I want to live. I want to be in love and get married.
Ah, yes, the ruggedly handsome Inspector Bryce.
He'll know this was no accident. He'll come after you,
Lavinia assured him. He grinned.
Why would he do that? I'm in London. No one knows I'm here. No one. Now be a good girl and jump.
I'll never jump into that water, Jasper. Never. If you want me in the ocean, you'll have to push me,
she said. She hoped that he would come toward her, and in the struggle she could mark him somehow on the face or neck and leave a trace of a fight. In any event, she was in earnest. She had no plans at all to enter the ocean of her own volition.
I knew from the moment you entered my office you would be trouble.
He shook his head.
The money was wonderful, but you were never going to be malleable like Duncan, Selina, or even Connie on her worst day.
That's because, unlike all of them, I was never going to do your bidding,
she spat.
No.
His eyes took in her form.
You never were, more's the pity.
He came toward her then and grabbed her by the arm, but she was ready for him. She struck him in the face with her other arm, and he jerked back from the attack.
You bitch!
She tried to move away from him, but he grabbed her dress and pulled her toward him, placing her arm firmly behind her back. She winced in pain.
You're stupid as well,
he said in her ear.
How are you any match for me?
He dragged her to the edge of the railing, but saw that it would not be so easy to fling her over. The railing was at least 4 feet high, and she would struggle the entire time. Jasper pressed her body into the railing, and grabbing a thick amount of her skirt to maneuver her. He pushed her up and over the railing, while holding onto her dress. Lavinia felt the air whoosh around her, and panic swept through her as Jasper flung her over the railing. She managed to grab the railing with her arm, though Jasper still held onto her dress. She could feel the cold wind and knew her petticoats were exposed.
Now we say goodbye, my dear Lavinia,
Jasper said, grinning.
I won't die in the fall,
she said hoarsely.
That won't kill me.
Of course not.
He shook his head.
You'll die when you hit the water, and all those clothes you women wear will drag you down. Then there's the current.
Lavinia thought wildly. She was already over the edge, and he would easily be able to pry her arms loose and push her into the ocean. She searched his face and form and saw he was wearing a scarf tied twice around his neck for the cold. She knew what she must do. Without thinking about it again, she let go of the railing and grabbed hold of his scarf. He gagged loudly, and Lavinia was hopeful he could not escape. Using her weight as leverage as she tugged at him, she lifted him off the ground, and as he tried to escape her grip, she tugged harder. When his toes lifted off the ground, she pulled with all her might, sending him over the railing. With a loud splash, they both plunged into the water. Chapter 21. In the Midst of Shadows. Lavinia gasped in shock as she hit the cold water. Though she had pulled Jasper with her, he was no longer by her side. But it was as Jasper had said. Her skirts were weighing her down, and her legs were tangled in her dress. A sense of panic and sheer terror flooded her body as she tried to reach the surface and take a breath. She was going to drown as Jasper had planned. No one would know he had killed her, and he would reap the benefits. She tried to move toward the surface, and as she did, someone else grabbed her by the waist. She tried to fight Jasper, knowing that he would drown her. She kicked at him and tried to evade him, but she realized someone was pushing her up to safety. She took a grateful gulp of air when she reached the surface, breathing heavily and looking around. Though it was dark, Harrison was bobbing in the water near her.
Harrison?
She said, relief replacing her panic.
Can you make it to the shore?
He yelled to her.
I think so. I'm a good swimmer, but it's so cold. Harrison!
She fought her shivers.
And my skirts.
Swim, Lavinia. I need to catch Jasper. There's a constable waiting on the beach for you. Swim!
He ordered her as he dived back underwater. Lavinia made clean strokes through the water, intending to make it to the beach straight ahead. It was not that far, but her skirts were so heavy, and they kept dragging her down. She felt movement behind her, and knew Harrison was following her. When someone pushed her under the water, Lavinia panicked. Jasper was there too. She gulped in a large amount of water, and she was choking when she came to the surface.
God damn it!
Came a gruff cry, and she knew Harrison was behind her as well. In the dark water, the two men were struggling. Lavinia couldn't help Harrison. She had to keep moving toward the beach. If Jasper managed to escape Harrison, he would come after her next, and she would surely die by drowning. The edge of the pier where Jasper had pushed her off was not far from the beach, but it was frightening in the dark ocean waters. The waves were crashing into the pier pilings and pushing her in that direction as well. She dared not turn around as she continued to half swim, half drag herself to the beach. The cold was seeping into her bones, and she felt herself shaking uncontrollably. Lavinia felt another wave crash into her, pushing her toward the piling again. She tried to use the piling to move along the pier and back to the beach. She pushed away and began to swim again, but the water seemed colder, and her teeth were chattering. She heard voices shouting at her, and could see two men standing on the beach yelling her name and waving their arms. She continued paddling toward the beach. Sand and waves were crashing over her, and then she could stand. The two men came rushing towards her to help her out of the water, which was now only to her waist.
Thank God you're all right,
Duncan told her as he brought a blanket around her shoulders.
We saw it all. It was like something out of a horror story.
A constable was standing nearby, and he introduced himself. He was a local policeman in Brighton stationed at the skating rink to keep the peace when Harrison had grabbed him to help out.
What did you see?
She said, shivering in the cold.
Harrison, I and the constable had just walked onto the pier when Jasper forced you over the railing, and you grabbed onto him and fell into the water.
Duncan was shaking his head.
Harrison went right in after you,
he told her.
He did?
Of course.
He nodded.
He told us to wait on the beach for you. He said you could swim, but that we should jump in the water if you needed us.
Lavinia turned back to look at the dark water but couldn't see anything. There were lights on the pier, and she could hear the music from the skating rink, but it seemed so far away. Where was Harrison? She thought wildly. Jasper hadn't managed to kill her, but instead had he killed Harrison? No.
Shouldn't we go in after them?
Lavinia said aloud, but then realised how stupid that sounded. There was nothing they could do. Harrison was as alone as she had been. He would have to swim to the beach just as she had done. She bit down on her lip and gnawed on it as she waited for, willed, Harrison to come rising out of the water.
Allow me to go fetch us some coffee,
Duncan said helpfully and disappeared. Just as she had given up hope, she saw Harrison cut cleanly through the water, dragging Jasper with him. As the water receded, Harrison pushed Jasper onto the beach and threw him onto his knees. In between ragged breaths, Harrison told Jasper,
"You have the right to silence." "You bastard! You hit me!"
Jasper struggled to his knees, and the constable took hold of him. Lavinia ran to Harrison and embraced him tightly as they both looked at Jasper being held by the constable.
"You're safe,"
she said, holding him even as they both shivered in the cool air with their wet clothes. He held her tightly against him, and his mouth brushed her temple, her lips, and then he pulled away.
"Come, let's get him where he needs to be,"
he said, nodding to the constable as they made their way back toward the pier. Duncan came into view holding 2 cups of coffee. He handed each cup to the wet couple as they walked on. Harrison and Lavinia were a sight and thoroughly drenched. The constable in uniform was holding firmly onto Jasper, nudging him forward. Duncan walked behind the group as they made their way to the nearby police station. An hour later, Jasper had been firmly deposited in his cell, with a charge of 2 murders hanging over his head. Duncan gave his word that he would be on hand as a witness and promptly departed. After showering and changing into dry clothes, Harrison came to Lavinia's room carrying 2 brandies.
"From the bar downstairs,"
he said, gesturing, giving one to Lavinia. Now in dry clothes herself, Lavinia took the glass gratefully while Harrison closed the door behind him. There was a small sofa in the sitting room, and they sat down upon it, looking at each other and not speaking.
"Not the best time to take a swim, I'd say."
He teased her, and they both smiled.
"No, indeed."
She shook her head.
"We'll try for next summer,"
he told her.
"Yes."
She took a sip of the brandy.
"He's in jail behind bars, Lavinia,"
he told her, looking into her eyes.
"Now it really is over."
"I can hardly believe it. I don't think I've wrapped my head around it,"
she said.
"Jasper, the entire time."
I must admit, I didn't believe it at first either. I thought Duncan was absolutely mad and trying to get out of having committed the crime. But the more he talked on the train, the more I realised he wasn't guilty.
Harrison shook his head.
"Tell me it all,"
Lavinia said, holding the brandy in her hand and looking at the handsome man before her.
"Well, it seemed to have started a while ago when you were first published. Jasper had the idea of turning fiction into real life. The first woman who fell down the stairs was bad luck for her, but lucky for Jasper. He didn't kill her, but she gave him the idea."
Harrison looked over at Lavinia.
"He talked to Duncan and apparently promised to publish a new story of his,"
Harrison explained.
"In the meantime, he had Duncan write the red ink letters, not telling him what they were used for. In reality, Jasper would rewrite them in red ink and send them to you. Or rather, his publishing company forwarded them to you,"
he said.
"It seems so crazy,"
Lavinia said.
And here arrives Selina into the story. She was blindly in love with Jasper, and she couldn't see what he was. Duncan was also in love with Selina, which made for a very awkward triangle, and Jasper was just using both of them. One evening, Selina was cleaning up Jasper's office and found the red ink letters. She was pretty familiar with them, as she had sent 2 on to you, and she was an intelligent woman. She put 2 and 2 together and realised Jasper was writing the letters.
"Oh no,"
Lavinia said.
Oh, yes. And it got weirder when Selina confided in Duncan. Duncan was angry because he had been writing that nonsense, expecting them to be published as Jasper had told him he would. It must have been around this time that Selina found herself pregnant and wanted Jasper to marry her.
Poor Selina.
Lavinia shook her head.
Yes, and it was also around this time that Constance was pressuring Jasper to marry her.
Busy man.
Lavinia murmured.
I think Duncan was genuinely jealous of you, and I can imagine that. He was yesterday's news, and you were the golden darling of the Penny Dreadfuls. But I don't think Duncan meant you any real harm. According to him, that night at the concert he was trying to warn you. He knew that Jasper was closing in, and that Jasper intended to kill you and publish a similar story to have sympathy and cash in hand.
I see.
That night at the house party, everything collided. Constance was pressuring marriage, Selina was pregnant, and Jasper snapped. At the same time, Duncan and Selina had a row. Duncan was misguided and wanted Selina to run away with him. Selina didn't view him that way and refused him. I think Duncan might have some minor mental issues.
He took a long swig of his brandy.
He walked away from her at the same time Jasper found her in the forest. The fireworks had started, and Selina confronted him. She said she would cause a scandal if he didn't marry her. Well, Jasper didn't intend to marry anyone, so he killed Selina. Duncan returned to plead with Selina to run away with him, and he saw her dead in the grass, with Jasper walking away.
Poor man.
It seems he had some sort of a breakdown and tried to harm himself that night. I'm not sure entirely if he blamed himself for not stopping Jasper, or was overcome with agony at seeing Selina dead. It was his own blood found in the room by the maids, and the wound on his neck was by his own hand.
He told her.
That's terrible.
Lavinia shook her head.
Duncan left the house in the wee hours of the morning, and his intention all along was to watch Jasper. He followed him to Brighton, and his intention on the beach was to try and save you. He may be bewildered and not in the right frame of mind, but he was never going to harm you.
Harrison told her. Lavinia breathed out a sigh.
And now Jasper will be tried for the murder of 2 women.
Harrison said.
2? Oh, the train woman.
Apparently, after the train story, he saw a woman walking in the station alone. He followed her, and in a moment of recklessness, just pushed her.
Harrison shook his head.
He is a man without scruples. He thinks only of himself and wants fortune and the lifestyle that comes with it.
What of Constance?
Lavinia asked.
Ah, Miss Griffin. She'll be forced to make her own way, but my sergeant found something interesting about her.
Yes.
Do you recall that she's a writer, yet no one seemed to know what she wrote?
He asked.
Yes, it was also hush-hush.
Lavinia recalled.
Well, now we know, and I think Miss Griffin will be able to make her way just fine.
He said mysteriously.
What does she write?
She asked.
Believe it or not, she writes erotica.
Erotica?
Lavinia repeated.
No.
She shook her head.
She was always so proper. Pompous, but proper.
Harrison cocked an eyebrow at her, and they both smiled at each other. He slid down to sit at her feet and took her hands in his.
Lavinia, I'm not a grand man with money and a country estate, but I offer you my love, my heart,
he said, meeting her eyes.
When we were on the train, and I knew that you were here alone with Jasper, and then, on the pier, it was terrifying seeing you there with him, knowing I might not make it to you in time. You don't know what I felt in that moment,
he said, his eyes burning into hers.
I did think I was all alone,
she admitted.
I thought I was going to die in the water tonight.
Her eyes filled with tears.
I'm not a man of fancy words and flippant sayings, Lavinia, but I tell you with all my heart that I love you. I will always love you. I ask you humbly, will you be my wife?
Yes, Harrison,
she said with no hesitation at all. He returned to his seat, sitting next to her and pulling her into his arms. His mouth touched hers lightly, and his hand drifted into her hair, which was still damp.
I'll make you very happy, Lavinia,
he promised her. She smiled at him.
What a holiday this is turning out to be. I've been kidnapped, almost killed, and now engaged.
Harrison rolled his eyes.
Silly thing.
He touched her nose with his finger.
Tomorrow, let's go shopping. That will cheer you up.
Shopping? What do I need?
She frowned.
You'll see.
The next day, the sun was trying to break through the gloomy morning as Harrison and Lavinia strode together to visit the Brighton shops. At the end of the lane, He stopped in front of a shop with a painted blue door.
Here we are, exactly what I was looking for.
A jewellery shop?
She asked.
Exactly. I can't have my fiancée moving about without the appropriate ring on her hand, can I?
He asked her. They moved inside, looking at the many different rings of all shapes and sizes, until one caught her attention. It was a white and rose gold ring, with a European-cut diamond flanked by 2 oval-shaped ones.
It is gorgeous,
she whispered as the clerk took it out for her to examine. She placed it on her finger, and it fit perfectly.
Do you like it?
Harrison asked her.
I love it,
she said, smiling at him. The clerk began to speak.
That ring is...
Ours,
Harrison said smoothly.
Please, write out the receipt.
On the street with a ring on her hand and Lavinia on his arm, Harrison felt everything was perfectly right with the world. When they returned to London, Lavinia proudly showed off her ring to her aunts, who were much recovered from their colds. They listened with wide eyes and clutched their throats at the story she had to tell. With Jasper about to be tried and hanged for Selina's murder, Lavinia had given some thought to Courtenay Publishing. She had spoken to her aunts, and all agreed that Harrison would come to live with them in their townhouse after their wedding in 3 months. Her aunts both admired and respected Harrison, and he was always exceptionally courteous with both of them. One Sunday dinner, Harrison brought fresh violets for Frederica and humbugs for Marjorie. Marjorie, who found fault with everything and everyone, praised Harrison constantly when he wasn't around.
Such a sensible young man,
she commented at breakfast.
So unlike these modern men with their modern ideas.
Aunt Frederica seemed to float about the townhouse as she tidied up the pristine home and prepared her brother's old room for the soon-to-be-married couple. Meanwhile, Lavinia had spent several days with Eleazar Schulman. With her aunt's and Harrison's blessing, she had decided to purchase Courtenay Publishing. She had given it much thought and knew that though she liked to write and create stories, she wanted something more. The publishing company would give her a chance to publish new writers with new ideas. She was excited about the purchase, and it would soon be a reality with Eleazar's assistance. Duncan Cornell had gone to Switzerland to spend time in a sanatorium. When he returned, she hoped he would be rejuvenated and able to publish his new stories. She had several new ideas for penny dreadful stories. And Lavinia also wanted to hold writing contests to entice new writers to come forward. She would publish children's stories, romance, history, and a medical journal overseen by Malcolm.
Mazel tov,
Eleazar said when she came into his office.
The publishing company is now yours.
Truly?
Lavinia said, her eyes wide.
Truly, Matuka?
He said with affection. She embraced him warmly, and when she entered the townhouse that evening, there was champagne and a cake that Cook had baked to celebrate. Lavinia raised her glass in the low gaslights of the evening and looked across at her aunts and Harrison. Malcolm had been unable to attend as he had been called to surgery. However, he had sent her a large bouquet of flowers as congratulations.
I don't know what to say,
she said, staring at them. Harrison smiled.
Come now, darling. You're the writer of us all. We need a speech.
Hear, hear,
Marjorie said.
Speech, Vinny,
Frederica said. Lavinia looked at the 3 people who meant the most to her in the world and nodded.
Speech, very well. I will say this. I have been through much and looked upon a madman with his eyes dark and confused. And though it seemed I was lost in those ocean waves, I was washed up on the shore to be reborn. Here I am now to live, to love, and be loved.
She raised her glass to the 3 people before her.
Well said, darling.
Harrison kissed her briefly, and her aunts immediately cut into the cake for all to enjoy. Epilogue, in the midst of shadows. 3 months later, Harrison had been generous in his spending for a honeymoon. As they had both never been to Italy, it was decided the Amalfi Coast was the place to behold. They stayed in Ravello, a tiny village set back on the coast overlooking the sea. It was a gorgeous place with ruins to explore. Plus, the Moorish architecture was so unique, Lavinia found herself entranced by it all. Their room overlooked the blue crystal waters that were such a sight to be seen in the early morning. They had their cafe on the veranda, and at night she slept beside her husband. It was not difficult to transition from an unmarried woman to a married one. She found that Harrison suited her very well, and their personalities were complementary. He was conscientious and kind and strong, and she felt that her father would have liked him very much. Once they were married, Malcolm and Eleazar came to the house often to dine, and one day Malcolm announced he was soon to be married. Howard Publishing was doing exceptionally well. Lavinia was proud that in the short time she had owned the company, she had brought on and published 3 new authors through her contest. Even Duncan had started writing again, which she was happy to see. There was a slight dip in the temperature in Amalfi during December, but nothing like London. She settled into the blankets and turned on her side to stare at Harrison. He was sleeping, and she thought he looked so youthful in slumber. She was studying him when he startled her by speaking.
"Why are you staring at me?"
He said with his eyes still closed.
I'm watching you sleep.
"That doesn't strike you as bizarre?"
No.
He said, his eyes opening as he turned to look at her.
I have a list of things for us to do today.
She said, smiling lightly.
"Do you?"
Yes, we can breakfast on the veranda, and then see the gardens, the Villa Ruffolo, the Duomo.
He kissed her once on the lips.
"All very exciting, I'm sure."
The Duomo is said to be very beautiful.
She told him.
"Very beautiful."
He told her, then teasing her, he said,
"I can think of something else we can do this morning."
Something more beautiful than the villa. It was written about it in the Baedeker guides.
She assured him as he flung back the blankets. He laughed lightly.
"I don't think what I had in mind has been written about in the Baedeker guide. But let's have breakfast and see the sights. My activity can always wait till the evening,"
he said cheekily. They spent the day walking about Ravello, and in the afternoon they dined at a small cafe overlooking the water. Later in the evening, they dressed more formally for dinner downstairs in their hotel, which had once been a 12th century palace. Harrison thought his new wife looked especially lovely in a pale pink gown that brought out her silvery blonde hair and emphasized her slender curves.
Imagine.
Lavinia looked at the hotel's architecture and colourful tiles.
Being here hundreds of years ago and living in such a gorgeous palace, mistress of it all.
She smiled. He took up the glass of wine and toasted her.
"To my lovely bride,"
he said softly.
"Lavinia?"
She smiled and picked up her glass.
"And to my husband, Harrison."
Just as they both took a sip, 2 men dressed in suits walked casually by. One man was strumming the guitar, and the other man was singing. Harrison knew the song as he had heard it many years ago in London. The song was called Una furtiva lagrima and had been composed by Gaetano Donizetti, with the libretto written by Felice Romani.
What a romantic and beautiful song,
Lavinia said.
Do you know it?
"Yes, it's from the Italian opera called L'Elisir d'Amore, the Elixir of Love."
He sipped his wine as he listened to the lyrics and then looked at her.
"The song is called Una furtiva lagrima, a furtive tear. In this scene, the man has bought a love potion to win the heart of his lady. He is in love with her, but she is not in love with him. So he buys the potion with all his money, and in reality, the potion is only cheap red wine sold by a travelling quack. But he sees his love crying and believes she is in love with him and that the elixir worked."
So romantic.
Lavinia sighed. He began to translate the man's words to the people on the veranda, who were also listening intently to the beautiful song.
Softly, a furtive teardrop fell, shadowed her sparkling eyes. Seeing the others follow me has caused her jealous sighs. What is there more to prize? What more than this could I prize? Sighing, she loves me. I saw that she loves me. Could I but feel her heart on mine, breathing that tender sigh? Could my own sighing comfort her, and whisper in sweet reply, her heart on mine, as heart to heart we sigh, so tenderly we'd share a sweet reply. Heaven, I then could die, no more I'd ask you. I'd ask you. Ah, heaven, I then could die, no more I'd ask you. I'd ask you. I then could die of love.
When the man finished singing, applause erupted from the veranda, and Harrison gave a coin to the man with the guitar as they passed by. Lavinia took his hands in hers from across the table.
Thank you for all of this,
Lavinia said, her eyes shining bright in the low lights of the restaurant.
This has been magical, Harrison. Beginning our lives together in such a wondrous place.
This is our honeymoon. It's supposed to be magical. But our lives, Lavinia, are just beginning, and they will be spent with laughter and love. I promise you.
His eyes met hers, and he leaned over to kiss her. When he sat back down, they continued to hold hands, looking out at the dark azure waters over the Tyrrhenian Sea.